Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Spotlight. We've got a Final Fantasy XII edition for you all today. We're going to be showing off Final Fantasy XII Any Percent, followed by Trials, the Trials percent in the Zodiac Age after the Any Percent run. So we've got a long show for you tonight, lots of Final Fantasy XII. Hopefully you have some time to sit back, relax, and get comfy, because it's going to be a good time. But before we get too much into Final Fantasy XII, just a quick reminder that upcoming on GDQ, we've got Games Done Quick. It's quickly approaching, under a month away. We're starting January 3rd and running through the 10th. Prize submissions are still open. If you would like to submit a prize, there's information about how to do that here on our website, gamesdonequick.com. And those are open until the day after Christmas. So plenty of time to submit prizes for AGDQ still. Just let us know if you have something you would like to add in. Also, if you would like to see more of our content you're currently watching on YouTube, you can check us out, twitch.tv/GDQ. And of course, if you are watching on Twitch, you missed previous shows, all of our content goes over to our YouTube channel. You can check out shows that you may have missed there. But coming up this week on Hotfix, tomorrow we've got Time Capsule starting 8 p.m. Eastern. It's a show about games that were released in the same year and showcasing their speedruns, just looking back at a particular year of gaming and doing the speedruns. I believe it's 2002 this week, so tune in. It's hosted by Smooth Operative. It's a good time. And of course, this is the Community Spotlight, where we showcase games that are suggested by the community. We had Final Fantasy XII suggested as a good game to show off, so we contacted some people. We got the showcase for you all today, and hopefully it's going to be a good time. But we've got Zero Scar here, and Roosta is going to help on commentary. How you both doing today?
I'm doing good.
I'm doing great.
So, if people haven't seen the speedrun of Final Fantasy XII, what would be the quick rundown you'd give for them on what to expect here?
I would say the quick rundown is lots of bosses have lots of HP. It will reflect magic to kill them very quickly.
That about sums it.
So what got you into the Final Fantasy XII speedrun, Zero?
Sorry?
What got you into the Final Fantasy XII speedrun?
First of all, Final Fantasy XII is my favorite game. And when I started to get into speedruns, the first thing I did was look up if there were any speedruns of this game, and there weren't really. So then I've seen the community slowly build, and the times have been improving a lot. Like, the world record is now more than an hour faster than it was when I started.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago this was significantly longer. I haven't followed the community a whole lot, but since the last time I've seen the speedrun, it is much shorter. So I'm interested in seeing that. But is there anything you feel like we should go over before we get started? You just want to start the run?
Well, I'm fine with just starting. If Roost has anything to say, well...
I think the start of the game is slow enough that we can introduce things as they come along, and we can just get going.
True.
Okay, sounds good. Why don't you give me a countdown when you're ready, then?
Right, so... I am ready. So... do I do the countdown?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we have Alec arriving a little bit late. How you doing, Alec? We just started the run.
Hello.
Ooh, let me turn you up a little bit. So why don't you introduce yourself, Alec, since just got here?
Hi, I'm Alec K47. I kind of lost track of time, and now I'm here. I've been part of the Final Fantasy community in the West since pretty much its inception. So I'm the old man. I'm not as up on the current strats, but I'm here able to give some insight on the history about things as well.
So you're like me whenever I get invited to commentate on Chrono Cross stuff, basically.
I would say that's not so inaccurate.
So something I can mention really quickly This is the first main series Final Fantasy with skippable cutscenes. So Final Fantasy X you know, only a minute in, we still would have been watching the very first cutscene. Titus talking about how it's his story, but here we're already getting into the game mechanics. There's a quick little menu here, which just sets up a few things that we're going to have throughout the run. Just sets the cursor to memory, as we're going to be repeatedly using the same things over and over again. Sets the mode to active. When we open the battle menu, if you set it to wait, then the time in-game will stop, and the enemies will stop moving. We will take advantage of this later when we are fighting enemies that are more powerful and that we have to respond more quickly to, but pretty much until the second half of the game, we can keep the ATB on wait. And then finally, I think you also turn the battle speed up.
Yep.
But this is basically just a tutorial boss. You just attack him. There's a little bit of RNG here, which is that Bosch is much stronger than anyone else, including yourself. And you're pretty much hoping that he does a combo to kill that boss faster, but it's just a couple seconds either way. It is possible to die in that fight, but we made it through the first possible death of the run.
Yeah, pretty much anything can kill you in this run. It's or at least that's how it used to be.
So sorry, go ahead.
Things are much safer nowadays than they used to be when Final Fantasy XII had a really bad reputation of being a very hard and people never finished runs.
Yeah, someone in chat's asking why not the Zodiac Age, and well, when I approached the community, they kind of talked about which one they'd prefer to show off. Community wanted to show off the PS2 run, but we do have a Trials run after this by Kyo's Little Monster. So not, the full 80% run, but we'll have some Zodiac Age being shown off after this.
Yeah, the reason we chose this is that the Zodiac Age, and actually starting with IZJS, International Zodiac Job System, which was international but only released in Japan, they introduced the speed up mechanic, where in IZJS it was only 2 times, and then in the Zodiac Age it was 2 times and 4 times. So there's a button that literally lets you speed the game up to 2 or 4 times as fast, which is great from a perspective of being able to grind enemies, but it makes the game go faster. So you would think if you're a speedrunner, that's great. But from a gameplay standpoint, it sort of limits your ability to actually control the game. It's just too fast for you to do anything more than just set your gambits and hope that your characters do the right thing. And so the speedrun sort of just becomes hold forward, let your gambits take care of the work, whereas the speedrun on the PS2 is very, very intricate and probably the most difficult among all the main Final Fantasy games. So we really think it's a great game to show off. But at this point, we're, again, just doing a few short tutorials. Just before there was Rex, he had to fight 3 guards before opening a door. Here, Vaughn, Rex's little brother, has to kill 3 rats. They should all take 2 hits. Sometimes it's 3 or 4, but it's just running around. There's a few little things that are technical here, like in the previous fight, as Rex fought the guards, Zero moved towards the door between hits so that he could pull the guards closer to the door. And just there's a little bit of movement and manipulation to make the rats move towards you. They can just stand further away, and just takes time to get to them. So just some little stuff that's just become optimized over time, but hasn't really changed in years.
Yeah, there's a lot of these enemies are ranges to kill, but some of them are guaranteed, and I actually got pretty bad damage rolls in the fight with the Rex against the guards. So I actually ended up using Thunder to make sure that I kill them off fast enough. Yeah,
there's a little thing, which is that some spells take longer or shorter amounts of time to cast or to finish their animations. In particular, Thunder takes a good amount longer than an attack. So attacks are faster, but 1 Thunder is faster than 2 attacks. And so Zero just calculated the risk there to be more likely to have the single Thunder be the faster way through. Now we're in Rabanastre, the sort of home city of most of the party members. And it's sort of the centerpiece of the plot, where wedged between two warring nations, and we have hopes and dreams of becoming a sky pirate. So here we just like do a few errands around the town before the main bad guy visits the city, and we finally get to see who that is.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we have this tutorial. It's skippable in the Zodiac Age, not in this original version. It's tell you about the Gambit system, or not the Gambit system. What am I thinking? The license board, which is how you get abilities in this game. One of the complaints that a lot of people have is that characters can end up very samey, but you'll see that throughout the course of this run, we'll be very focused because we will only be getting about as much LP as we actually need throughout the course of the run to get what we need to progress. It's pretty streamlined, and there are cases where you can lose LP from bosses, and that can end up being pretty bad, especially if it happens more than once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
there's a big difference between the speedrun and casual in this game, given that, like, in the original, you can't really see the license board until you acquire skills nearby. So you wind up on your first playthrough kind of wandering around a little bit blind, but the speedrun knows exactly where they're going. They've got a good plan. And you'll see pretty different licenses than what you're probably used to seeing in a casual playthrough.
Absolutely. And it's a valid criticism, because given unlimited LP, everyone would have the same totally unlocked license board. But to be fair, that's sort of the same thing that happens in every Final Fantasy, right?
Yeah.
If you have enough, in 10, everyone gets the same sphere grid, in 8, everyone gets the same magic injunctions, etc., etc.
And if you want to do silly things in those games, like you can have Lulu be main damage dealer through physical attacks in Final Fantasy X with her little puppets. You can have...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can have Realm be a physical damage dealer with enough level ups with the right espers.
I mean, even in the actual 10 speedrun, now Yuna actually becomes the main damage dealer in attacks.
You
so.
build full strength on Yuna in the current Final Fantasy X speedruns, because it makes Bahamut hit really hard.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
then, because he breaks the damage limit immediately, but then also she just whacks with her staff whenever you come on short on
I
damage.
love that. And referencing Alex's point, the original, I think maybe even the current segmented route, you actually have Lulu in the party when you use Trio against the Sanctuary Keeper, Spectral Keeper, and so she actually kills them with an attack. So Lulu does do damage in some speedrun routes. But right after that tutorial, that guy who was in that bar, he gives us a little quest, which is just go take care of this guy. The what's the quest name? Ripe Rampager or
Rogue Tomato.
Rogue Tomato. I thought there was a different quest name for him, but he's
Red and Rotten in the Desert.
Red and Rotten. That's it.
Okay, that's what you meant.
Yeah. I was thinking, the one I said was the actual mission. That's later on, or the other enemy. But
Yeah, well, that's the thing for the Order of Ambrosia run, which we'll probably talk about a little bit at some point. Zero has the best time in it. It's a category that I did the initial routing for because, someone got me interested in it, and I'm like, you know what? I started thinking of things, and next thing you know, there's this 20-plus hour run. But one amusing thing here is a difference between the Japanese version and other versions of the game. For whatever reason, you get the LP for defeating Rogue Tomato twice here. And that actually factors into the early game a little bit in a somewhat minor way. Makes it a little bit safer here. Although, let's see here, it's probably going to have to potion.
yeah.
You hope for potionless because it's technically faster, but that doesn't usually happen, especially when you get two wolves following you to the first fight place.
Having to use one potion is pretty bad luck. 2 is exceptionally bad.
I've never used 2 potions at Rogue
Yeah,
Tomato before.
I was gonna say surely Zero would have just reset a real run.
So
by
you're
now.
saying that's never happened before?
It's not that's never happened. It's that we would have just thrown away this luck.
Okay.
I don't want to make it sound like that's such a rare thing because the wolves can be pretty annoying. It's one of those things where the wolves are sort of on both sides of your path. You can sort of go all the way around on either side and be safe, but that's that takes time. And so Zero was trying to thread the needle, and sort of instead of dodging both, he got aggroed by both. So it's just a little bit of bad luck.
It's basically they were in the perfectly wrong location, and then they both aggroed on him, which is also a little bit RNG because there are surprisingly deep mechanics for all the enemies in this game just to see whether they notice you. They're different mechanics. They have sight, they have hearing, they have just spirit sense, essentially. And like, we don't need to get into all of that, but that was actually really bad luck there.
It was close enough that you couldn't be sure that they were going to see, and then they both did. Because if you know they're too close, then you'll just go and get aggroed by one, and then at most have to use one potion.
Mhm.
Just got a little unlucky.
And the thing is, I probably wouldn't have needed the potion because Vaughn comboed, and it might have been a 3-hit combo, which would have killed Rogue Tomato. But I interrupted the combo with the potion because I thought I was gonna die.
And then using the potion changed your RNG, right?
I mean, I did get a 2-hit combo there, and like the combo started, but I used the potion, and that interrupted the combo, so it could have been a 3-hit combo, but
In terms of actual time, that was only a few seconds behind. Like, it was what, 10:35? It's maybe 10 seconds behind a normal time. But missing 2 potions is 70 gil, which is quite annoying.
Yeah,
That chest heap.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know the gill route in the early game is kind of a thing. Do you want to go over that at some point here?
Yeah, I'll go over it, especially since this has changed recently. So this will probably actually be news to you, Alec. So basically, there's a farm we have to do before we actually start the main part of the run, and that's the Dustia farm. We're going to be doing 2 of these. But for the first one, we want to kill 8 Dustia. Now, Dustia is a much higher level enemy than we're actually capable of fighting at this point, but luckily they're undead, which means we can just kill them with a single Phoenix Down. Now, we spawn with enough money to buy 4 Phoenix Downs, and we start with 3 in our inventory. But it turns out that we reach an extra level if we kill 8. So basically, that's what the speedrun shoots for, is to reach level 8. Or not level 8, but to kill 8 Dustia to reach a level 11?
11, yeah.
Yeah, reach level 11. And so that is sort of the farm that's coming up. And so we're actually 90 gil short, barring, or if nothing changes, we're 90 gil short. And so until recently, it's been a thing where you just have to count your gil and you have to pick up chests. So just a few seconds ago, Zero got a chest which was worth 6 gil, and that would be towards that 90. However, very recently we realized that you can sell one of your teleport stones, which we didn't really think. We thought that both the teleport stones we started with were necessary. However, we've been regularly going to the place that gives you more teleport stones, so we can just sell that one. And the teleport stone sells for 100 gil, so our 90 gil becomes -10, and you don't have to do anything. Besides that one chest, which is a guaranteed potion. However, Zero had to use 2 potions. Each potion sells for 35 gil, and so that is 70 gil he lost. So 90 plus 100 minus 70, we still need 60 gil. So Zero got 6, and then an antidote that's worth 25, and then 47 from that second chest. So now we have made up enough gil, and we're good to go.
Actually, the antidote is worth 35 gil because it saves me a potion.
Oh, right. So
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of weird. There's an immobilization technique that we're going to use the antidote for in a bit here because it's worth less than a potion. Otherwise, we'd use a potion. Essentially, like, there are permutations of it going to be used throughout the run, and it gets a little bit more advanced. Penello's giving you 3 Phoenix Downs here, which is what we used to do in the Dustia farm, but I'll get to that when we get to it. What he's going to do is, as he's filling up the charge for these from these sunstones, he's going to have to visit anywhere from 2 to 4 of them. Depending on RNG, it can give 25 to 55% from each one. But in the first one, he could do an immobilization. Essentially, what we're doing is we're playing for by far the most common outcome, which is requiring 3 charges. So the one that you can see right ahead of him is the one he's going to be hitting first, but he has to go past it. So what he's going to do is he's going to have one of his party members throw an antidote on themselves, or on the other person. Actually, doesn't. You can actually do it both ways. And then they're going to end up staying by the zone line, so he'll be able to just switch back to them and save a few seconds.
So this is actually something that has changed recently. You mentioned that this or a variant will be used throughout the run, but actually the way we do this now is now the same as one that we use much more throughout the rest of the run. So on top of using that item to immobilize Penelo, we'll then queue in another item and have her target Vaughn. But by the time she's done using the first item, she'll be out of range. And the game is programmed such that if someone is trying to target someone else that's out of range, they'll just stand still. And so it's sort of like a budget immobilization. You just make Penelo stand still because she doesn't know what to do. And so this is actually something I didn't think about until Zero literally just said it, which is that until recently, the antidote was an inferior item here because the antidote clears the menu faster. The animation is slightly shorter than the potion. So after using an antidote on yourself, Penelo will start running towards you sooner, and your warping back to Penelo will be less effective. But since she's targeting Vaughn, she won't be able to move regardless of using a potion or an antidote, and she'll stay back at the zone line that you have to backtrack to. So there'll be many times throughout the run where we need to backtrack. Yeah, 49 is really good. Like Alex said, it's 25 to 55, so that's quite high. And in fact, that's high enough that we could get it done in 2 crystals and almost guaranteed 3 crystals. Yeah, so you can basically you can say that there's 31 possible outcomes, and of those 6 will give you enough to, or no, is it 6?
4. Yeah, it's 6. No, 4. 4, yeah.
Yeah, so basically 4 over 31 chance of getting enough charge here. So this is just a little mandatory story quest that we have to do. Just it makes you explore the desert and get used to fighting some weaker enemies with multiple party members. Oh, unlucky. Well, not unlucky, I would say average luck.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing here is that if he had gotten 25, it would have been technically possible for him to get another 25, and then after that really good first one, get a 4 crystal, which is definitely what we don't want.
That would have been exceptionally unlikely.
You know, actually, I did get 25 from both second and third crystal one time in near past, like within like a month, I got the double 25 twice, and well, the run was over then. But...
Yeah. So just like as a point of reference, the time it takes to go from the first crystal to the second crystal is probably around 40 to 45 seconds. Sorry, from the second crystal to the third. And so that's about how much time you save if you finish in 2 crystals, and that happens about 7% of the time.
Yeah.
And then from the third crystal to the fourth crystal, that takes about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and that happens about 10% of the time. If you just work out the combinatorics of adding 3 numbers together with uniform distributions. But we got the 3 crystal, which is the 83% chance. So we are done with this quest, and we have all our gil, and we're ready to go farm Dustia. So there's actually a very specific reason why we farm Dustia now. So there's an important mechanic in this game, which is that characters enter and leave the party until a certain point, and when they return to the party, their stats and their LP are based on Vaughn. The first time they're based on Vaughn, the second time they can be based on multiple characters. The other important mechanic about doing it now is that the amount of experience a given character gets from an enemy is the total amount of experience dropped by the enemy divided by the number of party members in the party. And so if Vaughn is the only party member in the party, I mean, it's not divided at all. He gets all of it, but then everyone's experience is based off of his. So it's almost like you get 6 times the experience because you're getting the experience on 6 people. That's not divided at all. And so by doing this now, we basically farm a really high level enemy 6 times as fast as you would otherwise be able to, or effectively 3 or 4 times, because later on we will do some normal farming of normal enemies, but then there will be 3 people in the party. And then so it'll be divided by 3 instead of not divided at all. But there's 2 opportunities for us to do it this way, and so we take full advantage of it.
Yeah, essentially the way the main XP farm goes is Vaughn with Dustia. Like, you always get loot, XP, and LP, and they all always matter. But the Dustia farms, both of them are primarily built around getting XP for the party. And you don't want to get too much for Balthier and Fran for a reason we'll get into later, but you want them to be at a lower level, or at least one of them.
Actually, these days you would say that you don't want to get too much experience on Balthier because Fran does
Yeah.
nothing in the entire run now.
Normally, like I think she can be used for a backup in a couple places, but that's about it. Like you don't plan on using her. But you also want to get a little bit more. Like I think 3 Phoenix Downs gets Vaughn up to level 8, and that's what we used to do. And in the very early days, until we found a video of Amanon, a very good Japanese runner of many Final Fantasy games, doing essentially what we're going to be doing now, getting more Phoenix Downs, and as a result, being able to take a much faster route through the Barheim Passage in a little bit. So,
It's a little bit of a detour it's a little bit of a detour to pick up the extra Phoenix Downs now. We have 3 in our inventory, but we're running over to the shop on the way to Dustia. You could skip this and then do the Dustia and then drop Penelo off, and that routing works out to be a good bit faster, and especially you don't have to go into the shop. But the extra 5 Dustia give you make the next dungeon faster, and also give you a much higher chance of getting enough gil to do more Dustia 2. And doing more Dustia 2 is pretty critical for the rest of the run. Yeah, the Dustia drop items, which we will be looking for gil on top of the LP and the experience.
So they're selling all but one of the potions because you want one for safety, and then a calculated amount of other stuff to get 1250 gil, which gives you enough to buy the other 5 Phoenix Downs that you need to farm 8 Dustia. So he's going to run over to the Wester Sand now, and he's going to save because in a place.
I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Okay, that is a little risky.
No, it's not. I mean, I have a 0.09% chance to die here.
Yeah, so we have all the damage calculations that we need here, fortunately.
Well, just to mention, the reason why we're talking about the risk here is that the Dustia only spawns in one specific zone if your HP is below 10%, or at or below 10%. For us here, we have 102 total HP with both of our pieces of armor equipped. And so we need to get them to 10 or fewer HP points. And so we have it calculated how much damage each sword hit does. So what we did is we took off the breastplate, the leather chest piece. That takes away leather clothing, thank you. That takes away 10 HP from our max, so that now he's at 92. And the single sword hit does up to 46 damage, but the range is such that 2 attacks will be enough to get down to below 10 HP. And so the first hit was 43. You need 2 consecutive 46s to die. So we made it through that okay.
And a chance for a single one is about 3%.
So here he's throwing Phoenix Downs on an undead enemy. Some enemies are immune to instant death type effects, but Dustia is not. Therefore, this is a really quick, easy, and convenient way to get a lot of XP very quickly. Dustia also has 2 drops. The uncommon drop is the Book of Orgain that sells for 532 gil. You just got 1 there. You generally want at least 2, ideally, but the more the better. And the rarest drop is Flame Staff, which we are going to be using later in the run, but if he gets one now, is almost certainly going to be sold. So those sell for, I believe it's
1200.
Yeah, 1200.
And the books are 532. Also, you may have noticed that the very first Dustia kill got Vaughn from level 1 to level 5, so that just gives you an idea of how much experience we're getting right now. This is something you can repeat. You can collect your items from here and continue leveling up higher and higher. And so sometimes you'll see casual people just like farm this up to very, very high levels just to make the rest of the game really easy. It's really, until you reach around level somewhere in the 20s, this is sort of the fastest way to level up. So, and having Vaughn be the only one getting experience is really helpful because everyone else gets the experience. So.
Because like what you mentioned before, where they'll join at a higher level since Vaughn is high level, sort of thing.
Exactly.
Now, One
Go
thing
ahead.
that's worth mentioning is that since he's leaving the area so quickly, you might not see if he gets a flame staff. That's going to be more of a thing in the second farm, but uh, we call those hidden stabs. So they're flame stabs that you didn't know you got until you check your inventory.
And we have no way of checking the inventory for hidden staves. That doesn't lose time until we actually get to the shop where we would sell them. So it's, if you do get a hidden staff, it's a nice pleasant surprise from Dusty 01, but from Dusty 2 you're kind of counting on it. So well, depending on how many books you get.
Yeah.
One other thing I'll mention really quickly while we're doing this is that the Dustia is a rare game, and so typically with rare game, when you kill them, they won't respawn. But we're taking advantage of the zone out glitch, which is that if you zone out before the enemy finishes despawning, then when you come back in, he will still be there. So that's a nice little trick. It is possible, especially in Dustia 2, to accidentally not leave the area before he despawns, and if that happens, you would have to meet the conditions for the enemy respawning, which is essentially leaving that area. So you're in the Western Sand, you have to leave the Western Sand in order to do that. And that can lose you a good amount of time if it happens in a run or in a marathon run, as has happened recently.
Pretty much all of us who have run this game have had that happen to them at least once, just not necessarily in a marathon. The nearest area to leave the farming area without actually going into a town which resets your chain level, we'll get into chain levels later when it actually matters, is to go to the Zertanon Caverns. So that's a bit of a run. There are enemies along the way. You have to heal up and then damage yourself back down once you get back, and it's a whole pain.
There are enemies on the way, and there is one enemy in particular which is on the way, which we'll talk about when we get closer to Dustia 2. Yeah, how many books was that, Zero?
5.
5 books. That's really good. On average, you expect either 3 and 4 are the most common outcomes, and each book is 532 gil less that you need to get in this next dungeon. What we're shooting for here is getting enough Phoenix Downs while we go through this area to be able to farm 39 Dustia for Dustia 2. 39 is exactly what it takes to get you enough experience to reach a good level and enough LP for everyone that you don't have to farm anything else until the next best farm area opens up. So 39 Dustia is 250 gil per. That's 9,750, and so 5 Dustia books, that's like 2,700 of that gil taken care of, more or less. We also have a good amount of equipment that will be ready to sell once we finish this dungeon. We don't really need very much of the stuff we start with. We will be buying new things to take care of ourselves pretty quickly. So we're pretty much just going to sell everything once we get to the pre-Dustia 2 shop. The only thing that we really have to hang on to is one piece of armor for Vaughn and Ash, and teleport stone, and that's pretty much it. Everything else can go.
Well, Phoenix Downs.
Oh yeah, obviously Phoenix Downs that you need to keep. But at this point, we basically just have to keep track of what we get from the various chests and the various drops, and make sure we get enough gil. But the more books you have, the easier that quota is to reach, and so we should have no issues on this run. It is possible to proceed with less than the 39 Dustia, but it's pretty unpleasant, and you save a little bit of time from doing less Dustia, but then you lose time throughout the next several areas just from either having to make up by grinding, or having less skill, or having lower HP, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think for me, like, each book of our game saves about 20 seconds, and well, the earlier ones save more than that. But you know, like, I'd like to say that the third book saves 30 seconds, fourth book saves 20, and the fifth book saves 15.
Yeah, you can sort of do a rough calculation of how much you have to divert from your main path to pick up extra chests, and so essentially what you'll be seeing Zero grab are the highest cost to time value items throughout the Barheim and Garum Scythe. He'll probably just run right by other things, and you might wonder why he's not getting them. It's just because even some chests are so bad that it's not worth letting the enemies target you and take your weapon out and then open the chest and then put it back away. Just taking your weapon out and putting it away loses more than a second. And then you have to have the chest opening animation. So if it's going to be just like an antidote or something, it's just not worth it compared to, for example, this first chest here, which would have an elixir in it, but that chest did not spawn. That is a little bit unfortunate. The elixir that's in that chest is 90%, and it sells for 777 gil. However, that is the second in the string of Zodiac Spear chests, and so that chest despawns the future Zodiac Spear chests. The third one is one that's not out of the way for us, and it has, I believe, 300 and something gil in it.
316, I want to say.
Yeah, 316.
That's correct.
So the difference is that now we get the 316 instead of the 777. So we're not losing out on the full amount, but it is still pretty unfortunate.
I lost your stream. Did your OBS disconnect? Zero?
Oh, it should be fine.
Let me see if we can get it
Oh, it's back for me.
There we go. We got it back.
Hey, Buckethead!
I'm going to ask the question that all of chat is going to ask now that you're going to the castle before they can ask it. What about the Zodiac Spear?
Meh.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 316 gil is worth way more than the Zodiac Spear.
Absolutely. The Zodiac Spear sells for 0. It is way out of the way. You have to fight another boss for it, and it doesn't even do that much damage because we're going to be under-leveled for most of the run from that point on, basically.
If you are interested in the Zodiac Spear, however, the Order of Ambrosia speedrun does get 2 of them. So you just have to be level 50 and have, be 10 plus hours into the run for the Zodiac Spear to actually reach the point where Magic beats it out in terms of the efficiency.
Yeah, basically, almost all of this run, after a certain point, is going to be based on magic and trickery and just kind of manipulating the various bosses we have to face in one way or another. And it's almost miraculous how every single fight we have a way to get the fight to work. Also, nice multiple Hey Buckethead. This run is confirmed legitimate. If you don't get a Hey Buckethead, it is not a legit run.
That's why Zero has the ultimate world record of all categories, because there's no Buckethead in JP, so you can't talk about those runs being legitimate. One thing I'll mention about FF12 in general, it's a little bit like FF9 in the sense that the stats don't play in hugely to the amount of damage you do. So just a few levels or just a few points of a stat don't typically make a huge difference. For us, we cut the margin so close that some bosses will die or live based on small amounts of damage. But in terms of the raw totals, it doesn't matter that much. It doesn't matter nearly as much as multipliers. So there's going to be a lot of multipliers we're going to be taking advantage of where you have the right staff, you have the right spell, you hit the right weakness, you get 1.5, 2, 3 times damage, which is a much bigger difference than what you get from levels. So we're going to be very, very underleveled by the end of the run, but because we know exactly how to fight every single boss, everything will be lined up to give us the maximum damage, and we'll be able to make it through.
And if you're wondering, does that make things precarious at times? Oh, yes, it does.
That among other things, makes it extremely precarious. The people who haven't seen yet the setup of the party for the bulk of the second half of the run, it's pretty nerve-wracking having your party stuck like that, but that's how we have to do it for those multipliers. But just to say what's going on in the plot, like we mentioned, there's a party that's going on. The head of the Arcadian Empire is coming to, or the prince of the Arcadian Empire is coming to basically come and visit and say, hey, sorry we rule over you, but let's have a party. And we're trying to rob the Dalmascan castle, which we are Dalmascan, but it's occupied by the Arcadians, so we feel like the treasure there is actually ours, so we feel like righteous thieves. And so we join up with 2 other thieves in this dungeon here, Balthier and Friend. Balthier notoriously is the leading man, and the leading man is going to give us a little tutorial on gambits. Now, gambits are sort of the centerpiece of this Final Fantasy XII as a game. The way you can think about gambits is basically they took the enemy AI mechanics from previous games and then put it on your side and gave you control. So in previous games, the enemies had gambits, which is basically, if I'm at this state, do this. If I'm in this state, do that. And now you can assign your own setup for your own party. So just as shown on screen, for example, Balthier is saying, hey, I'm going to set myself to use a potion if my HP is low, otherwise attack an enemy. If I put it in the other order, then I'll only attack and not heal, because the first gambit will be the first one to be executed. This is something we're not going to use very much throughout the run. It takes time to set gambits, and if possible, it's better to just input the commands yourself. However, later on, there's going to be a single or 2 gambits that we're going to set for 2 members, and that'll be pretty much what we rely on, just to repeat the same thing over and over again. We also take advantage of some of the LP. We killed 8 Destia. Each one drops 3 LP, and so we had 24 plus an extra 7. Or we started with 6. We used 5, and then we got 6 from the Rogue Tomato, 2 or 3 times 2, as Alec mentioned. So we just used all of that to get Black Magic 1 on Vaughn. So now Vaughn can cast Fire and Blizzard, which we'll be using throughout the next dungeon. Fran also starts with that, and so Fran and Vaughn will both be using fire and ice spells throughout this dungeon. At this point, those spells are much stronger than normal attacks. And then all 3 of them, being thieves, start with steal. And so here is where we start stealing things. So Bat Fang is worth a little over 100 gil, and it only took us a moment or 2 to take our weapon out and put it away to get that steal in. And so that's one of the higher value things we can do to work towards that gil quota that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and going back to the spells, you get Cure and Fire for free, but you don't get Blizzard for free. So by the time you want to have it, there's fortunately a convenient shop there. So by that point, they're going to be buying Blizzard and 1 or 2 other items that we'll cover at that point. Escutcheon is nice. That chest doesn't always spawn. And you can get a decent amount of gil from those 2 chests if you are particularly lucky. Killing that Giganto there, the toads are worth more money, at least more consistent money, than any other enemy in this area, and they die quickly because they're weak to fire.
Yeah, that's the nice thing, is that there's a few enemies here that are weak to fire, which is the one offensive spell we start with. And then the next area after the shop, there will be enemies weak to Blizzard, which we'll actually have to kill. And those are the ones that we'll have to buy Blizzard for.
And this next fight, you're going to have an NPC fighting on your side. It is every kill she gets is going to lose you 2 LP. But after this fight, when she joins the party as a guest, her kills will actually give you nice dark mode. That's AoE damage. Can speed up the fight a little bit. You're having Balthier Steel because you can get potions and even Phoenix Downs, and then just casting Fire and doing an attack with Vaughn here to save a little MP. 4 chain, that's what you want to see.
The funny thing about that fight is that there's one of the enemies has enough HP to survive 2 fires. And so the trap that it's easy to fall into is to lose track of which one that is. I think it's Soldier A.
Yep.
Yeah, Soldier A. And so if you use 2 fires on Soldier A and then Amalia targets that soldier, she can kill it. And she is sort of a third party in that fight who's fighting alongside you, but she's not in your party. Like I mentioned earlier, the experience is divided among party members, but she's not in your party then. And so she gets the LP herself instead of you and your party. This is one of the only fights that are like that. There's technically others, but for us in the speedrun, this is the only one. I suppose you could say that every fight is like that in the sense that if a boss kills themselves, they will get their own LP and experience. Well, their own LP bosses don't really drop experience. And there are a few places where that can happen to a bad end in a run, like Alex said. If a character is dead for a boss, they'll lose the LP from the boss. If the boss kills himself, everybody loses the LP. But there aren't that many chances for that to happen. So
is that what Alec was referring to earlier, when a boss steals the LP from you?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Well, the boss can steal the LP by killing the character, or they can steal all of it by killing themselves.
Yeah.
Basically. So a little immobilized warp there. It was a nice little trick. And then these flans are weak to fire. They also cast Blind, which is not normally annoying because you're using Fire, which Blind does not affect. However, they also blinded Amalia, which is unfortunate because she's trying to take care of one of these plans for you. But she did more than... Oh, not quite, actually. Yeah, we're getting some misses here. This is pretty bad luck.
Everyone was blinded. I want to say I've never seen that before.
That was probably one of the worst instances of blindness plus misses I've ever seen. That's normally a very smooth fight, so...
Fortunately, Amalia did use the dark mode in the previous fight, which allowed me to save some MP to get more dark, so it wasn't as... or more fire, so it wasn't as bad.
That chest is right in the way, and in theory it has a 50-50 shot of giving you a Phoenix Down or a Red Fang, but we doubt that.
Well, it's a bit annoying because the Red Fang is 10 gil and the Phoenix Down is 250 gil. So something you have to be aware of is that most of the things we're getting here we're going to be selling. And so if you get an item like a potion, it's only worth half of its value, but you're not selling Phoenix Downs because you're trying to buy Phoenix Downs. So it doesn't let you sell something, it lets you keep something, and so it's worth twice. So 250 gil from that chest can be really nice, but it did not work out. But with the 5 books, it's not going to be tough to make the guild total. It's just that chest is right in the way. So those blinds are pretty annoying for that one fight, but we only have to kill that one frog. Or, I think Zero didn't even kill a frog there. So the blindness doesn't really matter. And then save crystals restore your HP and MP on everyone, and they clear all negative status effects. Now, I say negative status effects with air quotes around it because there are some that could be considered negative that don't get cleared, like Berserk. But we'll talk about this a little bit more because what statuses do and do not get cleared by Stave Crystals is actually pretty important for the speedrun. But moving on now, this is sort of the first real boss of the run if you don't count Judge Tomato. This is Firemane, aka Bushfire. It's just a very straightforward boss where you have to just attack him. Obviously your only offensive magic is fire, which is probably not going to work good against a horse that's on fire. Oh, Lucky Phoenix Down steal, so that's 250. His common steal is a potion, which is only 35 gil. So it's a straightforward fight in theory, however in practice he has 2 very annoying mechanics, which is that he can teleport, and when he's teleporting he can't take damage. And he has a cutscene attack called Bushfire, which you can use an undisclosed number of times, anywhere from 0, which is when you get really lucky, to nobody knows. It can happen over and over again.
Yeah, so that fight, one of the things you notice is that he kited it into the water, and now he's trying to kind of keep it targeting a character in the water so it stays there. That, for one, means fewer teleports, generally speaking. But the more important thing is that Firemane's elemental weakness is water, and there are, in this game, different areas have different terrain and weather effects. So that is a terrain effect where Firemane takes more damage when it's in the water, even though you're not dealing water damage. So, and then you want to keep Amalia attacking instead of curing your people, ideally. So he tossed a couple potions there.
Yeah, Amalia has a gambit, which is to use a potion below on anyone who's less than 30% HP.
40%.
Oh, 40%. And then the other thing is that he can't use fire or bushfire if he's in the water. However, if he wants to use those, he'll just teleport to the land. So you'll get a teleport, and then he'll use one of the more annoying attacks. So that was actually a pretty annoying Firemane. He teleported a lot. One other thing you may have noticed Zero doing there is he kept on moving his cursor down to black magic, because for this next fight, you want to mash the menu through to use fire on the enemies. And so you want to end that fight with your cursor over black magic, but every time he teleports, you have to put your cursor back up to attack to set Balthier and Vaughn to attack. In the past, people have used gambits for that fight where you set everyone to target nearest visible or target party leader's target and then have Vaughn target them. But setting gambits takes time, and we really try and avoid that as much as possible. If we set gambits like that, we wouldn't use them at all besides that fight, and so it's better to just to put it in manually.
I would say it's still something you can do, but it's by no means necessary. So he's having Vaughn use fire. That will one-hit the lackeys here. Meanwhile, Daguza takes a little bit more damage, so a few hits from Balthier and also a steal. That didn't quite happen. He can have a Phoenix Down as well, but usually that's not what you get. I think Firestone is more common.
200 gil potion, 200 gil, and Phoenix down.
That's what it is, yeah.
But you can also see explicitly there that the Vaughn's Fire was doing somewhere in the neighborhood of 190 to 200 damage versus the 35 damage attack. So Fire really is significantly better here. Now, I mentioned before that Fran and Balthier's LP is based off of the LP that Vaughn starts with. However, Vaughn's LP is so low that they both start with 0, and so Fran already has Fire, and so that's really good. So you can use both of them. But Balthier, he needs he needs exactly 35 LP before he can actually get that same Black Magic license that Vaughn already got. And so that's something else that's been going on in the background as we kill all these enemies. Is we are killing enough enemies and getting their drops for Gil, but also for LP on Balthier, so that Balthier will be able to afford Blizzard in time for a boss coming up. But now that we made it through those two fights, that was the Garum Scythe and then Nalbina Dungeon. We've got our equipment back, and we're now going to move into Barheim. So Barheim is pretty much the dungeon that connects the Palace, or Garum Scythe, or Nalbina Dungeon, to the Esther Sand. And so we just have to make it through here before we get to the outside, and then we'll be able to reach a teleport crystal to make it back to Ravenaster. So that's sort of where we're going now. But first, there's a dungeon with a few interesting mechanics. So the first thing is there's a few chests here. These chests have random amounts, or there's one chest that has 777 gil in it, and then 2 that have random amounts. So the more the better, but it's just something you put into your calculations. So 25 is really bad, 457 is really good, and so a total of, 482, that's pretty good from those chests.
The first one he got that only gave him 25 can have anywhere from 1 to 333, and then the second one that gave him 457 can have anywhere from 1 to 555. So he got a really low roll and a pretty high roll, averaged out to about what you would generally expect.
Now there's a little quest here. We have to press the button at the top of that plankway to see that we need to get a fuse from the guy down here. And so we run down, but we have Balthier using first aid to stand still. And then Fran runs down to the guy, picks up the fuse, and then the fuse magically teleports into Balthier's hands. He puts the fuse in, and then you can warp back to Fran to open the gate and leave Balthier behind. So by using this trick, we save the time of having to run between the places. And these kinds of subtle techniques are the kinds of things that are much harder to do on 4 times speed if you're playing the Zodiac Age. So like little technical stuff like that just becomes just running around really fast at 4 times speed. But now that we're in this dungeon, so this is Barheim. There's a charge gauge that you can see in the upper right corner. This charge gauge can go anywhere from 0 to 100%, and it basically tells you how much electricity there is flowing in the dungeon. So the way it works is that there are these spider-like enemies that look like unfolded chests. They're called mimics. They're called mimics or battery mimics because they mimic chests, but they also suck on the batteries, suck on the energy. And so anytime the charge is below 50%, some zombie or zombie knight enemies will spawn. And so we're going to try and keep that above, but mimics will suck on the charge and decrease it, and killing them will restore the charge. And so essentially what we're going to do is we're going to kill one zombie here who can inflict poison. That's pretty annoying. And then after that, we're going to start taking care of battery mimics. And then after that point, this charge should remain above 50%. There's one other little peripheral thing, or I guess I should say it's the primary thing, which is that you need to have above 30% charge to open a gate later on in the dungeon. That's necessary for the story. Now, interesting fun fact about this gate is that the 122,333% category, which is the low level category, avoids killing enemies that drop experience as much as possible. Bosses in this game do not give experience, and so one of the only enemies that you have to kill that drops experience that you can't avoid is the one battery mimic you need to reach 30% charge. But we kill several of them. They're weak to ice, that's why we bought Blizzard. And they have a really good steal, which is the pile of iron scraps, which sells for, I should know these numbers, but like 100 and something gil.
185.
Yeah, 185 gil. If I had my table up, I just don't have it in my memory. But as you saw, like a zombie just came out of the ground because the charge was below 50% there briefly. but then we kill the Mimic, and so no more will spawn. It's also possible to steal from some of these Mimics, but they are programmed to, once spotted by you, run to the nearest conduit, and so you can't really kill him so easily unless you have everyone target him down. But you can do a quick steal in passing, which, you know, only takes a very brief amount of time, but is more likely than not to net you a good amount of gil. So it's one of the many things we do throughout. Gotten relatively unlucky with these charge rolls, so there's a chance that another zombie may spawn later on. But we're just moving through this dungeon quickly, so it's not particularly dangerous.
Yeah. Back in the old days when we were lower level, it was much more precarious, especially since then we had to intentionally get low charge because we would farm skeletons in the next area. So.
Yeah.
Not the one we're heading to right now, but the near one next along to the exit. And also killing these little flan enemies here. They can give you, you can't get the caramel like you can in the boss version of them, but you can still get green liquids, which are worth a pretty nice amount of gil. Zooming out here because it lets you move around the board quicker.
Actually, that is not why you zoom out here. You zoom out here because when you get a new Esper, a new Esper or a new Quickening, the little tutorial thing that pops up and moves over more quickly. Otherwise, it's the same. That was something that Hoishin discovered.
Yeah, I guess I could have been more specific there. But also a tough copy hat steal, which is nice. That's worth a decent amount of gil. Not as much as a mage's hat, but it's good.
It's good, but also it's something that you would buy later. So if you do happen to get enough gil, it can save you. It sells for 250, but if you can keep it, it can sort of net you more Destia 2 gil. Although Zero and I typically try to cut the margins here as much as possible and stop getting drops and just proceed straight to the end as soon as you have enough gil. So it's probably better to just sell the top cappy hat. But if you get a fortunate extra thing that you weren't expecting, then you can do that. Now here we're going to take advantage of our biggest party leader warp yet, which is Balthier cured himself just to make him stay still until he was out of range, and now he's trying to cure Vaughn. Vaughn is way out of range, so he just cannot he cannot reach Vaughn, and so he's stuck standing still back at the entrance of this room. And so this whole excursion from the entrance to this button is going to be something that we used to have to run back across, but now we just warp back to Balthier.
It always surprises me whenever I hear people talk about something that Hoishin discovered, because he just seems to be involved in so many different games.
Yeah,
and he always finds really crucial stuff in every game, it seems like.
Well, let's not give him too much credit. I don't know if the 1 or 2 seconds from that LP thing is crucial.
Yeah, if that's the only thing he's discovered in this game, then I guess it's one of the lower contributions for this one.
Actually, it's not. I forgot to mention this. Something else that he discovered, which is for the first several battery mimics, the action that we did was attack and then blizzard. Before Hoishin, we did blizzard attack, but it turns out if you look at the blizzard, for a second or two after the blizzard actually hits, it just sits in the ATB as an action. And so that period in which it's sitting there waiting is time that you were just waiting for your attack to go. And that time is much shorter for attack. So Hoishin was the one who discovered that you can attack and then blizzard, and it's faster than a blizzard and then attack. So many few second things discovered by Hoishin at this point.
Also, Hoishin did come up with the strategy to kill the Demon Wall.
Oh yeah, Demon Wall 1 is also his. We'll talk about that when we get there. So I would say Demon Wall 1 is a pretty crucial.
It fits the pattern then.
That's probably the biggest, one of the bigger things in recent years. So yeah, thanks Hoishin.
Yeah, it's actually allowed quite a bit of different routing in the early mid game, and has had a significant effect. We call it wall haul, because we go to the clan hall afterwards and get a couple items worth a lot of money. And we used to use it as a backup, and then since then it's been routed in. Just always do it.
Well, it's interesting because killing the demon wall it takes about 30 extra seconds, and then going to the clan hall afterwards is like 1 minute and 40 seconds. So, wall hall is like 2 minutes slower. So if you just think about it that way, it's like, why would you do that? It takes more time. Well, you know, if you need the extra stuff, we'll do it. But if you don't, but then what we weren't seeing originally was the dominoes that fall into place, and it really can save a significant amount of time, easily more than 2 minutes doing those two things. So
yeah, one of the big things is that the first demon wall gives you 27 LP, and that's quite a
30.
bit from one.
30.
30. What was 27 is
I think you're thinking of
something, Mateus? I don't know. I don't remember. It's
Those is 27, yes.
I think you might be thinking of Geese, who has like +3 from the 3 guards.
Yeet
No,
is
it-
22
it-
plus the
Mateus.
3.
Yeah.
So it's 25 total.
Yeah, right. Well, regardless, the 30 LP, it turns out that that goes towards LP that we would have to get from jelly farming, and that's about 2 rooms worth of LP from jellies. And so if you didn't kill the demon wall, you'd have to do more jellies, and jellies take longer. So
Yeah, see people mentioning it again in chat. So just Zodiac Spear is not a factor in the speedrun. The chests and their value that they have now are worth more than the Zodiac Spear.
we can mention that there has been exactly one any percent style run in which the Zodiac Spear was gotten, and that was done by Blue Harvey, and he called it a special percent run because he devoted probably more than a half an hour of extra time just to get the Zodiac Spear. Didn't actually use it until the very end. It did not save time with it, but he got the Zodiac Spear just to make just for the fans.
Yeah, it's something I see every time F12 is on. I'm like, what about the Zodiac Spear?
Yeah, it's natural because it's the ultimate weapon, and
Yeah.
so you might think it's like, oh, you know, you got to get the Excalibur for Steiner, right? That's his ultimate weapon, and it really helps out in the speedrun. But we don't attack in the speedrun until as soon as we don't need to, we stop attacking, and we'll use only magic from there. The Zodiac Spear would be no help. Even if we could make the Zodiac Spear magically appear in our inventory, we would not use it. It also requires a lot of LP to equip. I think.
It's about 500.
Yeah, it'd be about 500 LP, and that's like 2 of the later dungeons combined would give you that.
Is there anybody who winds up right next to it naturally in their route, or did you have to add
No.
more to get there?
Not even close.
The Estes sand, by the look of it.
So 500, or is
Yeah.
500 all the path to get there, or is that just for the Zodiac Spear?
That's just for that's the path. The Zodiac Spear itself is 235.
Yeah.
The people may hate
But the person who is closest could get there for about 500, I would say.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I counted at some point years ago.
Yeah, whoever your tank is, they get the Mirror Mail, and the Mirror Mail is the closest license to where the Zodiac Spear is.
and that would kind of nerf them as a tank if you did do that.
Yeah.
So essentially, you'd have to have a character that was entirely dedicated to getting the Zodiac Spear. That's all they really care about, getting armor and the Zodiac Spear. And just the licensing alone would be probably a good minute. So it's nowhere near worth it.
Each license takes a little bit more than 3 seconds to get, and so it's just there's literally no reason to use the Zodiac Spear. It takes too long to get. It's too much license points to use. It's too much time to license, and even if you did have it, it wouldn't do as much damage as what we do have. There does become a point where the Zodiac Spear is better, and that point is reached in OOA, where there's no cost to the license points or the license time because you have to get those licenses anyway. You have to get one of every license.
What is
and-
OOA?
Oh, sorry. OOA is the Order of Ambrosia speedrun. So the clan hall gives you the clan is where you get your missions to fight against the special enemies, and you get hunts and rewards. And then there's an OOA achievement from the clan hall, which is called the Order of Ambrosia, which is completing a variety of different categories.
Yeah, essentially the best way to think about it is like an all achievements run, because the Sky Pirates Den, you basically have to complete that and then do 1 or 2 other things. So it's essentially that, because all of these things in the Sky Pirates Den are kind of like achievements. In fact, on the Zodiac Age version, basically all of the things there were made into achievements. So it's just easily the least arbitrary and most sensical way we could define the completionist category.
But in that case, when you do have to get the licenses and you do have to go to the dungeon, then you do get the Zodiac Spear. And in fact, it is a very good weapon. Once you're at that level, it does significantly more damage than pretty much anything you can easily get. Like, you're not going to get the Turn to Sol or anything like that. So it is sort of the best damage dealer, and you get 2 of them.
Yeah, you manipulate the chest in Deep Penny Mines, so that 1% chance becomes a free thing with having decompiled the way the game makes seeds the RNG and then being able to manipulate it. You can get the chest to spawn and then make it contain the Zodiac Spear, so you get a second one there.
We didn't explicitly say, but the chests in this game, they have RNG behind when they appear and what they contain, and that is something that we fully understand and can manipulate by just having our characters cure themselves. You can record the cure values and then figure out when the chest is going to spawn and what's going to be inside of it. And so, for example, if you have seen, if you've played the Zodiac Age and you've seen on YouTube, there may be a tutorial for how to get the Titangrad, the ultimate weapon from the Zodiac Age. That uses the same sort of mechanics that we worked on of manipulating the RNG to reach a point where it's safe.
Shoutouts to Pitted, who is another former runner of this game. He's the one who actually figured out how to get it on TZA on PS4.
Well, I would say it was a community project. A lot of people figure out different part of it. He found the critical thing, which is that a soft reset advances the RNG by a fixed amount.
Yeah.
That the Titangrad is in an area where you can't cure yourself, and so we thought it would be impossible to manipulate. But it turns out that if you soft reset from a point at a specific place in the RNG, you can anticipate how much RNG will get consumed before you reach to the chest, and then you can force its spawning and its contents. And so that's sort of what's going on in the background of those manipulation techniques. However, this is the vanilla, and there's no Titangrad, and the Zodiac Spear sucks. So we're not going to do any of that.
So
Yeah,
somebody
so-
in chat was asking a question that I wanted to forward along, because we've been doing this thing where you freeze characters in place by queuing up them trying to heal somebody who's out of range. They were wondering if that completely obsoletes Immobilized later in the speedrun, because that used to be a big thing
Not
as well
completely.
later.
It mostly does. There's a few places where it ends up being a little bit faster to use Immobilize than to do that trick. But there is a boss that we have to use Immobilize on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And,
that,
like,
that would be a
even-
nice way to save 1,000 gil, but unfortunately, no, we still need it for Shemazai.
I don't know of any other way we could complete Shemazai other than the immobilized technique we use. So the reason he's farming Dustia at this farther spawn point is just load times. We're farming enough now that the faster loads out here make a difference. So here he's doing a little manipulation to get Dustia a little bit closer to the zone line. I think it was Harvey who came up with that.
So this was sort of Harvey and I together. Harvey discovered that if you run over to this wall, there's a certain point you can reach, which will guarantee the Dustia teleporting over to you. And sort of people were on the fence about whether or not to do it this way, because it puts the Dustia slightly closer to the zone line and lets you reach the zone line slightly faster. But there was, that it's sort of a small advantage. But the other little thing is that while he does that teleport, his ATB does not advance. And so you don't have to put the battle speed down, which is something we had to. We set the battle speed at a specific point so that your Phoenix Down would just beat out his Dark. For Dustia 1, we manually did the Phoenix Downs, and so we had to have the battle speed on the slowest to be safe. But here, the Gambit's taking care of it. And it turns out that speed of 4 out of 6 is the point where you're guaranteed that your Phoenix Down will beat his Dark. But since he now teleports every time, that slows down his ATB a little bit. And now you don't have to put the battle speed down, and so this is definitely the faster way of doing Dustia.
Yeah, it is also a little bit more dangerous and harder than the old strat. At first I didn't like this because I tried it a lot of times and I always kept failing until I found a pretty nice. Until I just made it work consistently with enough practice.
Yeah, you find some points of, where to run on the wall and what timing to move Vaughn to, be safe. Another little danger here is that if you don't run back towards the zone line fast enough, then he might teleport either too close or too far to the zone line, so you might not be able to get the drop, or he might get between you and the zone line, which could cause you to despawn him by not reaching the zone line before he despawns.
Yeah, one of the things that I would say is especially valuable in getting this to work is you can see that animations, like he runs over to the wall, Vaughn takes out his fists, he kind of gets in that fighting stance, and that makes the timing a lot more consistent because you can hold a direction heading into the area to get over to the wall, and then he takes out his fists, and you can then move from there.
It's just part of that technique of figuring out exactly how to do it safely. One thing we can mention that'll come up a little bit later that just sort of is going on in the background is that when you're in that ready stance, which, you know, as Alec originally said, take your weapon out, but here his weapon is unarmed. When you're in that stance, you pause to actually enter the stance, and so if you have to go in and out, you lose a little bit of time from standing still, but you also run slightly slower. So it's something that you try and flee as much as possible because you run slower when you're in the ready position.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when you have that, like a weapon or readied fist or whatever, you run at 5/6 the speed that you would run if you're not in combat or if you're fleeing. So that's why in many cases you're going to see us just fleeing, even though it means we can't block damage, which might be nice at times. It's to go fast.
Actually, interestingly, later on we're going to have two different great swords, which don't have good damage stats, but they both have pretty high block chances. Only in this version, in the Zodiac Age, they do not have that high block chance, but both those swords have 30% block, and so they will actually block several attacks statistically that would be annoying and we'd have to heal. However, when you're running, blocking also makes you turn around and stop, and so it would be nice to take less damage sometimes, but it would also lose you time. So typically, there are a few places where you take your weapon out and it's bad to get blocked because you turn around and stop. Specifically in the room just before Ari Minute can happen, and it can be annoying.
And one thing that's we can talk about now because we have time, we're not really worrying about the chain levels here. After figuring out exactly how all the mechanics work, we were able to do tests, and it turns out that just picking up all the drops is the best way to do it. Because there are a few different mechanics to how chains and drops work. Got a heal there. That is something that will happen. So he's equipping the armor so that his attack will get him to a specific point, fleeing with specific timing so that he does not have to worry about Von comboing, because the flee will trigger and cancel any combo that otherwise might have happened. But back to the chain level, there is a counter that goes up for each enemy of the same genus that you kill. So Dustia is actually much weaker than the common version of the enemy, because that's its type, because that is from a much later area in the game, the Oversoul. And you can use that to get a higher chain level for, like a more common thing to use it for would be something like Grand Armor. Here, he has the chain level 1, goes no chain level, then 1, 2, 3. Getting higher chain levels increases your chances of getting heals. You can get buffs. Those will matter later on. Here, there are only a detriment or neutral. But the big thing is it also increases the chance of each drop. However, what's more important is getting every single drop you can, because Dustia's drop rates are slightly inconsistent just because of the lower chance. And so what matters more is the second counter, which is just a consecutive kills thing. So once you get a certain number of kills, regardless of what your chain level is, you can get, like he got there, 3 Books of Orgain instead of just 1 per drop. And that ends up being more important than the actual chain level. So like the most you'll ever see us do is like skip 1 drop early on where we're like, okay, we're going to get a chain level no matter what because we've had terrible luck. Let's just force it. The other thing that can happen is you can get a flashing number, and what that means is it treats the mechanic that keeps you from getting chain levels more consistently after so many kills, which is picking up drops from mattering. So he is pretty much guaranteed, if not actually guaranteed, to get a chain level here with this.
I am guaranteed, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I didn't remember exactly when you got one. So every, like, one of the counters for the chain level, not the one for multiple items, but a different one, is how many kills since the last chain level. and that counter can be decremented for each drop you pick up, and that rate increases for each level. But when you get the flashing number, it treats the next kill like you hadn't picked up anything since the previous chain level. So if you've gotten 9 or 10 kills since the last chain level, and you get a flashing number, your next kill is going to get you a chain level every single time. And that is something that even the Ultimania guide misstates. Like, they just kind of approximate it. They don't say exactly how it is. That was an MP heal there, by the way, so that's not bad.
Yeah, I was going to mention that tutorial that you just gave on the mechanics may sound different from what you've seen online, but that's because what you see online is wrong. It took us a while to figure out exactly how these mechanics work, and what Alex just said is the correct mechanism.
Yeah, so if you followed all of that, congratulations. It's it's not simple.
I followed you about halfway through it, and I lost you. I understood most of it, though.
Yeah, so okay, he got a flame staff there. You definitely want to get at least one from here. Ideally, you'll get at least 2, and obviously the more the better because they sell for a lot of money. But you do end up using flame staves. They are one of the most used weapons in this game, actually, not because of their actual attack in most cases, although in a couple cases it is, but because they boost fire magic.
I wouldn't say one of. I would say the most used in the speedrun.
If I didn't say it that way, that's what I meant to say.
Just to summarize the chain mechanics, basically, by killing more things, you get the higher chain level. Picking up drops makes it so you don't get the chain level, but if it's flashing, it's like you didn't pick up drops. That's basically all there is to it.
Yeah, that's the really simple Cliff Notes version, but when you take into account the fact that we didn't have the best information for a long time until literally just like, okay, we know it doesn't work this way because there are these outliers. How does it actually work? We eventually got enough data on it that we were able to figure it out. And
I would say Zero was at the forefront of that because
yeah,
I vividly remember him being like, and now I'm about to get a chain level, and every single time he was right.
Yeah, so I was the one who figured out how it actually works.
That slight thumping sound you hear is the sound of drops appearing in Zero's laptop.
Yeah, sorry
Yeah.
It's not loud. It's not loud. It's you only hear it during the farming, but it's always nice to hear because it means there's new things in the inventory.
yeah, it's how you track the loot in the previous section where you had to get a certain amount of stuff to get the Phoenix Downs for this farm. And then we're trying to get some idea of how much gil we're going to have after this as well. We know we have at least 1 flame staff. Hopefully we won't have to sell it. Oh, nice. I missed a couple then.
Yeah, I got a 2 staff drop after, like 2 dusty after the first one.
That's nice. So having the flame staves means that like he has 1 that he can just sell because you don't need any more than 2. And then having those means he doesn't have to buy any later on, and that saves a little bit of money then as well.
Yeah, the first 2 are worth 2,400 because those are ones you don't have to buy. Everyone after that's worth 1,200.
There's another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as we're heading back, one thing that's worth mentioning is the area that Dusty is not in, the other one, has a rare enemy that spawns, can also be killed by a Phoenix Down, but is likely to kill you with an instant attack, like I think it uses lunge before you even have a chance. That one is Fideliant. It has caused a lot of pain to people who choose to run back that way instead of this way. And if you have to run to certain caverns, it's one of those things where you're just always keeping an eye out for it.
The thing about Fideliant is that every time you zone, there's a chance for him to spawn, and you zone, up to 39 times, and so there's a pretty high chance that he's spawned. There's a few different areas you can spawn, but some of them are right by the zone line on the way to the Zerdan Caverns. So it's a danger if you have to go that way.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Skate for a Living, he tried to run back that way after the Dustia farm once when he was doing a marathon run and got bopped.
Oh,
So
no.
he had to do the farm again. But he did the best thing possible, where he acted like the first time didn't even happen.
Well, sometimes Fideliant taketh, but in the last marathon, Zero had he despawned Dustia and had to run by Fideliant, but Fideliant casted poison, so it was okay.
Yeah, that was a really scary moment in the run.
Poison, which does no damage on its initial hit, so it was safe.
Yeah, but I've also died to Fideliant in marathons on my way to Dustia, because he has a 20% chance to spawn in your first time you go to that zone. And I have also, in the marathon, I have also died to that Earthstrix that's standing right next to the Dustia. After doing the Dustia, I have died to that one, and I also have had to redo Dustia farming in a marathon.
Yeah, so Dustia farming can be pretty dangerous. That's why that was our first save. There aren't too many places that we need to save, and as I mentioned, saving clears, fills your HP and MP, and also clears negative status ailments. There's a few places where we actually don't want to have full HP, so saving will cost time. So we have it planned out where the best places to save for the sake of marathon safety are. Typically, it's places where your HP is restored anyway.
Yeah, like in the Japanese version, there are a couple places where it's like, you will now have the option of saving your game. And you can say no on the Japanese version, and as a result, you can have yourself damaged down for particular benefits that you take advantage of. And then just go on and not save. Here, it automatically heals you. Not exactly sure why they made that change, but they did. And we'd actually rather it weren't the case.
Actually, no. All the Japanese they take the heals now. It turns out that the setups we have now are all faster than the old Japanese ways of doing it.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we a lot of work has been put in over the years to just streamline every single boss setup possible to the greatest extent possible.
And there's been a lot of work between the Japanese and the NTSU communities, so everything but Japan. So we've worked together. Eminon, Butsuzo, Hoishin, Kanayami, all of these Japanese runners have worked with us in a variety of ways to help make our runs better, and also we've helped them. So it's really gone back and forth quite a bit.
Yeah, and Rooster has been communicating with them a lot, because Rooster can at least somewhat understand Japanese.
Hi.
Yeah, Rusta speaks a little Japanese, and Eminon speaks pretty good English. Hoishin, we joke that he actually is a native English speaker. His English is so good, and that Japanese is a second language.
Yeah, actually, I would say Hoishin and Eminon probably did most of the cross communication in terms of actual translation. But if you see a video of a strat, the strat speaks for itself. So there's that. I think when Zero first started running, he based his route off of the, what Eminon was doing at the time. And so originally the two communities were relatively disparate, but we ended up working together quite a bit.
Yeah, basically the rough timeline of that, I can get into in a sec. One thing that I'll note here is that Balthier and Fran were kind of in quasi in the party state, but actually not in the party, so they didn't get any LP or XP for what he did. The LP is whatever, like they don't need much LP, but it's important that Balthier stays at a low level for glitch that we're going to exploit much, much later in the run. He can't be any higher level than he is right now. In fact, if he levels up, then then there's a backup, but it's not totally reliable, and it's not something you want to ever have to use. But back to the rough timeline.
Actually, before you get into this, Alec, we had a planned commercial break at this point.
Yep, we're gonna do a break soon.
There's
just let me know when, and I can do it whenever.
Yeah, just count me down for a pause once this load screen's done.
All right. it's a long one, so
It's taking its sweet time.
Yes, this is
don't hold your breath.
this is Final Fantasy Black Screen
All right,
Simulator.
so 3, 2, 1, pause. So
Okay, so we're going to take a quick break here just because this is a long run, and on Hotfix we like to encourage healthy behavior. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick wellness break, encourage everybody stand up, get some water, don't stay seated in your chair for too long, it's not that healthy. We're going to take an opportunity as well to play a few ads while we're on break, and if you are subscribed, you will not see those ads. And of course, if you do have a Prime Gaming sub available, we would appreciate it if you consider using it on our channel. Because Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. But we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I am personally going to get up, stretch, get some water. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with more Final Fantasy XII. Hello everyone and welcome back from our break. We just took a quick wellness break, just encouraging people to be healthy when we have these long runs. Helps us play a few ads. Just as a quick reminder, this is the Community Spotlight. It's a show where we play community-suggested games. And if you have a game that you think would be a good fit for this show, especially since we like to show off games that don't get shown on marathons as often or categories that don't get as much love, then you can type !Spotlight in chat, and there's a form you can fill out to let us know games you'd like to see on the future. You can also go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix/spotlight-form if you're listening on YouTube, and let us know games that you'd like to see on future editions of this show. But since we are about an hour and a half into the run, we just finished a break, why don't we get everybody to reintroduce themselves for people who missed the introduction right at the start of the show? Zero, why don't you start?
okay. Hey, I'm Zero. I'm the runner.
I'm Rusta.
And I am Alec47. I haven't been involved in this game for a while, but I was around in the old days, kind of as we were talking about before the break. I'll get into that once we get going again, because there's not a whole lot to talk about elsewise in this part of the game.
All right, if we're all good to go, why don't you give me a countdown and we'll get going again, Zero?
All right. So 3, 2, 1, go.
So, like I said here, there's some plot stuff going on here, but basically we're just running through a few areas to progress that plot.
We're literally going from point A to B back to point A. So,
and you know, there are a couple mini games in there, including "Don't Believe Andor's Lies." And
hey, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Settle down.
Yeah, you can't spoil that one. Like, that's the most important thing in the speedrun.
He said the wrong one anyway, so that's okay.
Okay.
There are a couple, and like we have memes upon memes. Our our Discord is actually technically named the Final Fantasy XII Speed Memeing Congormity.
There's already 2 memes in that name.
And yeah, so a little bit of the timeline. Like back in the early 2000s, 2010s, the Japanese and English communities were pretty separate. Not many of us knew how to navigate on Nico Video or anything like that. All the different ways of connecting with people hadn't really been established, like whether it was Twitter, Discord, or whatever. It's much easier to get into contact with people now.
I mean, it was originally IRC, right?
Yeah, Discord did not exist for a while there. We actually had a Skype server for quite a while, and that was where most of our discussion happened. But in 2012...
But in the years since, it's just been Harvey going, wow, nobody talks here anymore.
I haven't logged on to Skype in years, so I don't even know.
If you log on, you'll probably get some messages from Harvey.
Probably. But yeah, there's an event, the precursor to RPG Limit Break, that happened in 2013, and in the lead up to that, so in late 2012, I picked up this game along with Nitrodon, and that was kind of the start of actually doing single sitting runs. And we did it for that event previously. The only thing we had to go on was a segmented run by Yokai Dragoon on Speed Demo's Archive. And we knew at some point in there that Eminon had like a low 6-hour time, and we were just flabbergasted by that. Like, how did he get that? I mean, it's Eminon, so it's probably legit, but how? Because we couldn't
like
find the video.
623, I believe.
At that point, it was about that. He ended up getting it below 610 before we really even started approaching sub 7.
No. I think it was 622 was the best time, because I think that was about the time that I beat when I got the JP World Record.
Anyway, I don't remember the exact timeline of that, but our first contact wasn't until I think about 2015. That was around when Hoijin started running, and he was streaming on Twitch. And we got into contact with Eminon around then. He made notes of his run for us, translated into English.
Wait, quick shout out to the Killer Bow chest there, which is low percentage 1000 gil, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's always nice. It always spawns, but it's, I think, only a 30%.
It doesn't always spawn.
Or there's something that's
You have 2 chances to spawn it, but if you open it, you don't get it back, I believe.
Yeah, it only spawns once. But
actually, it can never spawn when you on your way back. It only spawns on your first way through. Because I don't think any chests spawn at once the backgammon and stuff are.
Yeah, you have to triple zone to respawn chests, and you're only 2 zones away in this cutscene. So, anyway, getting back to the timeline.
Yeah, so I think around 2014 we had 2014, 2015 in there. That's when like the first things we figured out. We actually found Eminon's videos. Skate for a Living was like, hey, Skate for a Living and Freddy were like, hey, we're maybe we should work this into the early game. I actually think it was Yokai DeGrood who first found it. The guy who made the segmented run that I mentioned earlier. And then we were looking at this early game like, holy crap, this is actually faster.
Hey, wait up!
And
We'll not be able to take
we
them
got a
out.
fair
Fight
amount
till
of
we
stuff
must leave
from
the
that,
rest.
including like the big thing was the Barheim strat. And at this point, we finally got up to a point where like we had 4 or 5 people running it. That's around when Zero picked up the game, and since then, there haven't been too many huge changes. I would say the biggest one was switching away from Bosch as a tank, and that happened fairly recently.
There's been a lot of small changes since I started running. I think every single boss has changed, except you can maybe argue Fenrir hasn't changed, but even Fenrir's changed in the sense that now we Traveler and Steel. So literally every single boss has changed, but every so often there's a new, like, oh, there's 20 seconds here we saved, oh, there's 30 seconds here, and so it really adds up. But especially in this game, the new strategies require a lot of lateral thinking to think of. You can't just say, oh, I'll just do this instead. You have to think of a whole new way of doing it, or like you have to consider how all your resources will change by doing something. And sometimes you have to think, oh, if I do this slower, it'll make everything else faster by enough to make it worth it. So that was the Vaughn tank is one of the ones that's like that, where it's not really obvious how to get Vaughn to be the main tank, but once you get the details worked out, it ends up taking less licenses and being faster overall.
I think it's also worth mentioning that this dungeon is probably the first dungeon that a lot of people really went out of their way to get a huge chain on casually, because it's one of the first ones where you can really specifically go out of your way to kill one enemy that's in this very frequent.
Yeah, the skeletons. They have a slightly different name, but those skeletons that spawn, especially on the second bridge, the one deeper in, that's basically all that spawns there. So you can pretty easily chain that level if you run through others.
So just, I'm sure a lot of people have grinded skeletons in this area. Let's see. I'm just trying to pull up their experience. So just looking at the wiki for this, those skeletons drop about 300 experience. And so if you if you have three members, or you have Larsa in your party the first way through, or Lamont, and so that would divide that 300 by 4, so you get around 80 to 100 experience from each skeleton. Compare that to a single Dustia, which is 1,000.
1100,
and then you're getting that on one member, which is being multiplied by 3 in this case, because you're only going to end up using 3 of these members consistently throughout. I said 6 earlier. It really is more like 3 in the sense that you only have 3 main party members after a certain point. So basically, you're getting 3,000 per Dustia versus 100 from a. So it's like each Dustia is worth 30 of those skeletons. And that's why Dustia is so good, and that's why we do so much of it leading up to this. It really takes quite a long time until we find a place where the experience is as good as it is from Dustia. And even Jellies, which we will farm, the experience isn't much better than Dustia, but we've reached the point where the experience is no longer the important thing, where the LP and the kill are more important, and in that sense, Jellies are much better.
How about this?
I'm Captain Bosch von Runzenberg of Dalmasca.
The notorious scene which Alex spoiled a few minutes ago.
Yeah, or I'm Captain Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmascus.
Wait, I could have sworn it was Bosch wa ikite zo.
All right, Vaughn, get to it. For the girls.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and the more people around to witness your little performance,
But I don't know
the
why.
better.
Bosch von
If you don't reach
Rosenberg.
the Marquis, it's up to you.
Shogun da.
We'll be waiting here if you need us.
And of course, chat is already doing it, but feel free to yell along with Vaughn in chat. It's a tradition.
Well, part of the problem is that this is much like the Buckethead scene where the lines are random, and I think we are seeing it a little bit behind Zero, so only Zero can correctly emulate the experience.
Oh yeah, but if chat wants to type in all caps,
Oh yeah, of
what
course.
Vaughn is
help
yelling,
yourself.
that's perfectly fine.
No, anyone who says this is going to get banned. Sorry.
Just be careful if you do too many caps in a row, the bots will get angry. So
Yeah, so these Partisanas give you 20%. The Sainicas take away, the soldiers take away percentage. And if all goes well, he will only have to shout twice. Although it depends a little bit on the positioning here and the timing. So
He did get it.
nice, the 2 shout. So he was waiting for that Moogle to get a little bit closer. There's a bunch of NPCs that give you a lot of percentage around that area. So that's
There's also a very small area in which you're within reach of 4 of those guys holding books, and they're the ones that give you bonus. And so you're trying to get into that little region, and you can tell because when you shout, they turn their heads, and so you can see if all 4 turn their heads towards you. That means you got all 4.
I think there's only 3.
Oh, there's only 3. But they're spread out in such a way that you are. There's a very small area where it's sort of like a Venn diagram, and the total overlap area is pretty small.
I'm sad that we didn't get "Don't Believe on Doors Lies."
We got it's because we got so many Hey Bucketheads. You can only get so many
Sure.
good lines per run.
So the next big area is going to be the Leviathan, which is it has 2 fights, one of which is pretty quick and easy, the Judge Geese fight, and the other one, which is a bit more dangerous, is the Judge's fight. So usually that goes okay, but every now and then you just get bad luck, and nothing works out for you. He's doing a little bit of menuing here so that he's able to equip better weapons for that Judge's fight, basically. So Vaughn gets the Mithril Blade that Bosch used to have. Used to be Vaughn would get the Flame Staff here, but one of the changes for the Vaughn tank route means that it's better to use the default square on the license grid that he already starts with his original weapon, and the Mithril Blade, which Bosch spawns in with when he joins our party, is on that same one. So you just give Bosch the Flame Staff because he has the LP to spare.
Yeah, your raw damage output this way is actually worse than it used to be, but this lets us do the Von tank route, which is faster otherwise. So
I'm really confused about my LP right now. I think I might have missed a kill on one of the battery mimics because I'm 2 LP short somehow.
if I had to guess one, it would be the one in the second to last room. I did actually see him die, but I don't have sound, so
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. Looking back on it,
I saw he healed himself, and then there was a 3-hit combo. I didn't see whether he died.
Oh, it might have been that one. I thought he died, but I'm not sure.
Well,
If
it's not a
only
big deal.
2
You know,
LPs or something you can just kill easily on the way to make it up, or is it
It's-
not important enough?
so you have to make certain totals, but this will just it doesn't matter until jellies, and then when you reach jellies, you just farm jellies until you have the LP.
Oh, okay.
It's not a big deal anyway.
It doesn't matter if this next fight goes well.
To detect intruders
True.
within the ship. Break one of
So,
those beams
right here
and
is
the alarm will
Vossler,
sound,
and,
summoning the
um,
guard.
he's going to be the
The alarm
guest in
should
your
cease
party
after
for
a
this
time.
section.
But it's better to avoid
In a
drawing
little bit,
unnecessary
he's
attention.
going to be useful.
Come,
You're also going
Your
to be
Majesty
damaging
waits.
down in a little bit. And that's because when he is at low HP, he uses the spell Balance. Balance is a move that can deal really large amounts of damage because it is the difficulty, or the damage is based on the difference between your current HP and your maximum HP. So the lower HP you are, the more damage it does. It's also an AoE, and it's also inaccurate. So then the judges can also use, and soldiers can use Tri-Attack, which deals a flat third of your damage. So if he gets Tri-Attacked, which is pretty likely to happen at some point during the fight, then he will just drop because you're going to be dropping into critical for him to actually use the balance spell. And from there, you just kind of have to hope it goes well, be ready to heal, and on the way in and on the way out, there are some chests here. Really only one we care about ever, and you don't even need it. It's one that has a chance to drop a balance mote.
No, reflect him up.
Reflecta mote. What am I thinking? Reflecta mote can be used in a couple places, but it is necessary in exactly 0 of them.
Exactly 0 smile of them.
Indeed.
So the one thing that you might not know if you only play this game casually, and something I definitely did not know, even when I first started speedrunning, is what the actual point of the vitality stat is. And so vitality is basically the higher your vitality, the longer positive status ailments last, and the shorter negative status ailments last. But also it affects your chance of landing,
Or rather, resisting.
percentage, or the chance of resisting percentage-based attacks. So balance has a chance of hitting, and so so the enemy vitality will be part of that calculation. And so we're just hoping as many of these balance hits land as possible.
Fear not their numbers.
And then on the
It's
other
about-
hand,
I think it's about 55% chance to hit the judges.
and on the other hand, the enemies here can cast Tri-Attack, which is also a chance to miss. And so you're hoping for Tri-Attack, if cast, to miss Vossler. Anyone else is typically not a big problem unless it hits many times. It also inflicts slow, which is annoying. And since Vossler is necessarily below 20%, Tri-Attack, which deals around 33%, will just automatically kill him. But it looks like we're not getting any Tri-Attacks, and we're killing judges. Also got a lucky 300 Gil steal there. That's kind of nice. But we just cast balance over and over again until he runs out of MP to try and kill judges. And he ran out of MP, so now we just kill him with attacks. You may have noticed there that Bosch was holding the flame staff and he's hitting them. The fire boosted by the flame staff does similar damage to an attack from the flame staff. However, as we mentioned earlier, attacks are much faster than single spell casts. So here it turns out to be, not to mention that Bosch doesn't even have the fire license. But in the past, Vaughn had the flame staff and he had the fire license, and you would still not cast fire with it. Now it's a little bit deceptive because I mentioned how much better magic is, but we're talking here about a level 1 spell. We're going to be relying on higher level spells starting from now. That was one of the last fights we don't use magic to kill. There's one more critical fight, and then pretty much everything after this will be either magic or traveler in a few places, and we'll explain
Well,
travel when we get there.
Yeah, it's also
Technically, balance is magic.
True, true.
it's also when you say that magic is better, it probably isn't quite giving the full picture to people because it's more creative use of magical spells that is better than attacks.
Yes, yes.
For this run.
Very targeted, precise, multiplied spell casting, which we're about to see quite a bit. And we'll explain as we get to the menu.
Yeah, and you saw him picking up some spells there and some equipment. That's all calculated based on what we need later in the run and where we can get it. So some of those spells are only available there when we have the money for them, at least in terms of where it's convenient to get them, because we don't want to have to go out of our way to a shop or anything like that. We also got Ash. He's going to pretty soon get Penelo in the party, and then he's going to license them up. And some of the most important licenses that they're going to be getting, one of them is the Spellbreaker Augment. What that does is it gives you a ×2 damage multiplier on your damaging spells when you are in hit critical health. That's a lot of damage. Combine that with the fact that if you have Reflect on your entire party, you can cast Reflect on your bunched up party. It'll hit each of your party members and then bounce off to the nearest enemy to that party member.
So
If you might be thinking, I see where this is going, you are correct. You can deal many times the amount of damage from a single AoE cast on a reflected party from using Spellbreaker and other boosts, and now having the Dark Spell, which is AoE, and the damage stacks up very quickly.
So something that can be a little bit confusing is that in the battle, enemies are placed, at whatever position they're standing at, but there's two quote-unquote sides. There's, your side and their side. And so what the Reflect magic does is it reflects it from the target it was casted on to the nearest target on the other quote-unquote side. And so there's going to be good guys and there's going to be bad guys. We're going to cast the spells on ourselves, and they're going to be reflected to the nearest, each individual cast of the area of effect spell will be cast to the nearest target, whatever target that is. For most bosses, it's only one target. And so, we cast it 3 or 4 times, or, you cast one AoE spell, it hits 3 or 4 targets, and every single one of those hits the same target. And so you get a multiple of the number of party members that are reflecting onto the target. So we went to the brig. We had another little run from point A to point B back to point A. But in the brig was the rebel formerly known as Amalia, who is now Ash. She's in our party. And she and Penelo both, they got the experience from Vaughn because they were in the party. So they got the Dusty 2 experience. And so they come in at level 22. They basically come in at Vaughn's level +2. And they have all the LP from pretty much everything so far. Their LP was based off of the 2 highest party members who at the time were Bosch and Vaughn, I believe. And so they have quite a bit of LP. They're the highest level, and they already have some licenses in the spell area, so they're the perfect 2 people to get the necessary spells. Like Alec mentioned, there's the Spellbreaker, which only Penelo can afford right now, and there's Dark, which also only Penelo can afford right now. However, luckily, Penelo only has to cast Dark 4 total times, twice for damage down, twice for bosses, or I guess maybe 5 if you count the killing the guards. So Ash does not actually have to get Dark. So now here the setup for this boss, now that the licenses are purchased and the right equipment is on Penelo, is she casts a Dark on herself to get herself close to critical HP, and then we will kill some guards and then actually get her into critical LP or critical HP in the fight. So everyone's reflected and we're ready to go.
Yeah, a bunch of this stuff is just so that you save LP on Ash so that you don't have to kill quite as many enemies, get quite as much LP in this section of the game. This fight is really kind of a great example of a creative strat. So you have Penelo killing those 2 guards, then Vaughn is going to also be casting Dark on them. Then Ash is going to attack Penelo as she's charging up to hit the party with Dark. and that is going to put her into Spellbreaker range. And because the enemies target Ashe in that fight, it is consistent. And one of the things we used to have to worry about is potentially not quite killing Geese and having him cast Arrow on the party, reflecting that damage back onto him, losing the LP. That's not even a risk with this strat.
Well, it's a risk if you accidentally don't get Penelo into critical, because then you won't kill and then he'll trigger his arrow. So basically, if Geese tries to cast an arrow on you, there's a few bosses that can do this. They will cast it on you, not realizing that your whole party is reflected, and basically do to themselves what you are doing to beat them. And this is how bosses kill themselves. We mentioned earlier that you can lose LP from a boss if they kill themselves. Typically, it's because of that. They cast a magic on you, and the reflected magic will kill them. There's a few other ways that bosses can kill themselves. Some of them we didn't even realize were possible until it actually happened. Specifically, there's a few bosses that have an ability called HP Devour, which makes them take damage when they do damage. So if they, get really close to dying and then hit you, they can kill themselves with their HP Devour ability. But generally, that's how you lose LP. But like Alec mentioned, it's not a risk these days. The old version of that strategy, when I first started speedrunning this, was we used to do more Dustia. It was 48 instead of 39. And
47.
47. There was 8 more. With that extra 24 LP, you would have enough LP to get Dark on Ashe. And so you'd have Dark on all 3 party members. So instead of killing the guards, you would just run everyone behind or next to Geese, and then have them all Dark themselves, and then reflect them all. And so instead of getting the double damage from Penelo's Spellbreaker, you would just have 2 people casting it. And so you would just try and hit all 9 reflected Darks onto Geese. But because the guards try and melee you, they can get closer to your casters than Geese, in which case the reflects will go to the nearest target on the other side, which would then be the guards. And if you miss even a single reflected Dark from one of the girls, it'll be enough for him to take a shot at killing himself. And that's was really annoying to lose that LP, because every little bit counts, especially early on. But that's not a risk anymore, because we kill the guards and then just reflect onto him.
We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
Yeah, that more or less is the basis of how we're going to be killing most of the bosses through the rest of the run. There's, I would say, 2 bosses that don't take any reflects, or I guess there's the Traveler
and then there are a couple phases of boss fights as well.
I was thinking Gabranth also.
Yeah, Tiamat, Gabranth,
Mandy's,
and
for the first view.
Although Mandragora's is likely to involve some reflected casting.
Nah, not this run. This is a blessed run.
Why would you say that?
Exactly.
Because I want to show them how horrible it can be.
I mean, if you want to see how bad it can actually be, go watch that Crystals for Life run where we used direct AoE casts on the Mandy's, because we hadn't even figured out how consistent it was to manipulate Traveler's steps.
So the reflected magic is sort of the basis of the speedrun, but one other aspect that we haven't gotten to yet is the survival aspect. So Alec mentioned during that previous fight that that the enemies target Ashe. Specifically, their Geese is set up to only attack Ashe if she's in the party. The other guards can attack anyone, but we kill them off pretty quickly, so it's not a factor. But generally, we have to find some way to, make sure that the bosses only attack the party members we want, because we're going to almost always have Ashe and Penelo in the party, and they're going to be casting magic and Spellbreaker, which means they're going to be typically below 200 HP. They never actually, the HP reaches 700 or 800, and so critical HP will be around 160. And already at this point, we're almost to the point where a normal enemy attack will just kill them in Spellbreaker. And so we're going to have to manipulate a variety of techniques to stop the girls from getting hit, to maintain consistency. And so those are the two big things going into the speedrun is keeping the party alive with Reflect, keeping them in Spellbreaker, and reflecting magic as necessary to kill bosses. But other than that, we're just running through this area. It's just a again, we are nowhere near the point where enemies are worth thinking about compared to Dustia. And so we stocked up on everything we needed from Dustia, and we're good to go. One thing that we also didn't touch on is we mentioned that Dustia 2 is a gil farm. So after we got to the first shop after Dustia, we sold all of our books and our extra staves, and there we had 15,000 gil roughly. And so that's sort of an important point in the run where we have to afford a certain collection of items with that gil before we reach the point where we can really start farming more gil. When I first started running, when we killed 47 Dustia, you really had to have 2,000 gil, 20,000 gil from that farm. And so that was one of the big things that changed, was that we cut down on the number of Dustia and didn't count on getting all of that gil.
There's actually a lot that goes into that routing. Like, some of it's buying less expensive equipment or less of whatever, but there's also just getting gil from other sources. And like we mentioned the wall haul strat earlier, that's one of the big things that comes into play with actually making these lower gil numbers much more reasonable, and why 15k is actually pretty solid now. Like, it's very workable.
Yeah, the wall haul, the haul and wall haul gets you 6,500 gil or so, and so that 20,000 total is still more or less what you need. We can get by with a little bit less than that if we cut down on the armor, like Alex says, but because the 15,000 plus the 6.5k from the clan haul gets us above 20,000, we're set. So that lets us buy all of the magic that we need. So, we already got Dark, we already got Immobilize, Protect, Reflect. We're gonna buy Arrow. We're gonna buy a few spells we won't use for quite a long time, but because these are the only shops that are not out of the way that sell them, we really have to buy them now. Like Sleep, we're only gonna cast Sleep one time, or in one fight 2 or 3 times. But this is really the last shop where it's not a significant detour to buy it. So we really have to buy it now, and so we're counting on our Dustia Guild to get us through here. We also bought Cherry Staves, and we already had the 2 Flame Staves, but if we didn't get those Flame Staves drops, we'd have to buy that with the Guild from the books. But you're pretty likely to get Flame Staves from Dustia.
Yeah, the Cherry Staves boost wind magic, and there are a couple of bosses in the run that are weak to it. Other than the main, if you will, damage types of fire, electric, and cold, you have dark and you have wind that are the main AoE spells. Like water is a thing, but it doesn't really have an AoE spell. You have to get an Aquara mode, and that doesn't work with Reflect, and would take time to get. I don't even know if there's a consistent place to get them in this. I think it might just be Aqua modes in vanilla. Yeah, it's just Aqua modes in vanilla. So we work with what we have. There are a couple fights where it'd be nice to have other elements, but we make do anyway.
The magic in this game is really idiosyncratic in the way you can use it. Like, there's no level 1 arrow spell. The level 3 arrow spell is weaker. There's no earth spells, but you can do earth damage, and we will with a specific melee weapon. There's no high level water spell that you have access to. And it's just like a bunch of weird stuff like that. There's ice opposes lightning, and that's something that a lot of people aren't used to. But we'll take advantage of those kind of oppositions throughout.
Yeah, and water and fire are opposed. Like, water being effective against fire makes sense, but fire against water?
Yeah, and luckily there are no enemies that are weak to water that are really important for us to fight. So there's no need for us to worry about the fact that we can't get Waterga.
Or, well, Belias would be one of them, but we just boost our wind magic to the maximum extent, and that's enough, even though it resists it.
We hit the enemy with what they're weak to, otherwise the best thing we have that they're not weak to. And there's actually a pretty amusing case of this coming up later, which is Mateus, where they actually resist the magic we use against them. But we'll talk about that when we get closer. But right there, that save point is actually one of the things that Alec mentioned earlier, where it said you are now going to be given the chance to save. And then in the Japanese version, you can just say, no, I don't want to save, and then you don't get your party restored. However, this new setup that Zero is doing now, I say new, it's probably like 3 years old now.
About that, yeah.
Gets you from full HP with 2 people reflected down to Penelo and critical, ready to cast Dark, and this enemy, Garuda, is weak to Dark. CLC, he dies very quickly. And then Ash is 1 hit away from critical, so she can hit herself into critical in the fight to get both girls ready for this. And just like that, we are done casting Dark. So we bought it for those 2 fights. If we could have, Arrow would have been much better for Geese, but you just cannot buy it before Geese, and so we had to use Dark there.
Yeah, and because Garuda is weak to Dark, we might have wanted it for that anyway, although I'm sure it just would have changed the setup, really.
So Alec, which one do you think would be better for fighting Garuda? The Exer Berries or the Zodiac Spear?
I would have to say definitely the Esker Berries. One, you can actually get it now without hacking. That matters, I think. Second, the Esker Berries do actually weaken Garuda in addition to dealing some damage to it.
I have to inform you that is actually the incorrect answer. The correct answer was Seidengrat.
Well, you didn't even give a third option.
Yeah, because it's invisible.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We call it the meme bow for a reason, but it's a thing in the Zodiac Age and will be used in the Trials run. Though the Trials run still has a lot of really interesting stuff. And now this first Demon Wall, you may have really spoopy memories of it. It is quite powerful, but it's also pretty easy to deal with. It targets Vaughn, he takes out Ash and Penelo, and then he just runs away.
So I mentioned that we employ a variety of techniques to make sure that bosses only hit one person, or only hit the person that we want them to hit. So against Garuda, or against Geese, it was already mentioned that he only targets Ash, so we're safe in that fight. Against Garuda, Garuda only targets the nearest enemy, or the nearest person in your party, and so we ran a specific pattern to leave. I just forgot his name, Vossler, closest to Garuda. It's right on the screen and I forgot. So Garuda can only attack Vossler. And then here we just make sure he targets Vaughn and then move Vaughn out of his range. And now he just is stuck sitting there. If he does get his attack off, it's pretty annoying because he can cast X Zone, which sort of ruins your ability to fight him. There is a way to defeat him using this technique, even if he does get his first attack off on you. But luckily, we got out of range before the silence was able to go off. Specifically, if he does Doom or Annul, those will hit you before you have a chance to get away, and so you have to re-get Vaughn in range and then kill him. Now,
and not bring the girls out. That's important too.
Right, exactly. That is what you just saw against Demon Wall 1. He has about twice the HP, so it's significantly harder to kill him. That is I would say the biggest contribution Hoei-Shin made, and it's a very big contribution because we just got 30 extra LP there, which is two jelly rooms roughly worth of LP, and so each jelly room can take about a minute and 40 seconds, a minute and 50 seconds. So that saves a good 3 or so minutes. Now it's not just as simple as that because jellies also give you more things. But some of that's made up for by going to the clan hall, which also loses time. And so this is just like one of the many pieces of the puzzle of, what's the best way to go about getting all the resources you need. And this is just what we find to be the best way. So the first people who got Reflect before the Garuda setup were Vaughn and Vossler. That's because we wanted the girls' Reflects to last longer, because they had to last until that fight. And so they also needed to damage themselves down before the Garuda fight. And so they were reflected last. And then after the Garuda fight, Vaughn's Reflect wore off during the Demon Wall 1 fight, and he recasted it during that fight. And then Vossler's wore off after that, and he recast it then. And so now, so the girls wore off, and then he just recasted their Reflects. So now the girls have new Reflects, and Vossler and Vaughn's will later on wear off, and they'll be restored. And so this whole pattern of making sure everyone has Reflects at the right times for the correct durations is part of the calculation that goes into goes into this routing. And it's one of those things where you can just cast reflect, but it's like, wait, if I do it this way, then I won't have to stop as many times, or I won't have to change the party as much. And so, like, as a small example of that, Vaughn casted the reflect, which landed on Ashe just now, and so Ashe didn't have to stop running, and she also didn't use any of her MP. Yeah, actually, she can't even cast reflect yet. So that's just like a little bit of a taste of the sort of routing that goes into the speed run.
Yeah,
and it's that sort of thing that you really can't do in ICGS when there's a 4x speed up and half your inputs get eaten. So.
And one of the things that, we used to have reflects cast at different times. We used to run away from the first demon wall, and we would do a rather precise set of timing to get one cast of reflect that would last for the entirety of the second demon wall, which would actually fight, cast before Garuda. Then we would do another cast before Belias, and that was kind of rendered impossible by some of the new strats, and it didn't really work with Walhall. So this more complicated kind of staggering of it that just works great is what we ended up with after reworking it.
And I think it's really beautiful how the reflect timings here in Tomb of Wraithwall work, and in some other dungeons as well. I think the speedrun is just overall beautifully executed once you get deep into it.
Yeah, there's so much that has happened on a small scale that we talked about, and it's added up to, I would say, definitely 20 plus minutes of time save from little things like 5 to 20 seconds here and there.
And one other thing that we didn't even mention, but if you're paying really close attention, you may have noticed that Vaughn did not have reflect for the first demon wall, and we were still casting AoE spells on the party, but it was still safe even though Vaughn wasn't reflected. There's another little thing which you probably don't even have to ever really think about, but if you are going to speedrun the game, you have to be aware of, which is that AoE spells have an area of 6 units. I think it's supposed to be like 6 meters, but maybe it's a little bit smaller than that. It's just the units, quote unquote, in the game. And so if you target yourself with an AoE spell, you'll see a little blue circle that flashes. That is the area within which an AoE spell will hit. Now, something kind of interesting about this is that it'll hit any target within 6 units of what it's cast on, and reflect will reflect onto any target that's within 10 meters or 10 units. And so Vaughn was within 10 units of the girls, but not within 6 units. So the reflects, were not able to hit him, but they were reflected onto Demon Wall. That's a bit important because 10 units is about how far away you get when the girls go from their gambits working to their gambits not working. If you go too far away, they'll just say the target is too far from the leader to execute, and they'll just start running towards you. But now we swap our party to the actual. We're past the area where there's dangerous enemies, so the girls now have new reflects, and then we have to set up reflects for Vaughn and Vossler. Something else that's going on in this area, you may notice the air has a little bit of a shimmer to it. This is a high mist area, meaning that your MP recharges extra at triple speed here. So as you see them running, the MP values are restoring. So Vaughn reflected Vossler, and we took advantage of that to do a little warp to pick up that guaranteed elixir chest. And now Vaughn reflects himself. Now he stops here, but this is a little bit of an important thing just because the girls are conserving their MP and they have to turn their gambits on anyway. But now this is Belias. We mentioned that Belias is weak to water. We don't have a water spell, however we have Arrow with multiple multipliers, the Spellbreaker plus the 1.5 from the staff. And so we can do a little bit less than half of his HP in a single round of arrows. Now, a little bit less than half is an important number because at half HP he casts Saber, and then after Saber he casts Greater Barrier, and then after Greater Barrier he casts Faraja. So Faraja is really bad. It would pretty much wipe your party. So we have to kill him before this. So you do a little bit less than 50% of his HP, and then the next round we'll hit, we'll hit and put him into the range of Saber, and then he'll cast Saber, and then you reset, and then he'll cast Greater Barrier. And now I say you'll do a reset. What's actually happening here is that I mentioned before that spells, after they hit, there will be a period of time where the action is shown in their ATB. During this period, they'll just be waiting to cast their next spell. However, if you change any of their equipment, it'll reset this, so the action will go away. And so you can basically get them charging on their next spell by opening the menu and changing their equipment. So if you just let them try and cast 3 rounds of arrows, Belias would actually Saber, Greater Barrier, Firaja faster than you. His ATB charges almost instantly for Firaja, so you really have to squeeze it in. But it turns out that by doing that, by changing the girl's equipment, you can sneak that third round of spells in. He got the Greater Barrier off, but that's anticipated. It gives him Shell, which means he'll take reduced damage from the last round of arrows. But
Yeah.
it's he's close enough to dying that's not even close to not killing him.
It's a 30% reduction for Protect and Shell, for physical and magic respectively. Also, a couple smaller things there. He cast Immobilize on Belias not because it affects him, but because of aggro mechanics in the game. And the other thing is that he went for a chest afterward. That is 50-50 to have an elixir. It did not. It had the White Fang, so...
It's not a big deal either way, but getting an extra elixir is always nice. It's like a liquid and a half you don't need from jellies.
Yeah.
One other thing I'll mention... Oh, go ahead.
If I had gotten the elixir, I would have been able to afford the red cap, but now I don't.
Okay. Just get the
Actually, I
chest.
did get the 300 guild deal, so I might still have... I don't know. We'll see.
So, Alec mentioned the aggro mechanics. Actually, I was going to explain how that works, but this fight is coming up quick enough. So here, Vossler, we have to fight him. He was just in our party. And for some reason, he gets significantly powered up when we fight against him. But anyway, he spawns with 3 guards. So we specifically got in Barheim a light woven shirt for Ashe to get her just enough magic to kill these 3 guards with a single arrow. To almost guarantee killing them. It's possible to damage roll. But while you do that, you reflect the party, and then you just start reflecting magic onto him. Ideally, you have Spellbreaker as much as possible, but you get an automatic HP restore here, and Vossler tends to attack Ashe, and so there's no way to safely get down to critical HP for that fight. Now, what I'll mention is that, so the way the aggro mechanics work is that every time a character hits an enemy, they get a certain amount of enmity, is the word we've been using recently. It has been translated as hate in some guides, but the enmity is basically how much they want to attack each character, and each move has its associated amount of enmity with it. And so it turns out that when you hit the boss or enemy with certain thing, the character gains enmity, but then when another character hits the boss, it decreases everybody else's enmity. So when you're casting your arrow, each hit will increase the amount of enmity that you have, but then it'll also decrease the others. As it turns out, this is actually something that Hoishin discovered. If you have Vaughn, Ashe, and Penelo all casting arrow against Belias, the person who casts last will be the one who ends up with the most enmity, because they will be the one that hits last, decreasing everybody else's enmity, which would otherwise be the same. And so, for the longest time, we had Vaughn also casting arrow in that fight, and he was almost always the one targeted. We never understood why, until Hoishin came up with this calculation of how the enmity is going, and we fully understand now. Now, as it turns out, Immobilize has the exact same amount of enmity as the arrow, and Vaughn does not have arrow. Since Vaughn is now the main tank, we can't afford to give him that arrow license, and so we just replaced that. It does no damage, it doesn't do anything, but it makes it so that Belias has to target Vaughn. Now, this is specific to some bosses. Every boss has enmity, but only some bosses attack the enemy that has the most enmity. Other bosses have different conditions, like some will target random, some will tend to target lower HP characters. Ahriman tends to target characters who have Doom. There's lots and lots of little things like this. Like what Gabranth will tend to target Bosch. There's lots of little stuff like that. But generally, we either take advantage of a mechanic like that, or eventually we will get an ability called Decoy, which lets us manipulate who bosses are targeting. But anyway, enough theory. Now we're going to the Clan Hall. People who play this game casually will be well aware of this place. This is sort of like the monster arena of this game. You come here to get marks from Mont Blanc. We're not actually going to fight any marks, but he gives us a variety of rewards for the enemies we've fought so far, including gil from the 2 demon walls, which when you add it all together will be worth more than 6,000 gil. So this is quite nice.
Yeah, the big ticket item here is actually Electrum, which sells for like 3,500 gil. And that is what you get for beating the first demon wall. And that is one of the biggest reasons that this trip is worthwhile, because you can see he's getting like a couple hundred gil, but then 1,200 gil and a nugget of Electrum. And that is the big one. You also get a couple teleport stones, which is nice. It lets you sell a teleport stone or two earlier in the game that you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
So something interesting about all this is that this was something that we did not do for a while until it was realized how good the gil from Demon Wall 1 was. And then for a brief period, we would come here only if we were below 20,000 gil, because that would be if you're above 13,000, below 20,000, which is pretty common. This would be enough gil to get you Traveler, which we're going to buy right now. And so that 20k gil value I mentioned earlier is the amount of gil you need to be able to buy Traveler with everything else. And this Traveler is a critical ability that we'll see on the next boss, and then on a variety of bosses afterwards. But eventually we realized that the 6,000 gil you get from there is a bit less than what you get on the average room of jellies. And as I mentioned earlier, the LP you get from Demon Wall 1 is worth almost 2 rooms worth of jellies. And experience doesn't really matter that much. So between the Demon Wall and the jellies, the Demon Wall and the Clan Hall, you basically get around a room or more worth of value. And so each room takes around 1 minute and 45 seconds. Those two things I mentioned, the wall hall, combined to a little bit more than that, but it ends up being faster to do it this way. And so we go to the Clan Hall every single time. And so this goes all the way back to the very first guild calculation, where we sold a single teleport stone at the first shop. Without going to the Clan Hall here, we would not have the teleport stones we need from the first 22 minutes of the game when we sold the teleport stone.
And one of the things about the Chocobo ride here is that the little sprint timer, when you use a sprint charge, ticks down as you go through an area transition. So you want to use the sprint charges ideally in an area where the entire thing will elapse while you're running through it. And there are... this is a longer Chocobo run, and there are places for that. On some of the shorter ones, though, it'll just be spam it, because you aren't going to be able to optimize it to that extent, so you just need to get sprint when you can.
Did we ever settle on that? I thought for a while we weren't sure that the zoning actually mattered.
I'm a firm believer that the zoning does not matter, but I still do it in the longer zones because it's easier to navigate when you don't go through a zone transition.
Yeah, I can mention really quickly that on several of these loading screens, you're able to turn the camera while the screen is loading. And so if you try and boost through a zone, you might come out not facing quite the right way, and you might lose a little bit more time from going in the wrong direction at higher speed. These are things that almost don't matter at all, but as we're psychotic speedrunners, we have to think about them. So in the bottom right corner, you can see that there's the Chocobo timer. You can sort of keep track of how well your run is going on this Chocobo by just looking at what time the timer stops at when you reach each zone line. So for example, at this zone line, it's a 109.5. I don't actually know how good each zone is until the very end, but I think Zero does, so you can comment on it.
Yeah, I think I'm on a very good Chocobo ride here right now. But I'm gonna blow it in the last screen. Like that.
The last screen is definitely the hardest to navigate. Or actually, the second...
No, the ports and keys are harder.
Yeah, I was gonna say. all 3 boosts of this are pretty tough. What's your best time here?
I think it's like 76.6 or 7.
The higher the better. So
Yeah.
ooh, 76.5.
Yeah, there's just a tiny bump at the last moment there. Otherwise, that was just about perfect.
That's a reset.
Now, it's important that you hit this teleport crystal, not because you need a heal or anything, but because you need to unlock it to travel to. There are 2 places where you have to do that, and this is one of them. You get the Rabanaster one automatically, but we're going to be traveling back here after a little bit to get an armor. So this armor is sold in the shop here, but isn't unlocked yet. That is unlocked once we reach the next plot village, Aerate Village. And so we want to come back here to get it later.
I would say the more critical thing is that there's a cheap chocobo, which is the fastest way to get to the hand mines. The armor you can skip, or you can get it. It takes about 35 seconds to get, but it saves time. And so it comes down to how you like doing your jellies and Tiamat. But even if you skip the armor, you still have to come back here to get to the hin mines. Now here's the real, the rest of this is just a formality. Here's where the real test of skill is, because you have to mash, and as everyone knows, mashing is a skill. It's one of 2 places where the Japanese runners make up quite a bit of time just because they're allowed to use turbo controllers. Although here it's there's not that much mashing. The later point, I'll point it out. It's actually pretty tough to mash because you also have to adjust the camera and move on and off the mashing button because you have to navigate around. So it's actually a pretty annoying part of the run. But it's not as annoying as it is casually, so there's that.
Although if you're like me and run Sonic games, the claw grip is just completely intuitive anyway.
True. That's one aspect of this run that really sets it apart from the other Final Fantasy runs. I can't comment on other games, but in this game you have to run with the left thumb, with the left joystick, while navigating the menu with the D-pad. And so if you want to run this game, you have to be able to adapt yourself to using your pointer finger on the D-pad while navigating with your left thumb. So left pointer finger on D-pad, left thumb on the joystick. And I've done a speed run of this where I just had my webcam on my hands showing how I did it. It's something that new runners have to learn how to do. So typically chocobos cost at least 500 gil to ride, but because this is a story mandatory ride, the first time is free and the times after are 30 gil. So it's really convenient for us in terms of our gil. The first chocobo we just took was 500 gil, like mentioned, and all the ones after it will be that much or more. But this one lets us get through some bushes into the area where the where multiple things are, where the hin mines are, and then also the Golmore jungle, which we have to get through to get to the Aerate village, which is not really important except in the story sense of it lets us unlock the locked area in the Golmore jungle. So we just have a few little plot related things to do here. However, this zone, I think it's called the Shred. This is very peculiar in the game in that you can only get into here and out of here in the Osmone Plain on the Chocobo. And so when you get off the Chocobo appears just wandering around, and so you can get back onto the Chocobo. So that's sort of convenient for us. Also, when you get back onto it, your charges will be completely restored. And so...
Well, there's your red cap.
Dude, I told you. So we boosted the Chocobo all the way here, got off of it, and then when we get back on of it, we're going to immediately boost. That's not the most efficient way to use your boosts, except the fact that we have enough boost that it will last us the entire time. So we just boost the entire time. As it turns out, if you just get off the Chocobo and then get back on it immediately, and then that is about the same amount of time as not getting off the Chocobo at all because there's some loading. But getting off the chocobo gives us a chance to check these chests. And as you just saw, Zero got the red cap, which is the helm that we're going to be using throughout the rest of the run on Vaughn. It sells for, you buy it for 2,500 gil later. So getting it here will save that gil for later. And also Vaughn will be able to wear it for the next part of the run, meaning that he'll be taking less damage already. Now, one quick note about armor in this game is that helms reduce magic damage, whereas the other part of the armor, I don't know what you call it, the vest or
Cuirass.
the cuirass, that reduces physical damage. And so Vaughn getting the red cap means he'll take reduced magic damage. Now, astute viewers may recall that we are going to be reflected for much of the run. So we're using a light armor helm because it also increases HP. Heavy armor typically has higher resistance values, but does not. It may also increase your magic or increase your strength. And mystic helms will increase your magic sometimes, and they'll increase your MP sometimes. But the best benefit for us is the HP, because there aren't going to be very many spells hitting Vaughn. There are a few, and I'll point them out when they come along. But the most important thing is that light armor helms will give him more HP. And then we also got the shielded armor. In this case, the increased HP is not as good as the increased defense because of the fact that we will be taking many physical hits, and so the increased defense is the more critical thing. But also important about the shielded armor is that it has protect at all times, and so you don't have to cast protect on yourself, and you'll be taking 30% reduced damage from anything physical. So shielded armor plus red cap is pretty good, and it's the second to last armor setup we'll have. We're going to improve the shielded armor to mirror mail eventually, and that's what we're going to have for the rest of the run.
Yeah, and he was actually one outcome there away from the dream, which is the golden amulet and red cap. Each of those has just like a 10% or just over chance of the chest spawning and having the correct contents. So getting both of those would be like just over 1%. It's very unlikely, but it has happened. The golden amulet is significantly more gil if you do get it. It doubles LP, and golden amulets are going to be used rather extensively over the course of the rest of the run, because we want to kill as few things as possible, and we have certain LP thresholds that we need to hit in the meantime. So we're going to be getting a couple of those, and they unlock for purchase after Tiamat.
Yeah, getting that chest saves you 4,500 gil. Just no two ways about it, and that's really good when you do get it. And it can make the difference of a whole room of jellies, getting that chest. And so if you get that chest, it's possible to save like almost 2 minutes. But it's not guaranteed to save it. It can also just be nice because it'll let you get more LP than you would have, because you can have it in Jellies 1 when you wouldn't have otherwise. So it can be nice for other reasons, but unfortunately we did not get it this time. But anyway, we're doing a little bit of run from point A, the teleport crystal, to point B, which is Fran's sister, Murn, and then we're going to run back to point A. So that's sort of how the plot often goes in this game. One other cute little mechanic that I'll mention is Zero actually got off of the chocobo just before the cutscene. I don't know who actually discovered this.
I think it was Kate.
Yeah, it was Skate.
Yeah, so it's interesting because if you listen while loading for the cutscene, if you go through the cutscene with the chocobo music will continue to play, and then it'll stop, and then you'll skip, and then you wait, and the chocobo music starts playing again, and then the screen comes back. If you actually time it, it takes time for the chocobo to unload and then reload during the loading for the cutscene, and so it turns out that for that and the next area, it's faster to get off the chocobo and then run through the zone. And so there's gonna be like a random spot just outside the Hen Mines where Zero gets off the chocobo. At that point, there's a little cutscene that doesn't force you off the chocobo, but it's faster to walk through than to ride through. So it's a little bit of a funny mechanic that was discovered there. Now here, this shop is a place we used to shop. Here they sell a black belt. Black belt is a cool accessory. It gives you a little bit extra vitality, and it also makes it so you're immune to disable. And the next boss can cast Disable Ga, and so it would give one party member, in that case it was the party member Bosch, who typically had the most aggro in that game, or the most enmity. So the way Tiamat works is he targets the nearest enemy for everything except for Disablega, and Disablega targets the enemy with the most enmity. And so Bosch attacked first, and he attacks the fastest, so he tends to have the most enmity in that fight. And so we would give him 3 licenses, which took 9 seconds to get the black belt, and we'd also buy the black belt, which took about 10 seconds. So we invested about 18 to 20 seconds and 600 gil to get the black belt and make it so that he was immune to Disablega. However, eventually, with our understanding of the way enmity works, we realized that if we just bought a few Phoenix Downs, Phoenix Down is a very weird item because it has very, very high enmity. And so if you just throw a Phoenix Down onto Tiamat, the next boss, for some reason it just makes it so he really, really hates the person who used that. And so for the sake of the fight with Traveler, just throwing 2 Phoenix Downs on him is enough that if he casts Disablega, it'll be on Vaughn. Vaughn is doing damage, but not nearly as much damage as the other 2. You may have noticed that already Bosch was, we cast Berserk on him. We also bought 2 Cypress Poles. The Cypress Pole is a weapon with a high combo chance that does earth damage, and Tiamat is weak to earth. He's the only boss that's weak to earth, I believe.
No, there are others.
Well, it's the only place we take advantage of it because we used the Cypress Pole for this one fight. This fight is actually a very important one in the history of routing because Tiamat has a very, very, very high HP for this point in the game. Like, Belias has something like 18,000 HP, and the next boss after has somewhere around that, but Tiamat himself has closer to 50,000 HP. So it's much, much higher HP. And he's also not weak to anything. Our strongest spell is Arrow, and he absorbs Arrow. But I believe he halves Dark. And so so our best magic against him is just not that good. And so long ago, many eons ago, there was a farm where we had to, well, I say we, I never did it myself, but Bagamnon, Alec did.
I'll tell the story, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so that first segmented run on SDA way back in the day did a farm of Bagamnon's lackeys, killing them repeatedly in the same way that we did Dustia, more or less, and that was part of the route. You'd get a ton of LP by doing that. It would, of course, take time, and it was difficult, and you could get trolled, and that was the first thing I routed out after the Crystals for Life run, was like, okay, I don't think we need to do this, and so I routed it out completely. Also part of that early route was a completely different Tiamat fight. We used to, initially we used magic, and it was about a minute longer than what we did afterwards, which was switching to Cypress Poles and just beating it down. Then we added Berserk to the mix, and Pitted was like, wait, why aren't you using Berserk? I'm like, because I forgot it was on the same license that we already have. Okay, we should use Berserk. And that results in a much faster fight. And then we added Traveler, which, if done properly, will take the last phase of the fight where Tiamat gets increased defense and takes much, much less damage, and make it be over almost instantly. So there's been a lot of evolution of the Tiamat strat over the years.
So what I'll mention is the critical problem is him having so much HP means that it takes many casts of Dark to kill him, and you just don't have enough MP for it. So you had to have enough LP to get one of the MP restoring abilities, specifically War Mage. So War Mage is pretty far from where we are now. We will be getting it and relying on it later, but we just do not have the LP for it. So that's why you needed to do the Bagamnon farm. The other sneaky problem...
Actually, they had multiple mischarges, and that was one of the things to it as well. So when I routed out the Bagamnon farm, I was like, well, you know what, we should just be able to beat it down. And then I tried it out, I was like, yeah, this works pretty well. So that was the end of the Reflect strats for Tiamat, which were actually harder than even the current incarnation with all the tech and manipulation it has now, involving Traveler and other things.
Yeah, getting the party disabled was much more dangerous if everyone was casting spells. Also, you know, reflecting multiple copies of Dark would cause the hate to rise quite a bit, and so that would really also interfere. Another problem that's fundamental to the routing is you may notice Larsa has been throwing high potions. He has a gambit, which is anyone below 50%, he will throw a high potion on. Anyone below 10%, he'll throw an X potion on. So if you want to get the girls into Spellbreaker, you have to do something about Larsa.
Yeah, and as I recall, there is no real way to have him there for the extra reflect and suitably disabled, kept from throwing potions, so you basically just had to do the fight without him.
Whereas here in this fight, we don't have anybody in critical, and so he will just be the one healing Vaughn. As Vaughn is the one we control, and he will be just standing close to Tiamat, so that Tiamat will focus his normal attacks and his special moves, which are arrow and breath. Those are all on the closest enemy, so those will just keep Vaughn close, and then he'll be the one getting hit. Poles have a relatively large reach, and so Bosch and Balthier, who both have Cypress Poles, will stand a little bit further back. And yeah, that's how the fight's going to go. Pretty much just stand around him, making sure Vaughn is the only one that's getting hit. And when he gets to 10%, or sorry, to critical HP, which is 20%, he starts taking 1/3 damage from physical attacks. So at that point, he will be at 20% of 50,000, which is about 10,000, and the maximum damage Traveler can do, which we are actually currently working on. We've been working on manipulating the entire run for this first Cavalry Traveler cast. We'll do almost all of his HP. So what you'll see is that we're going to stand around, and everyone's going to be hitting him with Cypress Poles. Hopefully he doesn't disable anybody. Larsa will be healing, and then when he starts to flash red, Balthier will come out of Berserk, and he will cast Traveler.
Yeah, so the way Traveler works is that it's based on a step count, and it starts at 0 until you change it. So you can, once you cast it, it will take however many steps you have. So if it was the first cast now, 21,920, what he would have done would have been, it would have counted as 920 steps, because it would have been ignoring all the thousands, that many steps, because it resets every 1,000. Based on how many steps you have since the last use of it, the multiplier goes up. With 990 through 999 steps, ignoring any rollovers since then, you get a times 10 damage for that step count. So 9,900 to 9,990 in that range. And that's what we're trying to manipulate here. So he, if all goes well, will deal just under 10,000 damage. That will not be reduced by the ability that Tiamat has at the end.
So we got a cheeky little disable there at the end, but it almost doesn't matter at all. Just to say it briefly, ooh, Balthier died, is a little bit annoying. But to say quickly what the Traveler is, basically, if you get your steps right, you do 10,000 damage. And its area of effect costs no MP, but you really just have to get your steps right. You have a margin of 10 steps out of 1,000. And so there's going to be a few times we set it up and then cast it and just get quite a bit of extra damage, just like that. Now, I just want to give a quick shout out to my boy Tiamat for giving out the rare steel, which is worse than both the common and uncommon steel.
Mm-hmm.
The Leo gem sells for 150, I believe, and that's worse than the high potion, which is common, and the ringworm scale, which is uncommon. So we put away Balthier and Bosch. They have almost completed their utility throughout the rest of the run, and now the party is really going to be Vaughn, Ash, and Penelo. Now, jellies were available to us in our first pass through the Hen Mines, but the big thing is that now Phyra is available to us. In the Zodiac Age, Fira is actually unlocked before Tiamat, and that would really be very nice for vanilla if it were possible. Doing jellies before Tiamat would make Tiamat much easier. However, it's not, so we have to kill Tiamat first, and then we can get Fira. Jellies are weak to Fira, and we have two flame staves on both girls, so we're basically going to be doing double damage from the weakness plus 1.5 damage from the elemental boost of the staff, and we'll be doing so triple damage. And so Penelo starts out with enough magic to one-shot almost always with her Firas, and Ash will usually kill them with her Firas. And then as we kill more and more, they will level up, and we'll eventually reach the point where both are guaranteed to kill every hit. One other thing that we've done here is that Penelo has the Headsman license. Headsman is it gives you a certain amount of MP back every time you kill something. It's a multiple of the level of the enemy. And so since Fira is area of effect, Penelo will be killing multiple jellies typically with Firas, and she'll be restoring enough MP that she's able to consistently kill them. And then Ash will just be taken care of extra on the side. At first, Penelo or Ash will be losing MP as she casts her Firas, but eventually she'll recharge as we run back and forth between these rooms. And also, we're going to be trying to work to the highest chain level for the jellies, and then we'll hopefully be relying on some MP heals to get her MP. But basically, for the next several minutes, we'll be planning on just running back and forth, triggering this room, and farming jellies here. So this is the jelly farm segment of the run.
A few things to note here. I'll just start kind of on the run in that Dinosaur has a chance to use a move called Sonic Fangs, which has a 5% chance to just one-hit KO whoever it hits, regardless of damage. So that's fun. It can happen. These jellies, when they're at a low HP, can use a move called Divide, which makes another jelly spawn. And that is actually not at all a bad thing, because then we're able to get another jelly in that group. It's another reason that we have Ash casting, even if she's not going to kill all the jellies. You notice that he did not pick up any of those drops there. That's because in this case we actually do want a higher chain level. The higher chain level will cause more of the uncommon and rare items to drop. Every single drop that the jellies give is useful in this run. The most common drop they have is a water stone. The second most common they have is a yellow liquid, which sells for 512 gold. Gil, that's obviously very nice. The next one is a teleport stone, which we need a few more of at some point, so that's nice. And finally, the last one is float motes, which cast float, and there are a couple parts in the run where it is especially nice to not be on the ground.
There's really only one place where it's critical, but there's a few places where you can just not worry about traps if you get the flow motes.
So he did also pick up some Phoenix Downs for this section and some Smelling Salts. The Smelling Salts are for the Confuse status effect, because the jellies like to cast that every now and then with Phantasmal Gaze, which is actually a technique. And it has an annoyingly high success rate. So Ash dropped, he's bringing her up. This, like, you can see how precarious it is. That is pretty common early on, especially. We are under-equipped for this. So it's all kind of by the skin of your teeth. Now he has the highest chain level, and he's going to start picking up all the drops.
Yeah, the really big thing is that once you start picking up the drops, you typically heal faster than jellies can damage you. But for the first two rooms, it's a little bit scary because you're really just relying on Larsa's healing. But we got the highest chain level now, so we should be good. So now, this is sort of a repetitive grind. This will typically take us about 8 to 10 rooms. And so, really what we're looking for here is getting enough LP to be able to do the next few parts of the run, and enough gil from the liquids. Those are the really big things. The extra experience is nice, but it's almost never the case that you'll have, like, the LP you get will automatically give you enough experience to be good. So this is split into 2 farms. The reason why it's split into 2 is the reason is that we did not have enough gil, and you almost never have enough gil to buy as many golden amulets as you need for this farm. because it takes, you have to be able to buy 3 golden amulets, and that's 13,500 gil, and that you need that gil from Dustia alone. So instead, what you typically do is you just farm jellies until you have enough gil and LP to equip the golden amulets. That's another thing, is that you don't have the LP. Penelo needs 90 and Ash needs 85, 95 and 85 respectively. Or no, it's the other way. Ash needs 85, Penelo needs 95. And so that typically takes around 55 to 60 jellies. And so after 3 or 4 rooms, you will have enough LP and hopefully enough gil to be able to afford golden amulets. And then you equip the golden amulets, everyone starts getting double LP, and then you continue farming until you have enough gil to buy everything you need in the run and enough LP to ensure that you'll be good throughout the rest of the run, which we'll have calculated out. So yeah, I mentioned that you need about 55, 60 kills to equip the golden amulets. Once you have the golden amulets on, you need about 155 LP on both girls and around 200 on Vaughn. You can get by with a little bit less, and you can make up some later with a few just random mobs if you happen to be short, but those are around the totals we're looking for. But what that means is that we need around 60 before we can leave jellies, and then when we come back we need around 80.
Yeah, the only version of the route where you had enough LP on all the characters to get golden amulets going into jellies just from the start was the one where you needed it the least. The old one with the big abdomen farming. After that, the LP was too tight to get it on, and I think you could get it on your main tank, because we still put the black belt on the tank in the Tiamat fight for a while. And that's the same license as the golden amulet, but the casters, who've always been Ash and Penelo, were short. Like, one of them needed something like 30 some, and the other needed like 50 some in order to get to the point where they could equip the golden amulet.
Something funny about the Phantasmal Gazes is that the Phantasmal Gaze, which inflicts Confuse, is a technique, but it also sort of counts as a physical attack, because being hit by Phantasmal Gaze will knock you out of Confuse.
Yeah, its success chance is also halved if you have Shell. Like, there's just I think so. What Shell does is it literally just adds an extra calculation on there, so status effects have a 50...
An extra multiplier, right? Not an extra calculation.
No, it's just completely separate. That's why if you have no chance to resist, it's still a 50 shot. So Null Vitality, which is an ability that some enemies can have, you'll still get a 50-50 shot if you have Shell.
Yeah, Zero also bought a few Smelling Salts. Smelling Salts, remove Confuse, and so he set a Gambit which set Vaughn to use the Smelling Salt on anyone who's confused, or its ally any Smelling Salt. Something that a lot of people don't know about this game is that the Gambits are a little bit smart, and so if you say use Smelling Salt on any ally, it will only use the Smelling Salt on someone who's confused, right? And so you might think naively, if you're setting that it wouldn't work. Or it would try and just spam them, but it would not. So
yeah, similar deal with other things. So like ally any cure or ally any potion will only go on any ally that is under max HP. Otherwise, it won't do anything.
So Zero needs about 146 LP. Just looking at Penelo, she has 7 and she needs to get to 153. So 146. But now Jellies drop 1 LP, and we're going to have Golden Amulet on everyone. So they're going to drop 2 LP, so a half of 146 is 73. So we need 73 more Jellies. But we can also kill Bats on the way, or Malboros. They are also weak enough for us to kill. And so basically what we're going to do is we're going to do 4 rounds, hopefully have enough gil, and then however extra it takes from there to get the yellow liquids we need. Looks like gil was all right so far. Getting 45 liquids from the first 4 rooms is pretty good. But gonna have to do better than that if we want to get out of here with only 8 total rounds, which yesterday Zero actually set the world record again by 39 seconds at the end because of some unfortunate time losses, but that was done in 8 rooms, which is pretty much you can't do it in less than 8. It would take really, really exceptional luck to get it done in 7, because just the raw number that you typically need around I said 55 plus 80, so you need around 130. Getting that many in 7 rooms is just something that doesn't really happen.
It is theoretically possible, but when you're talking about kind of a practical maximum of jellies per room of 20, maybe 1 or 2 more if you get a divide or 2.
Yeah.
And the chances of that happening are low, and you'd have to have it happen every single time.
Yeah, they're low, but also they get lower because the splitting only happens when they're at low HP, and as your characters get stronger, they eventually start killing them in 1 hit, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And so the splitting doesn't even happen later on in the jellies.
And that's because not just every couple levels their magic stat goes up, but also because the character's level is actually a factor in most of the damage equations in this game when it comes to damaging spells or attacks with a weapon.
The level does factor in, however, it's not a very big thing. Level matters less than the raw stat, and raw stat matters less than the, like I mentioned before, the multiplier of your flame staff, your spellbreaker, your elemental weakness.
Yeah, it just happens that the threshold is close enough that you cross it during the grind with Ash.
You mentioned briefly, but I just want to reiterate that with Dustia before, we did not avoid picking up drops. There's really a simple way of thinking about it with Dustia, where if you skip a drop with Dustia, that will make you get your chain level typically one number sooner, like 1 kill sooner. But the extra value of the chain level for 1 kill is less than the value of 1 drop. But here we're killing many things at a time, so skipping drops and waiting for the chain level will give us the benefit on all the things that have dropped and all future things, and it lets us manipulate the chain level. And so here it is worth waiting till at least chain level 2. Depending, if you don't get the chain level 2 in the first room, then you definitely wait for chain level 3. But since it's a 5% chance of any given jelly flashing, getting the flashing number, you'll typically get it on average within about 20 jellies. So since we're planning on doing around 73 plus, even if you pick up the drop, you'll typically get the chain level before the end of the jellies. So we'll see how long it takes this time. Although now that I said that, maybe this will be the time it doesn't happen. Kappa?
I mean, I've had it happen. I've been well over 100 before I got my chain.
I think that might have happened to me maybe 1 time. Yeah, see, it got it at level 26, so it only took about 10.
That's pretty lucky.
Yeah, like
the difference. Also, the difference between the highest and the second highest chain level isn't that great.
Right, exactly. Can also mention really quickly that so what I said before for my Cliff Notes version of how the chain level works is that the more drops you pick up, the longer it takes to get your level. That number, which is how far you are from your level, that goes down by more the higher your chain level. So if you're chain level 0, it only goes down by 1 every drop you pick up. But for each additional chain level, it goes down by 1 more. So if you're at chain level 2, every drop reduces it. Every time you pick up a drop, you need to get 3 more kills to get closer to getting to the chain level. And that number can go negative. So once you pick up a room worth of drops at chain level 2, you're just not going to get the chain level the normal way. And there's no point in waiting. You just have to hope for the flashing.
Yeah, so I picked maybe 10 drops in the first room, and that made my hidden counter go to like minus 30.
Yeah, exactly. So then it would take like, if it's, if you killed 15 things, picked up 3 times 15, negative 30. So you have to kill something like 35 to 40 to get your level, and you only get 15 per room. So all you have to do is kill 10 and get the flashing numbers. That's it.
Yep.
So we had 4 rooms for the first jellies. We're on the 3rd room now. Keeping track of how many liquids we have. And he got 45 from the first room. I think. What would you say is the total number of liquids you need with the skill? Maybe like 115.
I'm not sure. I don't ever count the total. I count like
The amount after jellies 1.
yeah, because I see the guild there. And
So what's your goal this round?
I'm gonna count it soon. Or calculate it soon. I have now 34 liquids, I think, which is pretty good after 3 rooms.
Yeah, the first room you can basically almost count as being 0 because you're just, you might not even pick up any drops there. And then from that point forward, you basically count how many liquids you get per room. Somewhere in the 10 to 20 range is typical. And so you need around somewhere in the 100 to 120 range total liquids. And so you can see how it takes around 8 to 10 rooms to make it work. In 2 jelly rounds, 8 to 10 is really more like 6 to 8 because the first room is so much worse than the later rooms because you're manipulating the chain level. So 6 to 8 times 10 to 20 will get you the 100 to 120 you need for all of the gil. This will be enough to buy all of the things, all of the spells we need for now, and all of the equipment that we'll need. And then everything else after that, there'll be some things we can't afford with that gil, but we also have some guaranteed sources of gil later on that'll make up the difference. And then we sort of count on a few random chests giving us gil to be able to afford extra potions for safety later on. But this is also an area that has changed significantly in the time of, in the last 5 to 10 years, because originally we had a lot more equipment routed in, and having a lot more equipment routed in mean that we needed a lot more gil from the jellies. And so when I first started, it wouldn't be unusual to need 7 to 8 for both rounds of jellies.
Okay, so my goal is 68 jellies, or 68 yellow liquids. I currently have 49, so I might leave after the next room. If
So we're at 8 right now, so 9 would be average, I would say.
yeah. So I also got 2 500 gil steals in the first room. So that's extra 1,000 gil that I got. So that's I actually only need like 66, and it's very easy to leave below that.
Yeah, we have
Maybe in a world record attempt I would actually leave with this money, but maybe not. Probably not.
Yeah, you'd sort of be counting on a good elixir or something at that point, or mega elixir at that point.
Yeah.
There's a chest coming up which has a 50-50 chance of dropping either a mega elixir or an elixir. Elixir's worth 777, mega elixir's worth 7,777. So it's basically a 50-50 chance for like 12 or 13 liquids worth of value.
Right after the farm.
Right after the farm, yeah.
I have my LP now.
Yeah, so 73 was what I mentioned. So Penelo was the one who was shortest. One of the things you have to be aware of during this farm is that the girls have the least defense, and they tend to draw aggro. So they can often get killed by the jellies. So you can lose LP if the girls are dying at bad times. But Penelo didn't die at all this time, and she was the one who was lowest on LP. So she's good, and so everyone is good. So we're good to go.
Yeah,
And
no
right-
one else died.
No rooms, or 9 rooms is the total, and we're good.
So you said like 8 is kind of the ideal you're going for, and we got 9 here.
I would say 8 is like really good.
Yeah,
Eight-
8 is super good. Like that's like the record good.
Yeah, 8 is world record good, 9 is standard. 10, it should usually be 9, so 10 would be bad, 8 is really good, it's usually 9.
So we didn't get great luck, we just got standard luck.
Yeah, I would say standard.
Okay.
I would say I had a pretty good luck, like more than average luck, because okay, it was more rooms than usual, but I do have. I pretty much am set on Gil, even if I don't get any good drops. So
Yeah.
usually I leave like a little bit behind on Gil, but now I'm set on Gil with this kind of with 9 rooms, so that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that last room was like 15 liquids, so that was excellent. Coming up on one of the places where you can use a float boat to make things a little bit brain dead. So,
Yeah, there's 2 traps on the path ahead out of this area. People who play this game casually may be surprised to learn that the path we're taking is one that's available to us. The path that you're expected to take takes you by the Elder Worm, which is very annoying boss that you can just go around, and that's what we're doing.
yeah, this takes you through the Feywood, which is a much later, much higher leveled area, but we won't be in it for long. We're gonna just use it to bypass Elder Worm, which is possible to beat. I did figure out a way to get it into the RPG Limit Break run a couple years back as an incentive, but it is definitely not something you would normally do. It's not safe, it's not quick, and this is. Pinello might beg to differ, but that's okay. You only need one person to make it through, and ideally your tank will be that person.
The jelly farming is actually something that has changed quite a bit recently, just in the sense that we don't need as much gil. One of the more recent creations is the current version of a certain section of the dungeon later where we have to kill a bunch of the same enemy over and over again. Originally, we needed death for that part of the run. And death is pretty expensive. It costs almost 7,000 gil. And we also had to save up elixirs for that. And so now we can sell the elixirs and we don't have to buy death. And so that is a pretty significant chunk of gil that we don't need. So when I got my PB, I had 11 rooms and that was pretty good. And now 9 rooms is typical just because you just don't need as much gil. We've also updated we've really taken a hard look at what licenses are needed where. And at the time I had my PB, I thought, you had to have this, a few licenses in specific places. Like, oh, you have to have the double spell duration ability on the girls for Ahriman, but you actually don't. And so instead of the 155 or so now, it was 210 or 220. And so that would be a significant amount of extra farming. So that's just one of the many improvements we've come up with recently.
Yeah, part of that is also because of new strats against Ahriman, which, oh man, it makes the fight so much better. It's still not free, but it's so much better than it used to be.
It's pretty free up to execution. Like if you perform well, you should be able to win typically. There's 1 or 2 very specific bad things that can happen, which are hard to deal with, like if he confuses you at just the wrong time or if he teleports to a really bad place. But basically, if you execute it correctly, you should be able to kill him quickly, consistently, whereas before, it was a bit of a crapshoot.
Well, there's a couple of weird random movement that he can do.
Yeah.
And also, my recent bad thing that happened to me was that a clone teleported to me and I thought it was the real Ahriman, and then I froze too early. But yeah, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, the Belias freezing is a pretty amazing trick that we'll see plenty of. That was not super recent, but it's just been appearing in more and more fights as we realize how good it is.
Yeah, the first time it happens is actually the next boss fight, Venuscar, right?
Nope.
You can do it there, but it's not necessary. The next place
Okay.
we definitely do it is Ahriman, but then after that,
Yeah, okay.
mini bosses.
Yeah, so Belias freezing, or it's kind of like an ATB weight trick type thing that you would see in, say, Final Fantasies 4 or 6. The gist of it is that you are queuing up a summon, or you can also do it with other items, but you queue up something that delays enemies' moves, and then you cancel it, and that just slows them down, which allows you to get a lot more stuff in. And for some things like Ahriman teleporting away after a certain damage threshold, it can happen in the middle of your reflect, so it stops your damage hitting. But if you stop him from teleporting away with queued freeze, then he has to take all those hits because he's not able to teleport away. And then there are all sorts of other little subtle things that happen with other bosses in the way that their AI is programmed, essentially. And it ends up being really effective in a lot of fights.
Yeah, the story of how it was discovered is, I think it was, I want to say it was Talkie Time? I forget if it was, I think it was Talkie Time. Talkie Time was doing IZJS speedruns, so not TZA, not vanilla, but the one middle child, IZJS, and he was fighting against Tyrant of all bosses, and we just noticed that Tyrant wasn't able to queue up new attacks while Belias was in the queue, so he started trying to summon Belias, and then during that time the girls would land their Blizzagas, and Belias would stop Tyrant from doing new attacks, and so it was kind of a revelation that the ATB was frozen entirely. And then just like more and more things became clear to us as we tried this out in other places. Like one important thing is that if an enemy is gaining a new status, then that can only happen between their attacks. So like if Ahriman at 60% HP when he splits, he gains a damage resist, but he can't gain this damage resist until after he's completed his split. And so we freeze him, hit him with a bunch of attacks, he teleports to split, and then we freeze him again, and then in all that time we're able to hit him without his damage resist, and so we're able to get a lot more damage in just because of the freezing of the myths. And it's just because of some little mechanic they programmed in, which is just, if you're trying to summon something, don't let anything new happen. And because they did this, we've worked it into the run in a lot of places.
Yeah, now I think now would be a good time for a break. So
Okay, let me know when to pause.
yeah, I'll just get out of this loading screen and okay, so 3, 2, 1, pause.
Okay, so like we did before, we're going to take another wellness break. This is something we like to do on these longer runs on Hotfix, just to encourage good habits and healthy behavior for not just everybody watching, but people who are participating in the show. So we're going to go to a quick break screen. We're going to take about 5 minutes. Encourage you all to get up, get some water, stretch, take care of yourselves. While we are on break, we're going to play a few ads. So if you're subscribed, you won't see the ads. And of course, if you are not subscribed, we'd appreciate it if you consider subscribing, because Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. But we'll be back in just a few minutes with more Final Fantasy XII. So stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Community Spotlight. We just took another quick break. I like to do those pretty regularly on Hotfix for these longer runs. Hope you took an opportunity to get up, stretch if you've been sitting here for a while. But if you have tuned in recently, this is the Community Spotlight. We showcase community suggested games. This one was one of them, actually by someone in the call. Said that there was new route stuff and things had changed quite a bit. We should try and show it off. So appreciate that suggestion. If you have a game you would like to show on this, if you have a game you'd like to show off on this show, or you think should be shown off, you can type !spotlight in chat. There's a form there you can fill out, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix/spotlight-form. Other than that, I think it's about been an hour and a half since we all introduced ourselves, so why don't we give everybody a quick rundown on who's who, just in case people tuned in recently and know what voice belongs to who. So, Zero, why don't you go first?
Alright, hey, I'm Zero. I'm the world record holder of this game and the runner today. I just beat my PB yesterday, so yay.
Yay!
I'm Roosta. I'm a farm animal.
He's also a runner of this game. and he and Zero have been going back and forth over the last few years with records. I'm Alec47. I've mostly done routing in this game, but I have been involved for, oh man, about 8 years now.
All right. Are you ready to get going again, Zero?
Sure. So 3, 2, 1, go.
So at this point, we've just finished our jelly farming, and that's the last farm of the run. From here on out, we're pretty much just going to be going through dungeons and fighting bosses. So the run is pretty cool from here on out. There's a few longer stretches without any fights, but generally we're going to be going boss to boss. At this point, our guild is pretty much set, and so the bosses will be dropping the remaining LP that we need, and that's pretty much all we need through the rest of the run. So several licenses we have to get here. Ash has been reflected by Vaughn generally thus far, but now she gets reflect on the way to her other spells, so now she's going to be able to reflect herself. And she also got decoy there. Now, I mentioned before that we're going to be using a variety of mechanics to make sure the girls don't get hit. There are still several bosses that we don't need decoy for. We have ways of protecting the girls, but for the bosses that we don't have ways of protecting the girls otherwise, we're going to use decoy. Now, decoy is a positive status ailment with a very short duration, but it lets us force the boss into targeting the character with decoy. So Vaughn is going to be generally decoyed, and so the boss will be forced to target Vaughn, and so he is our tank, and the girls will be safe. Luckily, there are no attacks that we can't avoid, which go through Reflect and would hit the girls. All of them are either single target, or we have ways of moving Vaughn out of range so that the girls don't get hit, or killing the boss before they can use them. So we typically have ways of keeping the girls safe. It's not always possible, but when I say it's not always possible, I mean it's not always possible because of problems, because bad things can happen. But if everything goes well, we'll be able to protect them. Now, once again, we have one of these teleport crystals that you just have to touch. You don't have to touch it in the sense of needing the heal, but you have to touch it because it only unlocks by touching it. And so most runners at some point forget to touch that crystal, and then you have to run back from the next dungeon, and we call that the Walk of Shame. But once you've done it once, it doesn't happen again, unless your name's Solomon.
Yeah, Solo's a good guy, but he made that mistake more frequently than anyone else. So we poked some good-natured fun at him for it.
It's all with love. So the next dungeon... Oh, go ahead.
I'm thinking I should have maybe saved at that save crystal rather than at the one at the beginning of the Still Shrine. I really didn't really think about it because this Still Shrine is kind of new, so I didn't think that now touching the crystal there is actually more of a time loss than than it was before. But
yeah. So what Zero's describing is that originally. Well, so the next dungeon is the Still Shrine of Miriam, and so the Still Shrine of Miriam has several places where you can benefit from having an immobilized character. Now, a long time ago, someone mentioned that, or someone asked that now that we have this party leader is too far warp, is immobilized still useful? This is one place where the immobilized is still useful because you can't flee when you're using the party leader too far away trick, but you can when someone is immobilized. So we need to have two people immobilized. Actually, only need one, but we do take advantage of two. Until recently, we had a little setup where we would have the girls immobilize themselves right at the start of the dungeon, and so you would save if you wanted to save, and then you would immobilize them while running towards the door. But recently, we came up with a setup here that does not use this. The setup instead uses an immobilize in the dungeon, and so saving takes a little bit of time because you can't touch the save crystal on the chocobo, so you have to dismount early. It's just a little detail for marathon runs, and it's like a new thing.
Yeah, fortunately, it's one of those things that's not a huge loss, so you don't feel too bad about doing that. Like, maybe he would have felt a bit worse if he had actually gotten 8 rune jellies, but This is probably better overall for event safety.
This is also not the most dangerous dungeon. The thing about this dungeon is that if you make a mistake on the second boss, Mateus, it's really difficult to recover. The side enemies in that fight they have a gambit, which is to cast sleep on anyone who is casting a magic spell, and that sleep is piercing, so it goes through reflects. And so if Vaughn loses decoy for whatever reason, if the fight takes too long or if he dies, then it falls apart really quickly. So it's not a particularly likely to fail. But then also the boss immediately after this dungeon is Judge Bergen. That boss has some inherent risk in it because you could overstep Traveler, or you could he could block enough spells to make it dangerous. And so by saving here, that sort of makes us safe for all three of these bosses. So there's a little bit of risk in the first boss too. But
Definitely be saving again before
oh,
Bergen.
you'll save again? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, any boss in which you can die through no fault of your own, it's probably wise to have a save point at some point, especially after such a good jellies.
Yeah, having to redo jellies would be really painful.
Yeah. So the last save point would have been before Wraithwall, right?
Yeah, before Garuda.
Oh, before Tiamat. So it's only half an hour, not an hour.
But yeah, right there he set up a Traveler, and he got the Mega Elixir, so 50-50. He is really good on Gil now.
Didn't need it, but still got it.
Typical.
Yeah, so Bosch is 0 MP because he has the Dawn Shard equipped. That is required for the pedestal just before now and the one he's about to hit. After that, it's useful to help survive Mateus's attacks, and that's about it. Honestly, like, it doesn't really get too much more use in the run. Here you can see a potion immobilization with Vaughn. Again, just avoiding a little bit of the immobilized casting. So that's the other thing, and I would say one of my bigger contributions to this run overall is just like trying to focus on finding places to avoid changing the party. So the way the menus work in this game, when you change the party, the game has to load the new characters, and so every time you change party, you lose a few seconds. And the more characters you want to change, the more time you lose. And so this trick of this too far warp where Vaughn stays still, it's actually slower than the immobilized trick that we did before. But the immobilized trick we did before required 2 party swaps. And so because of those 2 party swaps, this quote-unquote slower way is actually faster. So Zero's just going to do a quick... just kidding. There's a crystal bug there. The crystal bug is a fake crystal that if you touch becomes an enemy. It's one of 3. Something only casuals run into. There's actually one that can be used in a speedrun setting, but really it's more for save making than speedrunning. Yeah, so he has to touch this sword here or examine it in order to be able to progress. This is one of the first places where we actually put immobilizing into the route at all, and it just saves that little bit of backtracking. You take a little bit less damage typically, but that Dark Mirror, you can see just teleporting constantly, trying to keep up with you.
Yeah, that's a bit of a nice thing if you can get the teleportation animation takes a moment, and so if it's a close range attack, you can get it to the point where he teleports to you, but by the time he actually appears, he's too far away to actually get to you, so then he teleports again ad infinitum. So it's basically, it gives you the ability to escape from the horse for a long time if you get lucky. But if he does a lunge, he's just going to get you, and if he does dark, he'll eventually get you, but often not before you reach the crystal.
Yeah, sometimes you'll actually be teleporting away and the dark animation will be happening, but it won't actually be affecting you because you're already leaving the area.
Yeah, the spell takes a certain amount of time to actually hit you, and that may sound inconsequential, but there's actually some pretty interesting things, like the Blizzara, for example, takes a significantly longer amount of time between the beginning of the cast and when it actually hits you. So if you want to ATB reset the ability, you will have to wait longer for Blizzara. And this actually came into play. For a while, we used the Blizzara throughout the next few bosses after Bergen, but it turns out to be a little bit better to use Fyra just because Fyra hits sooner in the animation.
Yeah, Blizzara has the same inherent damage as Fyra, but the Ice Rod, the Glacial Staff, my mind got there, gives you one more magic power than the Flame Staff for whatever reason. So here he got what we like to call a statue troll. He needs to rotate the statue twice. It has an equal chance of spawning in any of the 3 incorrect directions. So he got a 1 in 3 chance there with it being wrong. There are 2 more. That's the most dangerous one by a fair bit because you can despawn the enemies by this next one.
So I don't think we actually have discussed the enemy despawning technique yet, which we have just started doing. We've done the too far warp, but we haven't actually used it to despawn things until now. So this is actually a little technique that was discovered a long time ago, and we've been using in the speedrun for the entire time the speedrun has existed. So the way the game is programmed, if an enemy is too far away, it just stops existing. And so that's too far away from the party leader, and you can change party leader no matter how far away they are. So if you leave characters far enough away with Immobilize or with the too far warp, you just swap to them, the enemies disappear, and then you swap back, and they're gone. So this is just, it's called the Immobilize despawn glitch. As to whether or not it's actually a glitch, I think you could argue that it's not. Because
it's not. And the reason is because you are using intended mechanics in a slightly unintended way. There is nothing, like, I would classify this as an exploit. Because the reason the enemies stay despawned is because enemies spawn when you get within a certain distance of them. And because you're already right by them, the game just doesn't load them back in. It instead loads other enemies as you approach other areas nearby, because that's just how it procedurally loads the enemies, and you're just bypassing that, essentially.
And another reason you could argue it's not a glitch is that in the later versions of the game, some things which are definitely just glitches were fixed intentionally.
Yeah, and this wasn't. So, for example,
Exactly.
There is a single underflow glitch that we will be abusing later on, and that was actually fixed in vanilla. The Greatest Hits European version has that glitch fixed.
Yeah, underflow is something which is definitely a glitch, and that was fixed. And this is well known, and was still not fixed. The other thing about this is that we believe it was implemented as a way to cut down the resources that the game has to use, so it doesn't have to load too much at once. And so even when the game was upgraded to a larger number of resources, that's a little scary. Even when the game was upgraded, they still left this in. So.
Yeah, and that's just a little manipulation of the enemy. You get him to target Vaughn and then have to go the long way around. Ideally, he's not even able to get past the girls like he did there. But then 2 rounds consistently finishes him off. The one dangerous thing is that move he was readying at the end, Crown. But if he's not able to even get to you to attack and use it, then you're able to kill him pretty consistently. So while that was a bit sketchy by the standards of today, it was pretty safe by standards to what we did before we started using that method.
So actually, I wanted to spend some time talking about Venuscar, because Venuscar is, in my opinion, maybe like one of the most critical bosses in terms of the routing over the past 2 years of this game. Because Venuscar is a boss whose strategy has changed significantly. So the Crown that Alec mentioned is an ability that's triggered at 60% HP. So the way you kill him is you do less than 60% damage, and then hit him with a round of spells, which does, or is it 60 or is it 80 actually?
I think it's 80.
Yeah, 80%. Sorry. So you hit him with like a little bit of damage to not trigger it, and then you try and kill him before the crown goes off. And so it was a real challenge. And originally we used Vaughn because Vaughn had arrow, and the arrow would help us get over the 80% after hitting him with a few spells, it's like a single spell at the start or a small amount of damage. And so we wanted to swap to Vaughn being the main tank, which means not getting arrow on him, and we wanted Bosch to be the main tank, but arrow is even further away from Bosch, so that we couldn't really realistically swap to Vaughn main tank until we found a way to kill Venuscar. And so there was another strategy discovered that did not use that arrow, but eventually this strat was discovered where instead of hitting him for less than 20% and then killing him all at once, we just found a way to completely hit him with 2 rounds before crown went off. And so that was the trick that you saw where he had to circle around behind the girls before reaching you, and that gave the girls enough time to hit him with 8 total spells.
And even before that, we actually used Traveler on Venuscar.
Right, because a single, so Traveler for full 990 plus steps would have been enough, or would have been too much. It would have just triggered crown, but with his HP, hitting it with a roughly 2,700 damage or around 900 steps would be the right amount to put him just above 80%.
Actually, he has low HP. Traveler deals a little over half of it, I think. What it was is that we'd have like a little bit of cast, and then we'd have the Traveler, and then another round of cast to finish it off. Anyway, Mateus, we earlier referenced that we would be using an element that Mateus resists, but that's a multiplier of a half. We're also going to be applying the oil status effect, which triples fire damage. So we're actually dealing 1.5 times damage even before you account for Spellbreaker or the flame stabs.
Oil, in my opinion, is the most broken spell in the whole game. Not the most broken, but just like the most relatively broken, because it costs 500 gil, but it triples damage on a variety of bosses, including one of the most difficult ones in the whole run.
So right here, he's positioning himself. He has everything's going to be attacking Vaughn. He's making sure Mateus is the closest. He did a little bit of fire up while he was setting up the oil, and that was just to get a little bit of damage. And then with these fires here, he's got enough damage, switching from the Dawn Shard after using it to keep Vaughn alive to the Golden Amulet, and that means he gets his double LP still. There it is.
Yeah, the Dawn Shard is a story accessory that reduces your MP to 0, but it gives you significantly higher magic resist, and so it makes you take a lot less damage from all of the magic spells that are used there. So they're the blizzards, which are cast by the Azers, would normally do
Mateus.
would normally do a small amount of damage, but non-zero and actually non-trivial. But it's for the Azers at least, it's reduced to 0 by the Dawn Shard. And the way the damage is calculated in this game, it's pretty interesting. The strength of the spell is multiplied by a number from 1 to 1 plus an eighth, or 1.125, and then you take away from that the resistance. And so once your resistance reaches a certain level, then no blizzard will ever be able to do damage to you, no matter how much magic is behind it. So that's why it does 0 there, because of the magic resist. But we need the double LP on Vaughn as much as possible. So so 0 will remove the Dawn Shard and put the Golden Amulet on Vaughn. We're also going to be going back to Belias freezing with Vaughn quite a bit, and so we can't have his MP down at 0.
I also like how I accidentally licensed Protect on Fran, and then it ended up being useful.
all according to plan.
Yeah, there's some silly little things like that have happened. Another thing that's worth mentioning is that Oil is an AoE spell, so you can get multiple chances for it to hit an enemy by reflecting it off your party, and that makes it very useful. Additionally, Spellbreaker gives a multiplier to the actual success chance So you can absolutely count on oil hitting whenever you cast it, as long as they don't have shell. So there are a couple of places where we are going to apply oil, but first we have to dispel the target.
So actually, once the chance is fully calculated, at the end of that, then you just multiply that chance by 2, and that's what the Spellbreaker does. So if your chance before Spellbreaker is above 50%, Spellbreaker will guarantee. So an example of that is the girls have a pretty high chance of landing Immobilize, more than 50%, but we get them into Spellbreaker first, and then Immobilize is guaranteed.
The next boss is rather annoying. Judge Bergen has a lot of attack power. He has enemies that are going to be chasing you to him. You can kill them, but that's slow. And then he has the most annoying thing, which is a chance to block any given spell going at him. And because we're teleporting right there, we would have to reset up the Spellbreaker if we wanted it for the fight. So instead, what we're doing is we're using Traveler to deal an extra 10,000 damage for this fight. And that means that we don't have to use the Spellbreaker damage multiplier against Bergen. But it is theoretically possible that he can block a bunch of spells and troll you. It's just...
Yeah, the magic evasion is actually a very rare ability in this game. It pretty much only happens to people who are in some sense like in possession of some kind of magicite in some sense or another. So for example, Larsa later on is able to evade magic because he has Nethicite. Judge Gabranth is able to because he's corrupted by the Nethicite, and Judge Bergen. And I think that's pretty much it in the story of things that can actually...
Imperial Swordsman in the Vossler fight.
Right, Imperial Swordsman in the Vossler fight. That's also... I forgot about them, but they're able to block. But we're able to kill him through several blocks. I think 3 or 4 is typically okay, but more than that is when it gets a little hairy.
Yeah, it's a possibility, and it usually makes you a bit nervous, especially when you're on good pace, but it is not likely.
I just keep looking at chat and seeing Xeroscar typing in chat while playing pretty regularly.
Well, posting in chat is an important pastime for FF12 runners.
There are a lot of long loading screens.
Yeah, there's an in-game timer, and there's, you can time real time. It's generally thought that the in-game timer reflects the time without the black screen. And so, for example, if you look right now, the in-game timer shows 3:06, and the real time is 3:23. So there's probably been about 17 minutes of black screen for him to post in chat. Not to mention that the true masters of FF12 speedrunning will have mastered the ability to, with their right hand, hold the right trigger and the left analog stick, which is an important technique for being able to use your left hand to type Kappa in chat. If you're at home with your controller, I recommend you try that. Try and, with your PS2 controller, use your right hand to control the left joystick while holding down R2. If you can do that, you're ready to run FF12.
Yeah. Although sometimes instead of typing "I'm winning," you type "I'm winning."
Yes. What are you doing, Roosta? I'm winning. My legendary typo from a relay a few years ago.
But have you ever typoed something so fantastically that it spawned a new Twitter account?
I cannot say I've done that. So yeah, Bergen did block a few spells there, and Penelo got hit, but she did not die. Now, immediately after skipping this cutscene is the longest break of the run, which is about 1 minute and 20 seconds. One of the interesting differences between the North American version and the Japanese version is that these longer breaks where there's a voice track is actually just mashable text. But even in the Japanese version, this is more than 1 minute if you leave your turbo controller on.
How do you propose we reach Arcades?
Yeah, this is the one best P break in the run, and you have to be a little quick about it.
And then
Ah,
maybe
for
we'll
this
see
one
that
you
the
have
coast
plenty
is
of
watched
time.
as well.
It's the one in after
No,
Whistler that's
we go
the
afoot. We'll cross into Arcadia in the
that
south.
causes problems.
In my new house, my bathroom is immediately
Can reach
adjacent
the
to
wood
my
any number
bedroom,
of
so
ways.
I can even make it
The
during the
easiest is to head north from Nalbina.
where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb cutscene.
I'm jealous.
There is a hunter's camp just beyond the Salika Wood. The camp sits within Arcadia's borders, so Imperial patrols there should be sparse.
Getting that far should be half the
So
fun.
remember when
Let's be
330
sure we go
Bergen was
prepared.
a really good time?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, I remember when it was like, holy crap, we're actually this fast. But that was when we were doing, among other things, more jellies. Like, one of the things we had for the longest time that you can, on occasion, steal from Bergen is we got from Emanon a strat of using ruby rings, which are reflect in an item form for the end of the run. And they cost a lot of money, so that required more jellies. Of course, while it was one of those things that made the menuing a little bit faster in the Pharos and at the end game and made a couple things technically slightly safer, we were able to route around it pretty effectively, so that is long gone.
So this is actually something that's really fascinating to me because it feels really fast to use the ruby rings, but when you actually have it all routed as precisely as we do now, even if we could just have the ruby rings appear in our menu, I don't think it would be faster to use them because our reflects are casted while we're moving, doesn't cost any time, and licensing and equipping and removing ruby rings does take time. So the biggest cost of the ruby ring, or the biggest time save of the ruby rings is pretty much, I'd say, just the elevator on the final dungeon, and that's it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I might use it for the Bahamut and maybe for Sid 2, but that's about it.
Not to mention that it is at least 6 seconds of licensing to get it on the girls, right?
And when you have the ruby rings equipped, you can't have golden amulets on, so...
Yeah, and eventually it was realized that, like, why would you do that when you can just sell the ruby ring if you steal it, and that's like 3,200 gil instead of, you know, maybe saving time.
I think they're 6,800 to buy, so that would be 3,400.
Oh, I thought it was 65.
Ruby ring sell is like 8.1k to buy, and so it's no. It's definitely more than 4,000 gil to sell for.
Maybe it's 85.
It might be 85 because I think Mirror Mail is 8.1.
Yeah, because that number 17,000 for 2 is that.
Yeah.
That sounds right. This is also something that I think changed a little bit between the original and the Zodiac Age.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I see now. It's you buy it for 8,500, and it looks like you can't buy it in the Zodiac Age. There's a parentheses around the price.
I actually don't remember for the Zodiac Age. I don't think I ever really used it in that.
Yeah, and the Zodiac Age is the treasure, side quest, and steal. No shop.
One of them is guaranteed, though. Like, there's a chest that it absolutely is in there.
Yeah, that's another thing that they changed into the Zodiac Age is they made it so that several important chests are guaranteed to contain the item. Like the golden amulet chests are sort of long. You can't buy golden amulets, but you can get them from chests, which are guaranteed to spawn and guaranteed to have them. So that's sort of a part of the route there. But again, to reiterate, we, the community, decided to showcase this version of the run because it's much more technical and interesting. Pretty much every category of the Zodiac Age is just some combination of getting a strong weapon, putting it in your party, and setting gambits to kill enemies along the way. It's much less interesting than this, in our opinion. there is one category of the Zodiac Age, which is we're temporarily calling it classic percent, which is pretty much don't use the trials because you can farm a diamond amulet in the trials, and don't use the speed up. And so it's basically just the vanilla version of TZA. But even then, you're just trying to imitate vanilla. It's like, why would you do the vanilla imitation when you could just do vanilla, right?
Yeah.
Which has a much more of a storied history than the imitation on TZA.
And the PC run is actually somewhat similar to this because the magic route is optimal. You can't actually guarantee the Seitengrat chest without doing memory wash, essentially. You have to be able to either have the RNG be consistently manipulable or have it be figured out like through memory watch, and we don't want to allow memory watch in a run for obvious reasons. So the PC version isn't really like, you could do a melee route with the Karkata, but that's a crapshoot as to whether you actually get the Karkata steal in any reasonable amount of time.
So the funny thing about the way that the RNG is set up in this game, the RNG is called the Mersenne Twister. It's a very advanced algorithm, which is like one of the better commonly used RNG tools, and it's basically impossible to crack it in any reasonable amount of computation. But anyone who's ever worked with the RNG or pseudo RNG, PRNG, knows that an important part of using the RNG is seeding it. So you have to give it an initial number to base to start the cycle in, and the seed in the console version, PS4 and PS2, is just a fixed number. It's like 5. And so while it's a really, really good algorithm, the numbers that come out of it are always the same in the same order. So it's like someone got the most advanced tool and then didn't actually use it. They just got a list of random numbers. And so that's how we use the RNG manipulation. Is we just have the list of numbers that come out of the pseudo random number generator, which again, it's very advanced, but it's the same seed every single time. And so that lets us predict what's going to happen. And so that's how you can manipulate the Seitengrat. On the PC, they actually finally fixed it and they seeded it properly. So you can't just predict what the number is going to be. However, it's on a PC, so you can just use memory reading. You can just look at the memory and see what number is coming out. And so you can just use the RNG manipulation tool to just say, if I step through the door at this moment, if I open the chest at this moment, then I know what I'll get. And so that's how you can manipulate it. And so in the interest of keeping the speedrun more interesting, we decided to disallow memory reading on the Zodiac Age for the sake of RNG manipulation on the PC. So for the Zodiac Age, the PC route is probably the most interesting, just because you're not allowed to use the completely busted Seitengrat.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's pretty similar to this. There are a few things that are different, and obviously the routing is different. But the general idea of AoE magic on party while disabling a boss in one way or another, or distracting them, is what we do there as well. So you're still running around super fast. There are some things like that, but kind of wanted to give a little bit of a showcase of both versions of the game, which is why we're doing the any percent run in vanilla and then the trials, because that's just kind of a unique, cool, different thing for IZJS and TZA. I have to say, though, now that I think about it, it would be kind of interesting what you could do with the memory reading. Like, there's a part of me that now is like, maybe it could be a miscellaneous category or something, but I find routing interesting.
That would be true any percent, right?
Yeah, it kind of would be, but it's also like somewhat tool assisted, so yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, using a tool to watch the memory is kind of the definition of tool assisted.
Yeah.
Like, There's
Well-
been a lot of stretching that bounds in certain games where people are using tools and RTA runs that probably wouldn't have been allowed 5-6 years ago. But
Yeah,
Memory
we have-
Watch is pretty like firmly in tool-assisted territory.
Yeah, we have the memory manipulator tool for the or well, not memory manipulator, but the place where we can. It's actually a tool currently maintained by Rusta, who was working on a previous version made originally by it was originally made by Tranquilite and then updated by Yokai Dragoon, and now Rusta has made the current version.
So no. So Tranquilite made the original version. He did the real hard work. He figured out the list of numbers from the Mercen Twister, and then Bed and Shooter and I worked together after looking at Yokai's. The Tranquilite's version was just for manipulating like one chest, and it was just like very, very bare bones. Yokai Dragoon upgraded it, and then from there, Bed and Shooter and I worked together to make the version which is the RNG tool that has the rare game manipulation, chest manipulation, and steel manipulation. And then that works all the way up to PS4. And then Tranquilite came back and he updated and created the memory reading version and then wrapped that all into what Bed and Shooter and I put together. So now there's a fully advanced rare game, chest, and steel manipulation for PC due to all 5 of us together.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting just how much went into that, but it's a really robust tool now. And
Yeah, there he is, Bed and Shooter in chat. Yeah, I wanted to say because he's the one who has the more formal coding experience, and so of the 5 people I mentioned, I probably contributed the least actual code. I was more from a theoretical standpoint, helping to inform how the program actually. Or like what I was the guy from Office Space who says I talk to the programmers and tell them what the customers want, right? That was me, and Ben Shooter was the coder, and Zero would have been the consumer.
yeah, it's used extensively in the Order of Ambrosia run because there's so much stuff in that. Between all the rare spawns, there are a couple chests you manipulate. And it's also used in the Platinum % run, Platinum Trophy run for TZA to get the to figure out the Seitengrad as like once you get that you don't really need the tool, but then there are a couple things that are manipulated in addition that aren't manipulated in the vanilla version of that run. But it's really cool, just like how much you can figure out for it. And like there's a lot of stuff that we had to figure out just kind of on our own over time, like how exactly weather affects RNG positions when you enter an area. So like we figured out eventually it's like if the weather can change to multiple things, it consumes an extra number.
I think that the weather isn't actually totally understood still. I want to say there's a few areas where it's very confusing, like it checks to see if the weather is going to change, and then if it does change, it consumes an extra number
Yeah,
to see what the weather should change to. And so like specifically when you're first entering the Cerobi step, if you want to manipulate the Mirage Vest, which is in the first zone, it can be pretty difficult to get that RNG right, which is necessary for the 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 speed run.
Well, I feel like I have that consistent.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there's some places where the weather is just it consumes an extra number, and there's some places where it's a little bit more annoying. I'll also mention that there was a pretty cool setup that we did not get to see Zero do, where while running, you can set the girls up to both be in Spellbreaker. That's what you would typically do. That was inside the Salika Wood. But because the pretty much one of the most dangerous bosses is coming up next, we are going to save, and saving would take them out of Spellbreaker. So we can't do that in a marathon run, realistically. I have done the save in the Salika Wood just to try and show off, but if you do die, you kind of end up with pie in your face.
Yeah, so Dispel is important to get rid of Shell and sometimes other things. Remedies are important to get rid of status effects on occasion. And the other spell he got there is Bio, which is a non-elemental spell. And that is important for a couple fights in particular, because there are enemies that are resistant to or even immune to elemental damage. So having that in our back pocket for those fights is really important.
Yeah, there are 2 bosses we would not be able to do any damage to without Bio. Shimazai and Fenrir are both... well, Shimazai you could technically do some damage, but she shifts her element after you do damage, so there's no way we can consistently do damage to either of them without Bio. And then there's several bosses to whom Bio does more damage than any other spell in our arsenal, and so we have to buy it there. The other thing that sort of we wouldn't have to mention except for the history is we did not buy Death. I said 60-something hundred earlier, but it's actually 5,200. So that's skill that we don't have to spend anymore. But also, as I mentioned, we don't have to actually hold on to any elixirs. You're guaranteed at least 3 elixirs, and several more are possible. And so each of those is almost 800 gil extra that you save with the new version of the route. It's interesting in that the new version of the route that does not use Death is actually almost a minute slower than the version that does use Death, but that minute is about how much time it takes to get all of the licenses it takes to use Death for that segment of the run. So it's one of those things where the new version of the route is almost the same amount of time, but requires a lot less skill and a lot more skill.
I like that rhyme.
Yeah, the brain pans have never been a terribly easy part of the run, but if it all goes well, it'll just be really cool how it all fits together.
I would say the version of Brain Pans just before Firaga Brain Pans was not that hard. It wasn't, it was definitely easier than it was before, because before you had to worry about those Chimera brains, which were very annoying. But the version with the Immobilize wasn't too bad. But then we introduced the new version, which is probably the hardest part of the entire run. So we'll be excited to get there.
Yep. I practiced it a couple of times today, and I feel pretty confident that I'll mess up.
There you go. So something that there's no point mentioning, but I will anyway, is that this area, the Cheetah Uplands, has wind damage the first time you come here. So, or the wind environmental effect, which boosts fire damage in this case. So if you, typically with the way we have this set up, Penelo is at a magic such that if she casts Fyra or Blizzara with no weapon, she'll get the girls into Spellbreaker. But we have to use Blizzara there. And so actually, with that setup, the girls were... he was waiting for the second Blizzara to hit before reaching the zone line. And as I mentioned before, Blizzara takes a little bit longer to hit. So we actually lost time because he couldn't cast Fyra there because of the extra damage. So this is just little things that you have to think about when you're speedrunning this game.
Yeah, and some things that are very easy to forget when you can just use Fyra everywhere to crit down.
Yeah, Fyra is used everywhere except for here. So
in normal run, but when you go into marathon run where you save there, then it's very easy things to forget.
So these Corels are the far less annoying version of the O's, which we'll see in about an hour or so, and they are very annoying, as we'll see.
Yeah, so the ideal is that they all group up, and then you're able to get all of them into one cast of Traveler. That, in practice, is rarely the case. However, I have had streaks where it happened to me a lot of times in a row, and then I regress to the mean. The more likely outcome is that if you get your steps right, which it's deceptively easy to over or understep here, I would say usually 2 to 4 is what you get. and then you can finish the rest off with bringing in the girls for reflected magics.
Yeah, each of the magic auras has its own weakness. There's only one of them that's weak to fire. We also have Blazara, and so if the queen is alive, you can use ice to kill. If the prince is alive, you can use fire to kill. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to be reflecting magic. And even the queen, you'd probably kill with reflected magic if she's the only one left. Because if you want to use ice, you have to equip your glacial staves to guarantee, which you typically don't want to do. You don't want to have to bother changing the weapons. There's one other thing, which is that Top Stock is sort of the most annoying one because he has HP Devour, which means he does extra damage at the cost of his own health. So he can do a lot of extra damage to you. The Mandies also, they level up if they're all together, and so you really have to take care of them before they start leveling up. So let's see how this goes. It's like a 4-hit? Oh, 5-hit. Nice. Easy.
You wish that would happen every time.
Yeah. That was
it's
really
been
close to having a 5-hit, so.
I played it pretty safe, but I still wish I could get that in a world record run. My PB did have a pretty good Mandies though, which is something I have not had a luxury of getting lately.
Now, it's worth mentioning that this next crystal here is also a crystal bug. There are methods to take it out, but that was really only a thing for marathon runs before we really got Ahriman a bit more consistent. With the Belias clogging strats we're going to be using, it's still not free, but it's the closest to free it has ever been in any run except maybe... Well, I don't know. Even with Seitengratz, he can confuse you, and then your party can just wreck itself. So
yeah. Well, at least you have the 75% evasion then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that can lead to some pretty silly things where you're like, okay, I need to get rid of Confuse, take off the Seitengratz. You basically have to, because either they KO themselves or another party member, or they can never get hit. But that Traveler setup is actually for significantly later in the run. That's not going to be used until Sid 1. So at the end of Draklor Laboratory. In the meantime,
so that's like 25 plus minutes of things that we'll be doing while on this step count. So everything that happens for the next 25 minutes, we're also paying attention to how far we run in order to not overstep that Traveler.
It's not as bad as you might think because you can take pretty consistent lines throughout all of this. And other than a little bit of running that you may or may not have to do in a couple places, which you can generally manage, there's enough wiggle room that that's why we do it there.
If everything from here goes ideally, you'll probably have about 180 steps extra.
Mm-hmm.
So you actually want to be burning some of the steps.
Yeah, so coming up on Ahriman here, like we mentioned a while back, I'll go over it again real quick, but in a little bit shorter version. The Belias clogging is kind of like ATB weight tricks used to slow down enemies in older games. So in this version, what we do is we queue up, in this case, Summon for Belias. It can be other things for certain uses, but we use Belias because it works. And it's easy to menu to, it doesn't really mess anything up, and you need to license Belias on someone that's on play anyway to open up a door later. But what it does is you queue up that, and then it keeps... the instant charge means that it's next in the queue after whatever your party is doing. So you can then cancel it before you actually summon Belias. But in the meantime, it's preventing anything that hit the queue after that, like anything an enemy is doing, including Ahriman teleporting away and gaining damage resist. So if all goes well, this fight will actually skip a round of Ahriman dividing compared to what you would otherwise have.
This actually skips 2 rounds of dividing.
Yeah,
So
Eddie is too. True.
there was an example of a block that actually lost time. I called that one earlier. Room before Ariman.
Yep. I remember that.
So yeah, this is the latest in a long line of Ariman strats, and it's by far the coolest one in my opinion. This is like really a four-way project between Zero, Iminon, Kanayami, and I. It sort of started with the Belias freezing, and that was just sort of the first part, and that was a long time ago. We've had that version for a while, but then Kanayami figured out the trick afterwards, where you use the warp mote together with a potion to clog his divide for long enough for you to reach where he is dividing, and then after that, Iminon, Zero, and I had like a little jam session where we all worked together to figure out the actual current version of the strat. So the warp mote is blocked by the high potion, the divide is blocked by the warp mote, and so that gives us time to run over to where Ariman is, take the girls out of the party, bring them back into the party, hit Ariman, freeze him while he's dividing, and then that gets them to within one round of spells away. This is the part that Kanayami came up with, and then the final trick, we took a few hours to figure this out, but it turns out that Ariman is set to return to you before going to divide. So we found a timing here which would let us kill. Well, it didn't quite work out. He returns to us before going back to divide. The reason it didn't work here is that the summon was in the queue, and that's Belias. He has to be canceled. If your spells go off and then you don't cancel him, he will actually just summon. And so what Zero did there was he used an attack to cancel it, but Zero got close enough, or Vaughn got close enough to Ariman to actually trigger the attack, and so the Belias didn't start freezing when he should have, and so he got the teleport away, and so we missed out on 2 rounds of spells there, but we'll see if he's 2 spells away from dying, so we'll see if we can get it off in time. You can summon again to let that fire go off. Just
Right now, what
There you
he's doing is he was determining which Ahriman is the real one. So the real Ahriman has a little bit of a shimmer around him, and that's something that you can look for.
So yeah, that was nearly perfect. Vaughn just getting too close to Ariman and letting the attack go off made it a little bit hairy, but it ended up okay.
Yeah, I kind of want to find something else to cancel the...
Yeah, this goes all the way back to Barheim, where I mentioned that attacks take less time than actions. You have to clear the queue, but the most natural thing to clear the queue with is something that, like an item, because that's something that you don't need a target to use, but then items take too long, right? And so you have to find something which will take longer to charge. So maybe like you could attack self, and then summon, maybe?
But I kind of like the targeting Ahriman because reasons.
Attack. Oh, I guess you can't attack self then target him because he won't be in range.
Yeah. Maybe with steal or tell Vaughn steal manually. Like because the problem with attack is that attack keeps coming back when you don't have your gambits on.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe turn Vaughn's gambits on.
I mean, it wouldn't be too much to actually disable his gambits and do that, but I don't know, like, that might not be the most efficient way to do it either.
Either way, we got through Ahriman.
Yeah, for a time, people would have called him the most difficult boss in the run, but with this new strategy, it must be like the 6th one we've had since I was running. So, what you didn't see there was that when Ahriman reaches 60% HP, he divides into 2. So we manipulated above 60 and then below that to get the split, and then we hit him down before he could split, and then right when he split, and then one more time before he got a chance to split again. But what we didn't see is that below 40%, or before 60%, he gains damage resist, which we only had for the very last round. So that in itself is a pretty big innovation. But at 40%, he splits into 4, and then at 20%, he splits into 8. So long ago, you would just do damage, he would split, you would recast Decoy, come back, kill the clone, he would split, recast Decoy, kill the clones. Do damage, kill the clones, he would split, come back, right? You have to do this over and over and over again. On top of all this, when he gets to his last phase, all of the clones can kill you really quickly, and they can also, he gains the ability when he's in his very last phase after all the clones are dead to use Mazer Eye, which is a very large amount of damage, and with Vaughn as he is now, I think he would just one-shot him guaranteed.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Formerly, we had Bosch with a higher level and better equipment, so Bosch could just barely survive from full HP. But that was the long ago version, and then we had some innovations from there, like finding better ways to kill clones, and then eventually Belias Freezing got us a version where we were able to kill him the instant he came back with one clone from the 8, and that was sort of the last version before this one, where now we kill him before he even splits into 4. So this is much more consistent. The inconsistency before came from trying to either kill him after killing all the clones, or trying to target only him among all of the clones. As I mentioned before, Geese, any reflected spell will reflect to the nearest enemy, or the nearest target on the opposite quote-unquote side. And so all 8 clones are valid targets for reflect. And so if you wanted to kill him with reflected magic after he split, you'd have to position yourself so that all 3 characters are closer to the main Ahriman than any of the other 7 identical Ahrimans. Now it's possible to tell them apart visually. The main Ahriman has a shimmer that's unique to him, but if they all teleport around you, it might geometrically be impossible to do what I just described, or the girls might just get pushed and so on and so forth. And those not only longer, but more inconsistent and difficult. So we have it easy now, thanks to Zero, Kaneyami, Imanon, and I. And me, I guess, would be the proper English.
It would. But whatever. So here's Jules. You have to pay him money. He's annoying. Then there are also chops in this section. They cut down the number you need in TZA. You only need 3, but here you need a few more. We're also going to be buying the Eroga spell from the magic shop along the way. And this is all routed out to get efficient steps and, more importantly, the number of chops that you need quickly in order to get to the next area. So, not a whole lot to talk about here, really.
Well, there's actually something that we've only briefly mentioned that now would be a good time to talk about. Also because we're picking up Eroga, which is just ATB clogging. So
Yeah.
if you think about, say, Final Fantasy, or pretty much Final Fantasy 7, 8, or 9, only one character in the battle can be doing something at a given time, right? So if you imagine if you know the Final Fantasy 9 speed run, then you have 4 characters that are attacking, and you get all 4 of your characters get to an attack, and then the opponent gets an attack, and you go back and forth like that. But only one thing can be happening at a given time, and so you can almost imagine that there's just like a doorway, and you have to wait for your turn to go through the doorway. Now, in Final Fantasy 12, it's not fixed that only one thing can be happening at a time. Multiple enemies and allies can be doing things simultaneously. But there is still a limit, and that limit is what we call the effect capacity. And so if you imagine that Final Fantasy 9 or 8 is like a single door, and everyone can go through one at a time, in Final Fantasy 12, it's like there's 8 doors, and different abilities take different amounts of doors, or slots in the effect capacity. And so if you want to have 3 characters casting Blizzard at the same time, that's only 3 out of 8, and that's no problem. Or we've been casting Fyra. Fyra is 2, so you can do 2 Fyras at the same time and use a potion. That would be 5 or 6. However,
6 with a high potion.
Yeah, 6 with a high potion, 5 with a potion. 8 with an X potion, right? So this is a little bit confusing, but the short of it is that when you get to higher level abilities, you're only able to use a certain number of them at the same time. So Firaga, Blizzaga, Aeroga, these things, you can only do 2 of those, and then nothing else can be happening at the same time. So if you want to use 2 Firagas, you can't use a potion. Or, more importantly for us, if you use 2 Firagas or 2 Aerogas, enemies cannot use any abilities while these are going off. And so this is something that we're actually going to abuse. We actually were just abusing it. Warp is something that takes all 8. So anytime a warp is happening, nothing else besides attacks can be happening. Attacks are 0, so they're kind of exempt from this trick. But like 0 used a high potion and then a warp mote. The warp mote couldn't start until the potion was finished, and then the divide couldn't start until the warp mote was finished. And so that's why Ahriman was just stuck. And so, again, just trying to put it simply, certain abilities block other abilities from going off. You know, if you imagine Final Fantasy IX, you can only do 1 ability at a time, and that's it. But in this game, you can do 2 Firagas or 1 warp, and that'll stop other things from happening.
Yeah, and one thing to note about that is if you do a lower capacity action that queues up after a higher capacity action, like say you're facing an enemy that's using Scathe because it's powerful, and you queue up anything, literally even just a regular potion, and it would fit in the current effect capacity before Scathe, it still has to wait till after Scathe. The order in which they are queued up is completely important.
So the next boss is not a great example for this because most of the abilities that are going to be happening are 1 or 2 out of the 8. But in the boss after that, Rafflesia, we'll actually see this happening, and I'll describe it happening in real time. But I wanted to give a little introduction now because it's sort of downtime and it's a little bit much to wrap your mind around. It's actually something that you have to think about less these days than you did before. Specifically, for the later bosses, you have to use multiple Firagas together, and so you have to pay attention to your health, because if you're going to die and you're using Firagas and you need to use a potion, you have to finish your Firaga before you can potion. And so it's like, or if you use a potion, then you can't start your damage until the potion is done.
Yeah, but kind of a side effect to this whole effect capacity thing is that it makes casual players casual play benefits from being on a higher battle speed because there's more ATB charge of your regular attacks while all these animations are happening, and that generally works out in your favor. And if you're wondering what the capacity is for TZ8, they literally just tripled it. So instead of 8, it's a capacity of 24.
Yeah, so all of the spells are still the same amount, but it's 24 instead of 8. So you could do 3 warps or 3 Scathes at the same time, but it's still possible to block it. Now, there is actually something else, which is that Mist takes up the whole queue no matter what, right? Also, cutscene attacks take up the whole queue no matter what. So as an example of this, if you remember casually, if you think about Hellworm, or if you think about Yzmat, Hellworm has Judgment, Yzmat has Cyclone. Those abilities, if you have a single potion in the queue, they can't use the ability until the potion is done. Now, that might not seem like a lot. However, if you add the dead character glitch in there, it's possible to freeze a character using a potion. So if you use that, it's possible to stop Hellworm or Yzmat from using their cutscene abilities and just completely freeze them and stop them from doing anything for the whole battle, even in the Zodiac Age. In the Order of Ambrosia version, Death Strike from Yzmat is effect capacity 8, so you can freeze that. But that does not work in the Zodiac Age. However, you can do it with Cyclone, because Cyclone is a cutscene, and the cutscene can't start until the potion is done.
A little bit of thing to pay in mind later, because while it's a reduced hit point version, the trials do have Yzmat.
Yeah, so Hellworm and Yzmat will make an appearance shortly after this in Kyo's trials run.
as far as Dracula goes, there's a little bit of luck here. There are 2 elevators that have, we think, roughly a 30% chance of. Huh?
Only the first one that can have the troll.
Okay, but you can have more enemies coming out of the elevator, and you have to wait for them to leave the elevator and the elevator door to close before you can take the elevator up if that happens.
It's a 50-50, and it is highly annoying. Not only does it waste the time of the elevator closing, but it also gives time for all of the enemies to do damage. They'll typically kill both girls and do a lot of damage to Vaughn. And so that'll also make you lose time because it'll make you have to heal. And then also having the girls alive means that if you do need to heal, the girls can potion, so you don't have to stop. But then if the girls die at the elevator, that does not work anymore. So this is just a little bit of a puzzle, but it's the same every time. So we just go into the specific rooms, press the buttons that move the bulkheads, and then lets us advance through the dungeon. These enemies are starting to now get to the point where they're pretty annoying if you get hit. And they're just going to get worse from here on out, so we're just running by these guys. But actually, despite the fact that enemies get stronger and stronger, this is one of the worst places in terms of the damage you take.
Here it is.
We did get the elevator troll here.
So he used the warp mode because you don't need it anymore, and it usually will get rid of some of those guards.
It hit 3 there. That 3 chain is... It's not... You don't get any LP from that or experience, unfortunately. It would be a nice little boost if you could, but you don't, so... The warp mode does have possible use after this. Just the fact that it can clog for 8 capacity is... it can be used in a few places, but it's not mandatory, and it can save you a bit of a headache here, so Zero chose to use it here.
Yeah, it would be nice to keep it, but...
Yeah, specifically in the new version of the Brain Pans, it's possible to... Right, anytime you're just trying to use a warp mode is enough to stop anything else from happening besides an attack. And so, you don't even have to actually use the warp mode to get the benefit of the clogging. It's the same thing with a Holy mode. Holy is also effect capacity 8, and so if you watch the low-level speedrun of this, which is called 122333, we take advantage of the fact that you can freeze a character trying to use a Holy mode, stopping bosses from doing anything at all besides attack. And many bosses are programmed such that once they try and do a certain attack, they can't do anything but try and do that attack, and so it just leaves bosses defenseless, and that's what makes the low-level speedrun possible in its current form. It would be much more of a nightmare without that. Yes, there are 2 Sids in this game, and oh, I think you're saying that there's an L Sid actually. Now that I say it out loud, you fight Sid twice, and both of them are pretty rough battles. But there's Sid, CDB. What is it? I actually forget.
Demon Bonanza.
Right, and he is the leading man's father, and he is a boss that you fight 2 times. And then there's also Al Cid, who is emissary of Rosaria, which is the nation that Arcadia is engaged against, which is the other nation that sandwiches you here in Dalmasca. He's kind of a cool guy that wears glasses and travels with some women. I guess Sid, the dad, wears he wears normal glasses, right? So it's whether it's normal glasses or sunglasses. So we made it through the dungeon, got the elevator troll, which is a bit annoying, but there's a save point right here, and we take so much damage from these various enemies that most runners just touch the save crystal here, even in real runs, and this is one of the riskier bosses in the whole run. It's not particularly difficult, you're really on a razor's edge, and it's possible for things to go wrong through no fault of your own, so it's worth saving here in a marathon for sure.
So, the Sid fight here goes kind of in two phases. There's a phase 1 where you have to deal with the rooks around him. And then there's phase 2 where you finish him off. Well, you don't actually have to deal his entire health bar. You just need to get up to a certain HP threshold. And the way that this is going to work is that he's going to be using a round of Biocast. He's going to attempt to make all of them hit the same rook by positioning his characters properly, and that'll drop that one rook. The other thing, and that'll stop the fight for a second. There'll be a couple of voice lines. Then he needs to take out the other 3. Now, if you are using just magic, that is an absolute pain. Meanwhile, they're casting buffs and eventually including Reflect. But you can do Traveler, which will take out most of their HP, and then a couple direct biocasts will take out the rest of their HP. Then Sid's damage reduction, that is basically total when the rooks are up, will get reduced, and you'll be able to do damage to Sid himself. Right here he's damaging down, because obviously you need the damage multipliers. And the last couple things to bear in mind are that he's using Bio because it is the best damage here, given that basically every element is resisted. And the attack priority for Sid actually does not do anything with Decoy. He just attacks the closest person.
So this is a good start. Oh no, it's split. Oh shit. Sorry, language. So this gets a little bit hairy now because 2 bios split off, and so if it was only 1 bio, you could have both girls hit one, the one that was missed out on. But the problem with that is that it's possible to get damage rolled, so it ended up being okay. So if you get damage rolled after using your 2 extra bios, then there's kind of almost nothing you can do, so it gets really hairy from there. But the second round of spells hit the same one that was already damaged, so we ended up being okay there. Now, the interesting thing about this is we did damage to multiple rooks there, but the fight is sort of reset, but not quite. It's reset, but Sid keeps his status ailments, so it's almost like he touches a save crystal, you can imagine. So he has Shell now, which means your damage is going to be reduced from where it normally would be at this point. So it just means that you have to do a little bit of extra damage. So there's 2 ways of going about it. You can either de-spell him with the girls, or you can do what Zero is doing, which is just use Belias clogging. Now, if you watch Sid is trying to walk to the bottom of the arena, but anytime you're trying to summon Belias, he can't move, so he's just going to stand still. So pay attention to how Sid is moving here. It's pretty amusing. See, he was trying to move down. Actually, he didn't have Shell.
Well, anyway, it used to be that if he had Shell, you basically had to accept the fact that you weren't going to be able to skip S27 Tokamak, which is his special cutscene move. And so you just do a couple rounds and then take everyone out, face tank with one of the backup party members. They would drop. You bring in Vaughn, face back the opposite way, because then whenever you bring party members in from the menu, they appear in the direction your character is looking, so they would appear farther away from Sid, and then you could just finish the fight.
So, yeah, I was just so flabbergasted. I think that's the first time I've ever seen the second round of bios be the one to kill the rooks naturally, but actually end up with no shell. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. I think it was because of the Belias freezing.
Yeah, the Belias freezing plus you hit the rook that was already damaged.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. So I also thought that he had shell on, which is why I was surprised when I killed.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wait, his HP is really low. Oh, he died, and I was trying to explain. I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah. So
Yeah, so that killed 1 round faster than it would have if he had shell. But anyway, now is a good time to take a break.
Oh yeah, yeah, break time.
Yep, just let me know when you want to pause. Give me a countdown.
So 3, 2, 1, pause.
Okay, there we go. So like we've done 2 times already, this will be our final break for the run, but we are taking wellness breaks throughout this run, so it's pretty long, encouraging people to have healthy behavior, get up, stretch, get yourself some water if you've been sitting here for a while. Otherwise, it also gives us a chance to do the above as well. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to stretch, take a few minutes, and we'll play some ads while we're doing that. So if you're subscribed, you won't see the ads. And of course, if you're not subscribed, we would appreciate if you would consider subscribing, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. But we'll be right back with the last portion of the Final Fantasy XII run in about 5 minutes, so stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We took our final wellness break for this Final Fantasy XII run, so from here until the end of the run, it's just going to be the rest of the game with no more interruptions. So I hope those of you who've been hanging out this entire time have been enjoying. Those of you who joined recently, hello, we're doing Final Fantasy XII any % run, and we're near the end of the run. Well, I say near, we still got like, hour plus to go, but in the context of a 6-hour run, we're getting there. Just as a reminder, this is the Community Spotlight. It's a game where we showcase games and categories that are suggested by the community. So if you think you know a speed run that would be a good fit for this show, you can type !spotlight in chat, and there's a form you can fill out there. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix/spotlight-form to find that form as well. And once again, after all of these breaks, I like to get everybody reintroduce themselves in case people tuned in recently and didn't hear which voice belongs to who. So Zero, why don't you start?
Alright, hey, I'm Zero. I'm the runner and the world record holder of this run.
Hello, I'm Rusta. I'm a former runner and former world record holder of this run.
I'm LK47. I've mostly done routing work on the game, but I have been involved with it for 8 years on and off.
All right. Are you ready to get going, Zero?
Yep. So, 3, 2, 1, go.
So, Zero just ran by the magic shop that we'll come back to later, where you can get Firaga. There's a cute little strat where it's actually possible to get Firaga early if you happen to have a lot of gil, and it can save a little bit of time, but the time save is pretty marginal, and you really have to have a way extra amount of gil. It's super rare to have that much, so it's not really something that happens so much. It saves time in not the next boss, but the boss after. But it also means you have to do some licenses early, and you have to change some gambits you wouldn't, or some equipment that you wouldn't have to otherwise. So it's pretty marginal, but it's a cool little thing. But that Sid split was one of the longest splits without any boss in it between Ahriman and Sid. It's almost 20 minutes long, and if the Sid doesn't go well, it's probably about 20 minutes. Everything from here on out is going to be less than that between bosses, so it really is a boss rush from here on out. This next boss is coming pretty quickly. So the next boss is Rafflesia. The special situation in this fight is that it's an MP drain zone, so everyone is going to be losing MP while the fight is happening. This is pretty bad because we've been relying on our MP throughout the run, but we're also doing massive damage, and both girls have War Mage, so they're actually going to be recharging quite a bit of MP just from the amount of damage they're doing. Rafflesia is a plant, so naturally is weak to wind. Okay, that one I can't explain, but as I mentioned, we're going to see some ATB clogging here. So at 60% HP, Rafflesia's AI is set to target someone with Nectar Volley. Now, Nectar Volley, it's not a particularly spectacular attack, but it has 8 effect capacity, and we spent all this time talking about effect capacity. Now we're going to see it in action. So 8 effect capacity means that while Nectar Volley is happening, nothing else can happen. So if you want to see what I've been talking about, if you were confused before, what you want to look at is in the fight, there's going to be 2 Arogas that are going to go off, and then Nectar Volley will happen. while Nectar Volley is happening, watch the ATBs of the girls, and you'll see that the Aerogas will be fully charged, but unable to actually activate. So you'll see that the ATB is just flashing, and they won't be able to start until the attack happens. Now, what this means is that you have to wait for the attack to finish, but then once the attack is finished, both Aerogas will go off, and then 2 Aerogas is also 8. And so that means the boss won't be able to do anything before or after the Nectar Volley because of that. Now, something else that is kind of funny, if you're a seasoned runner of this, is that just now Zero had to take off the staff from Ash, from Penelo. Normally that staff would already be removed. However, that Sid fight ended so quickly that normally you would take off the staff for the last round, but he died on the second to last round because we thought he had shell, but he did not. So it's just kind of a funny thing where we had to adapt to what was happening. But this actually, we haven't had to do this, and in a good run you wouldn't ever actually have to do it, but our stats are such that a staff attack does between 10 and 20% damage, and a Phoenix down from one of the girls will put you at 20%, and from Vaughn it will put you slightly higher. And so a single staff hit from a flame staff or a glacial staff is guaranteed to put you in critical health. So the Phoenix down brought her back, and then the staff put her back into low health. This is kind of funny because the Phoenix down puts you back just above critical. If it was Final Fantasy IX, it would put you in critical, and that would actually be much nicer. There was a time when the girls, where people intentionally bought accessories for the girls that gave them slightly more HP, so that if you brought them back and then equipped the accessory, it would move their max HP and then put them into critical. But that's long distant past.
Sounds like just a menu you're able to cut out.
Well, it's a menu you can cut out when you need to use it. You shouldn't need to ever actually have to do that. Okay, so now we can see Nectar Volley, and then the Aerogas cannot go off. Vaughn block, which is really nice.
Nice block, yeah. Nectar Volley inflicts sap, so it's nice to not have to worry about that. You could also see how quickly, even though that it was being drained, how quickly the MP was increased. One thing that's kind of amusing is that it's better to not have any extra mischarges there, because the amount of MP you regain is static no matter how many mischarges you have. It's based on the damage. However, if you're looking at the number that is drained, the more MP you have, therefore the more mischarges you have, the more MP you have, the faster it will be drained, because it's based on your total MP number.
We can also maybe mention that mischarges in this are different from TZA, where the mischarge gives you every extra mischarge you get gives you an extra bar of MP. So your second quickening will give you 2 bars, your third will give you 3, and then there's also espers, which will give you a total amount which is equivalent to the sort of miss level of that esper. But we only have level 1 at the moment, so we can't do that. We will do that later, but that draining effect is actually pretty interesting. I may be mistaken in this because I only did limited testing with it. It wasn't something that we the cutting of that second mischarge happened pretty early in my running, but I'm pretty sure that the rate of MP draining is proportional to the base MP, not the actual MP. So like if you equip a higher MP boosting accessory, like if you use the Mage's Hat or the Sorcerer's Hat, it doesn't change the rate of MP drain, but the mischarge does. But that's something that we have to be cognizant of, but just the lower LP route, which is no mischarges, is the one where it's safer, because like Alex said, the recharge is not affected, but the drain is. So you may notice that Penelo here is immobilized. She is also trying to use a float mode on Vaughn. Now you may ask why we're double immobilizing here. It's just because the immobilize, as you can see, just wore off, and so we want to maintain the immobilize. So this formerly we started the immobilize at a later time, so it would last for longer. This is the new way of doing it. It's just quite nice to be able to leave Penelo here for a long time. It used to be that she would start running at some point, and you'd have to be aware of that.
And it's also nice because you don't have to worry about her, either of them, running across the entire area and getting wrecked along the way.
Yeah. Also, a little bit unfortunate, Zero got... There's this area, you have to move to each of these gazebos, and then each gazebo points you to the next one that you have to go to fully unlock the area. Zero got a little bit of a longer path here. And
No, actually, I got the fastest path.
Oh, you got the fastest path, but did it not... Oh, did the chest not spawn?
I did not see this chest.
Oh, okay, I thought it was the longer path. Yeah, I think there's 4 different ways through the last area, and one I think
There are 5. Actually.
Oh yeah, some of them are longer, some of them are shorter. But you got the fastest one, so that's good. I thought from the way you turned in the first one, it was...
No, from that one you can get either the fastest one, which leads straight to the final one, or you can get the long ones.
The fastest one I thought goes through those 4 square pillars, right?
No, I think that's the second fastest one.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure how they time, but
It's not something that's really worth thinking about too much because you don't have any control over it anyway. So you just gain or lose a little bit of time on this boss, and that's it. So now we are going to take advantage of our first unquestionable glitch abuse in the run, and this is the underflow glitch. So what's going on here is that the way the status effects are calculated for the chance to land is there's a base chance for the spell to land, and then that chance you add the magic of the caster, subtract the vitality of the target, and then multiply that by any possibility of, say, Spellbreaker or Jade Armlet and Vanilla and so on. And so as it turns out, there's a glitch in the game such that if that chance comes out to be negative, then the game doesn't know what to do and just makes it 100%. So Balthier is really low level. He has a low magic stat, and Immobilize, I think, has a 35% base chance. Has a relatively low base chance.
Confused at 35.
Oh, Confused at 3.
Yeah, Confused as well.
And so Daedalus here has high vitality. So you do Confused chance plus magic minus vitality, it's negative, and so you're guaranteed to land Confuse here. So he tries to cast the Darkra, Balthier hits him with Confuse, he attacks himself, tries to cast Darkra, and he's stuck. So this is called the Confuse loop.
Yeah.
And it's underflowed on.
And like we said earlier, that is a glitch that was fixed in later versions of the game. It does not work on IZJS, the Zodiac Age, or of the original vanilla game. The only one it got fixed on is the Greatest Hits release in PAL regions.
Yeah, the PAL and North American Greatest Hits, it does work, right? But the PAL Greatest Hits doesn't work.
Yep.
It's like the silver case, I think.
The platinum version.
Yeah, it's very... That was the time when they realized that this was a problem and they should take it out, I guess. So, a little quick Immobilize here. Got lucky that first Behemoth was way too close and could have easily killed 1 or 2 of the party members, but he used Bacchus Wine, which means he just stood there without targeting you, so that's quite nice. But here, it's a little bit of a puzzle. You just have to work your way through this area, and as you work your way through, you have to unlock some gates. These gates often take you down paths that you have to then double back. So, for example, right now, Ash is using Cure to stay still. That's the point you have to double back to. So she stays behind, just curing herself or curing Vaughn, who's out of the party, and then you can warp back to her, and then that saves the whole trip back. That one is only maybe 15-20 seconds of time save. The next one is a very significant excursion, and we're going to use the too far warp to save the entire trip back. Originally, this was done with an Immobilize, but this is something I came up with a few months ago. It's kind of like a nice little way of saving a party swap or two here.
Yeah, the Immobilize version was actually still pretty slick because we had a whole bunch of stuff with taking people out and putting them back into the party in specific orders because of whom it would switch to automatically. But this is just smoother because you don't even have to do that at all.
This is actually this is home of some of my prouder innovations and some of my less proud. The Rooster Warp is when you try and do a party leader swap, but then go to the wrong place and have to run all the way back yourself. So if you do this incorrectly, you might be stuck on the wrong side of the map and with no way to get back. In particular, it's possible to, if you're targeted, to take someone out and then be unable to change from the menu who is in what location because of the targeting. You can't toggle people in and out of the party if they're targeted. And so it's possible to just press the button at the wrong time and be forced to walk all the way across the map. So there are highs and there are lows of these tricks.
I did a Rooster Warp a couple of days ago in one of my runs at Brain Pants.
Oh, yeah. The other thing is that the Rooster Warp can also despawn things that you don't want to, in particular in Brain Pans. You can despawn Brain Pans without intending to. So here it's only a good thing when something despawns, but it's possible to despawn an enemy that you want to be there, in particular Brain Pans. So yeah, coming up is that next bit. So we're gonna see here that Balthier is going to use an item, and then just do first aid. Yeah, so he's gonna first aid himself and then first aid Ash. And now he's gonna be stuck back at that point trying to first aid Ash, and then all of this time, so he reached the junction at about 29:15. Everything until we get back to Balthier is distance we'd have to backtrack without this trick. A little bit of an unfortunate side effect of this new version of the strat is that you can't flee. So we get targeted there. Normally you want to flee as soon as possible, but you can't flee or else it would cancel the first aid. This trick was actually discovered a few months ago, and so when it was first discovered, we did call it the social distancing warp because you're too far away. But it's also just the too far warp, because that's a little bit easier to say. So this is actually one of the more important menus in the rest of the run. So Vaughn just got confused. The next boss is also susceptible to the confuse loop, but he is much faster than Daedalus, and so he's also much more damaging than Daedalus. So so Vaughn is the only one who can survive his attacks, and Vaughn is the only one who can also afford quicknesses. Swiftnesses, not quicknesses.
Swiftnesses, yeah.
I'm getting confused. Swiftnesses, which each one reduces the ATB charge time by 10%. And so by getting 2 here, you get about 20% faster charging, or 20% faster. And so he's able to inflict confuse fast enough, usually, to keep Tyrant in a confused loop.
Yeah, he's actually in theory a little better at it than Bosch, but the effect of your speed stat on how fast your ATB actually charges is surprisingly low, except on things that charge really slow, like the Worm Hero Blade.
Yeah.
So it's
speed stat is almost meaningless.
Actually,
yeah.
I had a conversation with Harvey yesterday, and after that I'm convinced that Vaughn is actually worse at this than Bosch, because I think Vaughn has longer animation than Bosch does.
That is very possible. Animation length is definitely a thing. So, for example, there are some things with ranged weapons. Like Fran is slower with every single, or is it Fran or Balthier who's slower with every single ranged
Balthier.
Balthier, yeah. Balthier, who is supposed to be Mr. Gun, has longer animations with guns, crossbows, and bows. Penelo is slower, I believe, with guns and crossbows, and then Fran is slower with bows, which are thematically the weapon she starts with. So
the developers had the best intention of, let's make them have cool animations, without realizing that makes them the worst at it. But other than the confused loop, one other thing that we have to pay attention to here is that any enemy with shell will not have the underflow glitch work, and so this fight starts out with Penelo doing a dispel to get rid of shell, and then confuse loop, and then we'll just reflect ice on him. This is the only boss in the whole run we'll actually use Blizzara for.
And I have to say that it takes some guts. It takes some guts to do this on ATB Active. Also, wow. Oh my god.
For those of you unaware, 1 is the smallest number that's not 0.
Any 0 subs, now is your time to just put some 0 smiles in chat.
Zero and I actually had a pretty extended discussion about the possible damage rolls of Lunge, and as it turns out, 1,184 is one possible damage roll of Lunge.
I didn't even realize he survived with 1 HP until you guys.
Yeah, all I could do is just laugh. I think I'm gonna stick with Protect.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Vaughn has to cast it on himself, so it does slow him down for a moment, but, well, yeah.
You have to remove the equipment mirror mail, and you have to put mirror mail back on, so...
Yeah.
There's only like a 25% chance that Vaughn dies at the start there.
Only.
Yeah.
So here are the upgraded Corels, aka Ozes, aka... Oh my god. So they have an ability...
Pain.
Yeah. They have an ability called Hellblaster, which is just the worst. That's all. It's just the worst.
They also have Piercing Magicka. So any of their spells they have go right through your Reflect.
That's true, but as long as you have the slowest battle speed, you really shouldn't get hit by Darkra or Saga.
Except in one instance where it can happen, one place. But anyway, Hellblaster, one of the kind of silly things about it, there's a damage component and a status effect component, and both are resolved independently of each other. So it can also miss, so you can get the damage and no status effects. But if you get the status effects, you're not going anywhere.
I think it has to hit the damage in order to hit the stat. It can't do the status and not the damage.
It can do the damage without the. It can do the status without the damage as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's not a big deal. All it does is inflict Petrify, Sleep, Slow, Disable, Immobilize, Silence, Blind, Poison, and Zap. It does damage.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much whoever it hits is gonna die. But not only does it, the big thing is that it does damage and immobilizes them, and so they can no longer escape from any other Ozes that are in the area, and so they're almost guaranteed to die. Yeah. And so just every time you get hit, that person dies, and then you have to bring them back. They also have Stone Gaze, which can petrify, but that's usually not a problem because you can heal with Gold Needles. If you don't have Gold Needles, that's bad, but there's the Save Crystal, and you can also just kill them. That's a clever little trick that it took me a long time until someone taught me. It's just kill them, and then they won't die. They won't be petrified. That's something. Yeah, you can see the Hellblaster now. Also, Rake is an instant. Oh, 3 this time. That's 3 times as much as before.
That's 2 more HP than necessary.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally safe. But anyway, that was the last really dangerous screen right there.
No. We got one more 2 times.
This one isn't as bad usually.
Well, the first time it isn't.
Yeah.
The second time through that's when it's...
The second time you can usually kind of account for that, though, with who you lead into the zone with.
Yeah. But not always.
Now, this is also an interesting area in that it seems like in these areas, the immobilize or the far away despawning is just turned off. It's actually interesting because some enemies just do not despawn. So Entites, as examples, they never disappear. and these Ozes are among them. I don't know if it's an effect of the area or if it's an effect of the enemies themselves, but there's no immobilized despawning of these guys. You just have to run by them. And this is one of the bigger differences between the North American version and the Japanese version. The Japanese version was the first one that was made, and in the Japanese version, there is no Hellblaster. It just doesn't exist. So this has been pretty annoying, but it can get even worse than this.
Yeah.
Oh, it can get much worse.
But if you're in the Japanese version, it's pretty common to make it through without anyone getting hit at all. So this is one of the bigger annoying areas of the North American version compared to the Japanese version. Actually, I would say that the Japanese version has generally... The North American version has been catching up to the Japanese version in terms of the tech we figured out to get closer and closer, but this is one area where you just have to suffer on NA, and there's no two ways about it. Yes, this is the PS2 version. Yeah, the Seitengrat is easy enough to manipulate on PC. All you have to do is just listen for the clicks.
So Shem Hazai is going to be another instance of both of Belias clogging and of the underflow glitch. In this case, we're underflowing actually the immobilize spell because that's what Shem Hazai is weak to. And that means that you're going to have to get your tank out of range of Shem Hazai once immobilized so that Shem Hazai isn't killing them or retargeting on the casters. A funny side effect, we used to have to recast Decoy in this fight, but a funny side effect of the Belias clogging is that I don't know exactly why it works.
I'm not entirely convinced we actually understand what's going on in this fight. But basically, my theory is, well, let's look at the start of the fight. So you cast Immobilize. You're low enough that you get... oh, this is bad. Let's actually wait for Zero to recover here. The girls are going to get silenced, so he has to find a way around this. Oh, they didn't?
Okay, you got away just in time.
Whew. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, so anyway, so we cast Immobilize. He's going to be running around in circles here because you have to recharge your MP. It's a triple mist zone, so you can... or it's a high mist zone, so it's triple recharge, so you'll get your back to full MP pretty quickly. Now, the interesting thing here is that Decoy is going to wear off soon, and we are relying on Shem Hazai attacking Vaughn, because if Shem Hazai targets the girls, then she would just hit them. They're within range. And so, in the past, we had to recast Decoy, as Alec just said, and, you know, that's only a little bit slower, but for some reason, while you're freezing the ATB with Belias, it's almost like the counter for when actions get canceled gets stopped as well. And so when Shem Hazai, as Shem Hazai tries to design her new target, she keeps on targeting Vaughn. And so for some reason, ooh, that's a little bit annoying. For some reason that
happens sometimes.
Yeah. That Belias freezing just like stops Shem Hazai from being able to pick a new target. Just if she's frozen for enough time in the fight that the timer for when she would choose the new target does not reset, and so she just keeps on targeting Vaughn. Yeah, so Shock is her ability. It's a magic. It's piercing magic, and so the Reflect. In the past, we took off the Mirror Mail, but it doesn't matter. It's piercing, and there's just no way to survive it. It is possible to... Shock is 4 effect capacity, and bios are both 2. So 2 bios, and anything else is enough to stop the shock from going off. But Zero was hoping to just freeze Shem Hazai with Belias, but it was just too late there. So, so Vaughn lost quite a bit of LP there. I think like 70-ish.
About that. Shem Hazai is, I think, 30-something normally. So yeah, I mean it's definitely something you could work around, but it's unfortunate at the same time.
Shimazai is 47, so that was 94.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's pretty bad. But Vaughn, the only thing he needs for the rest of the run is HP, and you kind of get a lot of LP through the rest of the run, so it's not really a big problem. And you don't really need the HP until very, very late in the dungeon. In the past, we kind of needed it for like running to Hashmal, but these days we don't really need it until Sid, or I guess Gabranth. So
Yeah, and a lot of that is down to Belias clogging. It does a lot of work in the late game. But one thing I will say is that some of that is actually out of your control because which attack Shemazai uses, it's usually going to be Shock, I think. That has a decent range. But more importantly, there is a little bit of RNG in terms of how long each status effect actually lasts. There is a random element to the duration. It only makes a difference of a couple seconds typically, but as you can see, that can be all it takes.
did you ever try doing the Traveler on Shemazai, Zero?
I used to, but I haven't since the Belias freezing.
Okay. Yeah, I've just been like putting Traveler in after the last, or for the last round, so that even if Shemazai gets to him, the Traveler hits instead of Shock.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing.
It's kind of an interesting. I don't really understand it fully, but so Shemazai is trying to shock Vaughn, and if you can tell Vaughn to Traveler Shemazai, and so when they meet, both spells have an activation range of 10, and so it's kind of weird. It seems to me like if Shemazai is running to you and you're standing still, Vaughn's Traveler will win, but if you run and Shemazai runs, the shock wins. So as long as you're standing still, I've found that the Traveler beats the shock, and I have no idea why, but it seems to be the case. That beating is important because of the effect capacity. Shock is effect capacity 4, and so two bios plus anything is enough to stop shock from going off. And so that's just one other small place where the effect capacity plays in. The effect capacity matters more and more later on because we're moving into the realm where we're going to start using Fire Aga. We just bought Fire Aga, we now have it, and we're going to be using it for most of the fights from here on out. Every fight that's not specifically weak to arrow or to air, or that resists fire, in which case we'd have to use bio. And Fire Aga, 2 Fire Agas at the same time stops anything else from happening that's not an attack. So that's going to be quite a number of enemies from here on out.
Yeah, so the next boss is Hydro, which actually does resist fire, but is susceptible to oil. So if you remember that, it's the times 1/2, but then the times 3 multiplier, so you end up doing 1.5 damage times damage even before you account for the flame staves. Or Spellbreaker.
So yeah, just to give you a sample of that kind of calculation, you have oil, which is 3. You have Spellbreaker, which is 2, so that gives you 6. You have they resist it, so that's a half, so that gives you 3. And then you have 1.5 from Flame Staff with Fire, so that's 4.5. And then you're going to have 4 party members, the 3 main, plus now we're getting Redas in the party. And so instead of 4.5, we're getting 4 hits, so the multiplier becomes 4.5 times 4, which is 18. So you basically get 18 times damage for each Fire Aga. And that's why the Zodiac Spear sucks, basically.
But otherwise, the end game is actually challenging, and there is a fair amount of danger, even from the normal enemies, because we are still using the Mirror Mail, which was first available at Fawn Coast before we even reached Arcades. That is our best armor. It will remain our best armor. And as you can see, we are rather underleveled because we're still in the 20s. And the game kind of expects you to be more around 40 at this point, I think. I think that's about where the level curve is
I
kind
would
of
say
balanced.
45, 40.
Yeah, something like that. But it's there's a lot of ingenuity and just running from one place to another, ignoring the enemies, that lets us get through it without using too many curatives. We used to buy a ton of potions and spam them like crazy, but we've figured out a lot of places where we can do despawns and otherwise prevent the enemies from doing more damage to us.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Despite the fact that the enemies get more and more dangerous, we still don't have too much risk. Like, nothing from here on out really compares to the Oasis. The Oasis was sort of the worst part of the just running through dungeons.
Although every now and then you'll get absolutely wrecked by some Purboloses in the Second Ascent.
Well, lately we've been immobilizing to despawn, so it's not even a problem. There is the oh, I forget the name of the big shiny dragons that are flying around.
Aeronites.
Yeah, there's one of those that you have to run by that can like lunge you, that can just one-shot you.
Yeah, and I know exactly where it is. I know which one you're talking about. That one, unfortunately, Aeronites are those enemies that cannot be despawned because the game always has them in active memory. And
Actually, small correction. Some of them can, some of them can't.
I thought it was all of them couldn't, but okay.
So the ones that sort of orbit around the center, those cannot be despawned, but the ones that are not like that can be.
Oh, and there are only a couple of them, and a couple of them you wouldn't be able to be despawned anyway because you wouldn't be able to get far enough away.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but
yeah.
I think there's one right at the end of the brain pans area that you can despawn.
Yeah.
Which is, it's like in the same area as one that you can't despawn, so it's not a quality of the area, and it's not a quality of the enemy itself. It must be like a quality inherent to certain enemies.
Yeah, like a property that you can put on.
Yeah,
to-
exactly.
Yeah.
Nice. 8-9.
That was the closest I've ever been to killing both. Very important to put the mirror mail on there before the fight.
Yeah, this is something that became a superstition for a long time before it was ever actually proved. For some reason that we cannot understand, when you have Reflect, Hydro's AI is such that his worst move, which is Curse, which inflicts Confuse and Virus, among other things, for some reason he cannot do it when you have Reflect and there's nobody else in the party.
Well, even just the Reflect is good enough. Having other people in the party makes him cast Immobilize again.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yeah. And you can have your jack boots equipped, but it's better just to avoid it.
The girls getting immobilized is bad.
So usually he doesn't quite catch up to you there, but you can see he's not super fast, and you can just kite him around your party because he's trying to hit Vaughn. Meanwhile, he dies. One of the sillier strats in this run, which is kind of filled with them now.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we have a variety of techniques for avoiding enemies. Zero split for that boss is get up on Hydro's back, because you're basically just making it so it's impossible for him to reach you. The actual... Go ahead.
It's also a reference.
Oh, I don't know that reference. But that specific boss is also a little bit inexplicable to me because if you let him hit you, then he like sometimes becomes able to start pushing the girls, but at the start of the fight for some reason he can't, and so that's something we take advantage of. But there are times when it's possible for him to push you around.
Yeah, not sure why some of the things work the way they do. Also, this is pathed out so that you get a black orb whenever you need one. The first enemy in each area will always drop a black orb, or the first one that you kill. And then it's, I think, every third enemy after that. So,
Right.
You just go in, you get a kill, you get a black orb, you go to the pedestal, drop out the black orb, and then you come back, you get another kill, get that orb, drop that in the next pedestal, and then kill the first enemy in the next area, get the last black orb for the last pedestal.
This is also something that's changed from this version to the Zodiac Age. In the Zodiac Age, every enemy drops one.
Yeah, it makes, in the more completionist categories, it makes the Subterra a lot more bearable because you get the orbs so quickly.
Yeah, because each normal orb goes into a large orb, and it becomes multiplied by 3. So if you get them for every enemy, that's 3 times as fast. We don't count that as a rooster warp, right?
Nah.
It was kind of close, but not really.
Because I could just switch back.
And one thing you can do here, like you can see Penello's curing, you can have your party members cast a curative spell or use a potion on someone in the reserve party. So that's an easy way to get them to cure if you don't want to do, like if you're afraid of getting out of their range too quickly before you can menu it in.
These chimeras are typically you're able to kill them within 2 fire agas. It's possible to damage roll them, as you just saw. Redas will take care of them from there. They can be a little bit annoying if they're clumped up because Redas might not target the one that you targeted, and if that's the case, then they will tend to target one of the casters because they just gave enmity to it by targeting them. However, this went pretty smoothly. There's also some Mistmares in this area, or are they actually called Mistmares here? Or are they?
Yeah, they are Mistmares.
Yeah, these are the Mistmares, and they are just as easy to kill in theory, but they can teleport. And by being able to teleport, they can be nightmares. Not capitalized.
Yeah, if that was capitalized, then it would be a very weak enemy that would just die to anything at this point.
Exactly.
Nightmares-
Nightmare would be Miriam, right?
That's Dark Mirrors. Nightmares are actually in the early part of Hidden Mines.
Look, to me, it's black fire mains, purple fire mains, white fire mains. They're all fire mains to me.
Shiny Rapidash, maybe.
There, I'll take it. Although I prefer Ponyta.
Oh, excuse me.
So Ember Breath is probably the most annoying instant attack these chimeras have. You basically can't avoid it. It's sometimes possible if they're just far enough away, but typically it's going to hit you. But this is why we stocked up on X potions. We're really going to be relying them on for our healing. Ideally, you really have to use almost no X potions, but we need full HP on the tank very often to survive the attacks. Now here we're going to be doing another Confused loop. You may see that Ashe has her Gambit on. Penelo does not. That's because Vaughn is going to be doing Confuse while Ashe is doing Reflected Erogas. Eroga is effect capacity 4. Oh, nice block. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna not talk.
Well, so that was a combo from Panda there. That is really unfortunate. One of the fortunate things, I guess, is that Balthier also has Confuse, so he can get a Confuse off there and then bring Vaughn back in. And at this point, he's more or less back where he wants to be.
Yeah, we okayed it. That was a good recovery. Well, anyway, so this boss would, in theory, be faster if Penelo could also cast Eroga at the same time as Ash, but she can't because that would stop the Confuse from going off. So after the last Confuse, that's when you put in the one Eroga from Penelo. So it's not even worth putting Penelo onto the Eroga Gambit, just because you only cast it a single time after the last Confuse. So that was very nice recovery. Well done.
Thanks. Immobilize is starting to wear off though.
So now he has to run back. Fortunately, even though Vaughn got dropped, he doesn't have to go back to where the other party members are if he does the menuing just like that. He brings out Balthier while Vaughn is still basically the active one, and that allows him to remove Vaughn from the party after that while leaving Balthier there. If he had removed Vaughn from the party first, then he would have been stuck back where the girls were.
Yeah, so there's an Immobilize that we cast before the fight that is supposed to last long enough to get you far enough away to start despawning things, but since it didn't, we are kind of recovering now. It's not a big deal. Once you have a good amount of time here to get situated, and it looks like he's just going to touch the save crystal just to...
Yeah, save some Phoenix Downs, because you only have so many, I guess.
So this is one of the newer things. Spellbound used to be purchased before Ahriman, and now we realize we don't really need it until now. Even on Penelo, it's not really needed until, I guess, before Fenrir, but it's only 30 LP, and you get so much from these bosses that you can get it for sure now. But in the past, it was something we felt was necessary.
It was partly because Ahriman used to be a much longer fight as well.
Right, yeah,
so
exactly.
That's worth considering.
5-hour hype. And I also mentioned that Brain Pans is one of the most difficult parts of the run these days. So this is now the segment. So the puzzle for this area, the previous area was we had to get those jewels to unlock the pedestals. The puzzle for this area is there are enemies called Brain Pans. Each Brain Pan you kill unlocks a segment of a bridge, and each area has a collection of bridges that you have to fully unlock before you can proceed. So we're basically just going to be running through this area, killing Brain Pans as we need to unlock bridges. It's just very difficult because the execution of the Firaga, which you reflect to kill each Brain Pan, is highly technical, position and time based. So to start off, Penelo is going to immobilize herself in this corner, which is going to allow us to despawn the enemies we don't want to deal with. So those are the Chimeras. So you'll see up ahead there are 2 Chimeras. You can see them on the minimap. You won't actually see them because they'll be gone. But now that these enemies are here, or now that they're gone, we're able to move past them and reflect on these Brain Pans. So what's going to be happening here is that each Brain Pan is going to require 3 Firagas to kill. As you see, the first Firaga actually missed, so it was already a little bit of a mistake, but the second one went down to 3 Firagas. So it's all going to be about trying to make sure all 3 party members are within range to reflect the Firagas, while keeping them far enough away that the Brain Pan is not able to use its most dangerous attacks. So its most dangerous attacks are Lunge, Eerie Soundwave, and I don't know the English name.
Screech.
Screech, right. So those 3 attacks are instant, and they will have a very high chance of killing party members, particularly Ash. But those 3 abilities that are instant can only happen if characters get within range when they choose the target of their attack. And so by very precisely positioning Ashe and keeping the other members far enough away until their move is chosen, you can stop them from using those abilities and just kill them off like this. Now that's just one part of why this is so difficult. The other part is the reflect timings. So pay attention here to Redos. You'll notice his reflect wears off right there. That timing is very, very precise. Zero just decided to use a warp there because so warp is the sort of backup. If you're not confident that you're going to have reflect for long enough to do Firaga, you use warp. The reason why warp is not used for every brain pan is that it has a percentage chance of missing. I want to say right now it's 6%.
Something between 6 and 10.
Yeah, it's every time Ashe gets another magic point, the chance goes down by 2% because she's in Spellbreaker. And each it's the same vitality calculation I mentioned before. So if that chance was 100%, then we would probably actually just do the brain pans with warp the whole time, but it's not, and so we try and do as much Firaga as possible. The other little thing that's going on is that the Firaga restores MP while the warp does not. So if you watch Ashe's MP here, you'll see from 208 it goes down, but then each hit it goes back up. There's actually two things in play here. There's War Mage, which gives back MP every time a spell hits from the damage that it does. We also have Headsman, which gives back MP for every kill. So actually, you almost don't need any extra MP for this area because between the running, the War Mage, and the Headsman, you almost get enough MP back. But you need a little bit of extra, and also you need any extra for Warp if you need to cast that. If it's perfectly executed, you won't need to use any warps, but the warp is there as a safety net in case anything goes wrong. It helps you stabilize and get back on track.
Yeah, the old method, like we mentioned quite a while back, was to underflow Death, which has a low hit rate with Fran, because she was able to do that until level 20-something, I think. I don't remember exactly, but...
yeah, it wasn't particularly close.
Yeah. Like, you could easily get through all brain pans in terms of experience, but the issue is that it would require a lot of MP, so you'd have to get her not only the death spell, but you'd have to get her up to 3 discharges. If you could get her channelings too, that would help, and then you'd have to have MP restorative items in addition to that.
Yeah, the real time cost was the mischarges, because you have to get like something like 17 or 18 total licenses
Yeah,
to
it was
get
a
that
lot.
from the mischarges, and that, you know, at 3 plus seconds per per license, that comes out to be almost the time that this strategy is slower. And so when you add in the cost of death and the items, this is faster overall, for sure. But very difficult.
If you don't fail.
If you don't fail it, right, exactly. The big thing about this is possible. This basically saves a room of jellies, right? And so it's like 1 minute and 45 seconds because of that too.
Yeah. I would say it's probably like minute 30 overall if we count the full room.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So if you
don't mess up.
if you don't lose more than minute 30 to optimal, this is faster than doing the death strat.
You also get a little extra safety in that you don't need the elixirs, so you can sell them or just have them as essentially an extra X potion for a couple situations if you really need to. So what you lose in safety in one spot, you can get a little bit back. Right here, he's doing some precise despawns. The positioning here is actually quite important, but this is going to allow him to...
Normally this bridge has the first Didar, and Didars are like anti-brain pans, and that killing them undoes bridge segments. So just to the right of the brain pan number 18 that he's killing would have been a Didar, which you have to find some way of dealing with, but that little moving to that corner, warping, made it so that the place that he warped back to was too close for the Didar to spawn, but far enough for the brain pans to spawn as you move into range of them. It was a very, very tight thing, something I'm quite proud of.
As well as a respawn on this brain pan, I believe, because
that one was respawned by running into that corner just now, actually.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just out of range of his spawn zone.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
The run into the corner.
So this is actually a pretty annoying part from a routing perspective because these brain pans have a respawn timer which is between 60 and 90 seconds, and it's random. So that brain pan died at 5:07:29. So anytime between 5:08:29 and 5:08:59, it'll respawn. The reason why this is annoying is that it will take us less time than that to get back here, and so you might just end up waiting for it to respawn. So we'll see what time it's at when we get back here, because we're gonna do a little cycle and then come back. You have to kill 2 extra brain pans beyond the ones that are already here. So you have to wait for 2 total respawns.
Yeah, this second last bridge section here requires 10 brain pans to fill.
These immobilized timings are also very well understood. You may have noticed that he warped back to Penella while she was still immobilized. However, the timing is well enough understood, but that by the time the ATV was fully charged, her immobilize had worn off. So now we're back here, and it's 5:08:39. So this has been 70 seconds, so by the time we actually see the brain pan, it'll have been about 50-50 chance of respawning. And it didn't, so now we just have to go back and forth until he respawns, which now he has. So it took about 80 seconds, but the second one did not, unfortunately. So now we have to wait for the one at the top of the stairs to spawn. It's just a little bit of a routing thing. You may also see that there are... we've reached the final chain level, which these guys actually drop drops, which are worth quite a bit of gil. Unfortunately, they also have a chance to heal everyone in the party, including our spellcaster who is in Spellbreaker. So
Yeah, and the heal is guaranteed to be enough, even at its minimum amount, to take them out of Spellbreaker.
Well, it is if you are built above 10%, which I am.
right. If you're below 10%, then 1 heal will leave you critical, but 2 will put you above.
Yep.
So these brain pans can be a little bit of a hassle because they both spawn together, and so it's hard to position to make the two brain pans both be hit by the same reflected spells. Radas is also a little bit random with how he moves, and the reflect timings are also a little bit awkward. So there, Zero just opted to stick with the simple but slightly risky way of doing the warps, but it's almost certain to both hit, as we saw. So Zero did 3 warps and all landed. So that's basically what you expect.
Well, there's one more coming up, but
Oh, you warped this one too. Okay. So we'll see if all 4 hit.
Yeah, he needs 2 more brain pans. One of them is going to be right up here, and then the other one is going to be a little bit after
This
that.
is the last one. Yeah, this is 30. We used to... there was a time when we killed the one before the bridge, but lately it's been those 3. This room only has a 3 bridge, so... So yeah,
Why
we're
was
now...
I thinking it was 4?
all the whiskey you've been drinking.
I have had nothing today, or yesterday.
Maybe it's all the X potions then. So yeah, this normally there's an Arrow Knight here. Actually, there he is. And now he's gone. So this Arrow Knight can be despawned, but the central ones cannot. It's interesting.
I didn't know that one could be despawned. I'm used to him being right behind you the whole run up these stairs.
Yeah. And he's normally not too dangerous, but since Penelo is now immobilized in this strat, you can take advantage of that for a little bit of safety if you choose to.
I was more did that to get the faster animation to open the door and
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
for safety.
Yeah, because you can despawn without entering combat, and then you don't have to worry about it for the door.
So now, the next boss is Slit. There's some interesting things happening in this fight, which is there's like a Slit is only able to, or should only be able to see enemies or, you know, people on your side if they move. For some reason, it's a little bit finicky where, you know, nobody will actually move, but they'll still be able to target them. And then if Vaughn confused, or, you know, Vaughn is the closest, and he's definitely sometimes able to see Vaughn even when Vaughn doesn't move. But regardless, he is a fish, and he is weak to fire. And we have Firaga, Flame Staves, and Spellbreaker. So we're gonna, and he's gonna be in water where he takes bonus damage. So it's just everything stacked up. So I recommend you pay attention to either the
where he takes less damage. Takes
Oh,
less damage in water.
Oh, okay.
That's why you don't always hit the 9,900 times.
But if you look at the MP bars, you'll see that all of the Firagas are doing 99999, and the MP is recharging rapidly.
Except a couple of them you also noticed did 6,999. That's because 30% reduction while he was in water, but then he got past it.
I think that's damage resist that he gets at low HP.
He has damage resist when he's in the water. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it was a low HP thing. But so that boss is very straightforward. The interesting part of that split is definitely the brain dance. The boss is sort of a freebie at the end. We've gone through a few iterations of thinking that we needed decoy, and then realizing that that's not a problem. And then also you can just confuse him. And recently, the newest thing is basically that with the death strat, we had to keep Redas dead because Redas would aggro the brain pads, and he would end up dying anyway. So when we were using death, that would be a problem, and so we would just kill him manually. But then these days we need him for the reflect damage, and so he actually tends to stay alive. So we get some extra reflects from him, and he also, since he runs up to Slit, and Slit tends to attack things that are moving, he'll attack Redas there, and so he draws the damage and actually managed to survive. It's pretty cool.
I was expecting Redas to die there.
Yeah, me too.
Now Redas is gonna get killed by these skeletons because they target low HP party members, but whatever. Usually Redas dies at brain pans for me, and that I just go in the fight with only 3 characters, but this time he survived.
Yeah, in this part of the Phyros, you have to give up something. You can give up the mini-map, which is on the fastest path, and if you know which way to go, that's not a big deal. There is about, let's see, I'm trying to remember the other one that's kind of on the path, but you definitely don't want to give up magic. And if you give up attack, Redas actually messes up a boss fight in a little bit, because instead of trying to attack Fenrir, who is asleep, and you want to stay asleep, he uses telekinesis, which can hit from a distance and wake him up.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, me neither, but it makes sense.
I guess his gambit just says... I wonder, actually. I'm curious.
It's probably for any telekinesis behind or whatever, foe something telekinesis below a foe something attack.
That would make sense. I would have thought it was foe flying telekinesis, but I'm sure there's another one which is or something like that.
Yeah, he also has foe flying telekinesis.
Well, regardless, as it turns out, the shortest path is also the one that gives it the minimap, and in an amusing, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but turn of events in the Zodiac Age, they turn off the mini-map without turning off the map overlay, so you don't have the mini-map, but you can just pop up the overlay and see exactly where you are. So it's literally like there's nothing that happens when you push the button. Now behind this wall, there can be an annoying enemy, but got lucky and he wasn't here. He can just kill you, no problems.
Also replaced, or not replaced by, it can be one of the more annoying trophy rares for an Order of Ambrosia run.
Now, what is Fenrir weak to? I always forget. Is it Earth?
Earth, yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, he's weak to Earth, and we have no Earth spells, obviously, and so this is our last chance that we have to use Bio. He's immune to everything else, so.
Yeah, straight up immune, so have to use Bio. Going to be immobilizing Redis so that he can't reach Fenrir, and the beginning of this fight is going to be an ability, or in effect, Clog. You're going to have Balthier at level 12, who can just barely underflow sleep, and he's going to run away from Fenrir. That sleep is going to happen before Fenrir's wail, and Fenrir will be asleep. He's going to have to recast it once or twice more during the fight. In the meantime, he's also going to use Balthier to set up a Traveler, which is a safety strat for later, and do a steal because you have the time.
Yeah, steal is not something which wakes up a sleeping target, but this is another place where the effect capacity is important. So Bio is 2, Sleep is 1, so that's 5 total. Wail is 4, meaning that 5 plus 4 is greater than 8, which means Wail cannot go off until Sleep finishes, but then he's asleep, so he can't Wail. So now he's just asleep, taking damage from the Bios, and Rados cannot attack because he's too far away.
Did you guys miss that 9992 damage?
Oh, I did not see it. Nice.
Perfect setup for perfectly set Warlord. That was definitely planned.
So all you have to do is just touch the save crystal before Brain Pants, and then I'll set up Traveler, right? I'll also mess up Hydro a little bit. You can actually get through this part with only 2 sleeps if you cast it at the right time, but there's literally no reason not to. So yeah, that's Fenrir down, and now we get to where things start to get scarier. Formerly Hashmal, who is the next boss, was a little bit scarier than he is now. This is actually a pretty cool new use of the Belias freezing, but everything after Hashmal is scary. So this is the last semi-scary boss.
Yeah, one of the more relevant things to Hashmal being scary is that each of his attacks have, I believe it's a 7% chance to inflict disease.
I think it's 5, I want to say?
7 is what I remember it being. Maybe I'm wrong, but anyway, it's the status effect that means that your current HP is your maximum, and if you drop and get revived, you are revived at 1 HP. So you can't get healed until you heal the disease. We used to get vaccines specifically for that purpose, just for Fenrir, or for Hashmal's safety. But fortunately, you're able to mess with Hashmal just enough that taking damage shouldn't really be too much of an issue.
Well, previously we had to tank several attacks because we had no way of stopping him, and so you basically are trying to do damage until you reach the point where he uses Roxor, which you can avoid because it's rock damage and you have a float boat from Jellies. But the modern strat, you can use Belias freezing to stop him from doing more than 1 attack, even if he wants to combo. So he does a lot of damage. If you only have Protect, each hit does around 700 or 800 damage. So 3 hits would kill you, even with the extra HP that we just unlocked. Vaughn is now at his maximum HP. So 3 hits would kill you. There's a Petrify trap just before the fight. And Petrify is interesting in this game because the counter is a fraction out of 10 of how much damage you take from physical attacks. So if the Petrify counter says 5, you'll take 50% damage. And so that's what we would do. We would touch the trap and then get, apply Decoy, Protect, Reflect, Float. You'd be all decked out, and then instead of 800 damage, the attacks would do 400. And then as the fight goes on, the counter would tick down, and then you would be relatively safe. It would still be possible for a large combo to kill you, because he could combo, and then he would Roxor, which would do no damage. But then he would attack you again, which could then combo again. And so this is all just a complete mess. And this is all the North American version. On the Japanese version, he starts with haste, and then he does Roxor, and then he does protect. And so he does nothing in the Japanese fight. It's completely free. Never attacks you a single time.
You can also haste loop him by dispelling repeatedly.
Right, he'll try and haste himself again if you dispel him, but they didn't even have to do that because you would just die. However, recently with the Blyas clogging, we realized that what you can do is freeze him after he does his first attack, and then reset everyone, and then get your second round of spells in before Roxor. So then you get 2 full rounds. That'll get him low enough that after Roxor, instead of attacking, he will do, I think it's, I forget the name.
It's like Battle Cry or something like that.
Yeah, Battle Cry, that's it. It's the ability that makes his ATB charge instantly.
Yeah.
So we just ran by those bombs. This used to be a pretty scary area because we'd have to run by all these bombs and they would just be chasing us. But now the girls are immobilized, so there's no bombs. Just run by everything. No problems at all. Easy.
So there are 2 paths you can take around this way. I've timed them out to be basically the same, but this version, this way you face fewer enemies. Ooh, an elixir. And yeah, that's about all there is to this area. You just know the paths and you're good.
When I timed it, I think it was like I timed it to be like 3 seconds faster. But the bigger thing is definitely just less enemies or fewer enemies. And now with the immobilizes, you really just those first few bombs are the only problem, and then you're safe and you have time to set up reflects, and everyone's good. Now there's a cool tech coming up, which is, so everything I mentioned in the fight is going to happen. It's going to take 4, or ideally 3 rounds of Erogus to kill Hashmal here. But he's going to cast Roxor, and I believe he's supposed to target the enemy that has the most hate. But when he actually chooses to do this is a little bit mysterious to me. However, the point at which Zero used that float mode, is such that Radas's float will wear off just during the fight. So if you pay attention to Radas, you'll see that his float wears off during the fight. And it's pretty likely that Hashmal will target Radas with the Roxor. And luckily, Roxor does just enough damage to put Radas in critical. Typically. It can kill him, it cannot put him in critical, I believe. But typically we'll put him in critical, and we need him in critical for the next fight. So hopefully that happens. It's not guaranteed, but it would be nice to see. So what we're going to see here is Blyas Freeze, and then a bunch of spells, reset, and then we pretty much put the controller down. You probably want to push the girls if Radas is moving around, because you want to keep everyone within range for reflects, but it really is a much more free fight than it used to be. My favorite part of this fight is watching the MP recharge, but since Zero touched the save crystal, they're already really high charge, or really high MP.
Yeah, with Cherry Staves and Eroga, they're going to be dealing max damage on each cast. And the MP regen in this high mist area is absurd.
Yeah, so you can see, even while the spells are going off, they're still at their max. And so we get the second round of spells off before Roxor, and now that's it. Free fight. Did not target Radas, unfortunately. Oh, so low.
So that was apparently some pretty bad damage rolls. Might have even missed a reflect because usually you get the kill.
Yeah,
really reliably.
that's pretty common these days. Our stats are pretty bad. So it's usually best when Redas gets hit because then he does more damage in critical. He has adrenaline, so when he's in critical HP, he does double damage. Or no, 1.5x, or is it double?
It's double.
Yeah, double. So that's what we're setting up now, because this next part of the fight, the Gabranth in his second phase, part 1, or sorry, Gabranth 1, part 2, he's immune to magic. So we need to take care of him with Redas's physical stats.
Yeah, this next boss battle is actually a 5-phaser. So you have Gabranth's first phase, which is pretty quick. He goes down to magic. You have his second phase, where you need to do physical damage to him. There's another phase against Cid. Then Cid summons Famfrit. You do that fight, and then you finish off Cid. Then you're saying Gabranth 1, part 1 and part 2. That's because there's another 2-part Gabranth fight on the Bahamut after this.
So yeah, Gabranth is pretty straightforward. You reflect some spells and then kill him. Now, Cid is where things get interesting. The first part of the fight is pretty straightforward. I think we will talk through it as it's happening. So we'll just watch and see how Gabranth goes. He starts the fight with Protect, so you don't even need to heal Vaughn, which is pretty funny. You only have to heal him at the start of phase 2. So Zero's going to use an elixir here. It's just a nice little luxury if you happen to have the elixir, because you do need full NP on Vaughn for not Cid, but the second phase of the fourth phase of the whole fight overall. But you can just run around to get the MP, but if you have the elixir, there's no reason not to. The elixir actually has a slightly longer animation, and you can see Gabranth is trying to use Guilt. Guilt is a cutscene attack, and so, as I mentioned before, cutscene cannot go while anything else is going. So the elixir was just sitting there in the queue. And now Sentence is effect capacity 8, so he can't sentence while Vaughn is using an ability here. And so this is just how Gabranth goes. He has a bunch of effect capacity 8 things, and so you can just use potions to slow him down massively. And so he came out of the fight with full HP with only 2 elixirs. So now we're on Cid. This part is not particularly difficult, but it's the springboard for the rest of the fight. So you have to dispel him because he has Shell, and you have to oil him to get triple damage. He resists fire, and so again, we're getting the 1/2 from Firaga, but 3 times from oil. So we get the high levels. Decoy is also now wearing off, so we're gonna have Ash recast Decoy, and that'll last us for the rest of the fight. Have to remove Mirror Mail and then put it back on because it would reflect otherwise.
And he put the Mirror Mail back on right as the lure was happening. So since it had already been determined as it was going to hit, the game was okay with it. Now with Famfrit, we want to draw Famfrit away from Cid, and that means that the reflects will be hitting Famfrit. You can see Cid is immune to magic there. Now the Famfrit part of the fight is still the riskiest. Gotta...
Blyce is in the queue, Blyce.
Yep.
Oh. It's just too slow. So this is going to get interesting.
Yep.
I think it might be okay. You have an elixir, and
yeah,
he's above the threshold, so it should be fine.
Yeah, and he's going to want to heal at some point anyway. So the gist of the Famfrit portion of the fight is you want to hit Famfrit with Dispel and Oil. That actually, because it's weak to fire, allows you to do incredible damage even with Fyra, not even needing Firaga.
But we actually do use Firaga these days on this.
Mm-hmm. Firaga is used because of its clogging properties primarily, correct?
I don't know if that's strictly necessary because of the Belias freezing. I think we're going to be okay here. But the critical thing is that we're gonna freeze with Belias, and the freezing with Belias will stop him from using his first attack, which is Briny Cannonade, and then by freezing him with that, we'll be able to get behind the pillar before the Briny Cannonade actually starts, and because of this, we'll be able to kite around and just fully kill him before he can even hit us with Briny Cannonade. Formerly, we had to use a Viking coat to survive this Briny, but now, these days, it's not normally a problem. So let's see, he moves very quickly, so we have to just be very careful with the kiting, but as soon as the Firaga is fully charged, it's done. GG.
Yeah, there used to be some damage management in order to keep him from hitting a damage threshold where he would use Waterja, Aquaja in the TZA version. They changed that for whatever reason.
Yeah. Now we're quick to hear this since this is going to go very quickly. So the kiting is very important here because Sid is going to, if Sid gets sight of Vaughn, he's going to use a really bad cutscene attack. But we can just kill him off before he gets this. If all the Firagas hits. Let's see, I think he might have missed one from Penelo. Yeah.
So Sid has return damage, which is actually what killed the girls. This is definitely recoverable, but yeah, here's the cutscene attack that we were trying to skip.
For reference, this strategy is one that Zero came up with yesterday? Today. So you were seeing the debut of the strat. It was almost perfect. The girls were just a little bit too far away, so that was outside of that 6 radius circle. But as long as, I think Redas can take care of him almost. Oh, he has the damage reserve now.
Yeah, he's not dealing enough damage.
We just have to hit him with a single Firaga, and that shouldn't be a problem. We don't need MP or LP or anything, so. Yeah, we got him. It's just a little bit slow. GG.
There it is. The strat used to be you would heal up the girls and do longer pillar kiting. You would also typically, you would either cancel the cutscene attack by having him target a character and then having that character die before he could use it, which would move him on in his list of moves. Or you would just let it play out and have it happen. And then you would heal the girls so that they would be able to hit him more times before dying. But if you do hit all of the reflects, then you can get enough damage in there.
Yeah, the original strategy was to heal the girls because of the return damage. And then eventually Solomon, who we made a few jokes earlier, but he was actually the one who sort of accidentally discovered that he didn't heal one of the girls. And that sort of opened the door to... if you desynchronize the girl's spells, then the first girl will hit her first reflected Firaga, which is in Spellbreaker, giving double damage. But then all of the consecutive ones after they die do not get Spellbreaker. So when you're dead, no Spellbreaker. And so you can get 4 copies of the spell, 1 with Spellbreaker, so that's like 5. And then the other girl will hit 1 in Spellbreaker plus 3 or plus 2 because the first girl was dead. So if you are synchronized, you can only get what I believe it's 8, effectively 8 with the Spellbreakers. But then if you desynchronize, you can get 9, and that's enough. But what happened there is Zero was desynchronized correctly, but Penelo was too far from Vaughn for her first, so it was 8 plus 1 minus 1, which is he was one spell away there. So otherwise that was perfect. And then so we just had to watch that cutscene and then bring back a girl to kill off, and that's it. But that cutscene attack only happens when the pillar kiting fails at all. But that pillar kiting on Sid is really, really, really difficult. It's one of the more difficult things to get right, even for experienced runners. And yeah, I would say these days Sid 2 is the scariest boss in the run. So that's not.
It's always been up there. Like if it wasn't the scariest, it was one of the scariest, and I would say it's pretty much always been the hardest one. That may or may not be the case anymore, but I don't know.
I think so. There's some like critical points that you can mess up on Vayne, but I think overall Vayne is easier than Sid. The only part of Vayne that's really finicky is the second phase of Novus. No, phase 1 in Novus can be a little bit weird if he, decides to do Waterka or something. But if he attacks you, phase 1 is pretty free. And then the hardest part of Vayne Novus for me is remembering to make Penelo the leader for phase 2.
And even that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. You can still get by even if you don't do that. So I would say that Sid's pretty bad. There's some cheeky Belias freezing that's going to be happening in this next part. I want to say Emanon is the one who came up with the original Novus strat where you kite and then freeze.
Also, these cutscenes heading to the Bahamut take so long to load.
This is a full minute of cutscenes of black screen right here. You get used to hearing the first few seconds of various songs when you play FF12. So just to give a point of reference, from when you appear on the airship, a perfect segment here is usually around 9 minutes, if it goes really well. So this is definitely possible to be sub 550, which is just crazy for a marathon run. The best ever marathon run, there's only ever been one sub 6 marathon run, and this could be sub 550, so.
But it's not RTA.
Yay, I get to keep my meaningless record.
So yeah, one of the cool things about this game that we account for, at least in most runs, is that when you're fighting Gabranth, in between phase 1 and phase 2, in those little unskippable bits with the dialogue or monologue, if Bosch is there are more lines. And so in this fight, it's not as long as in the first one, but having Vaughn as the tank is a nice little free time save here.
That's the real reason I wanted to switch. This cutscene. It's funny, I cannot remember what the old cutscene is like now. That was a little bit weird, but ended up working. Yeah, this should be less than 8 minutes from here until the end. Yeah, a little bit of 8 Belias freezing. Normally you have to heal here, but by Belias freezing like this, you stop him from reaching you. And this next phase, since you get a renew from him, you reflect him and then he reflects renew onto you, you get the full HP. So even with 1 HP, you could do this fight. So this is a nice little cheeky save of an X potion.
Yeah, you do have to be somewhat quick, but fun fact, it's actually faster if you reflect off yourself. It reaches him faster. So
it doesn't really matter either way. But I want to correct you. You said you have to be somewhat fast. No, you have to be very fast here. This is tight timing.
Yeah,
it's very easy to mess this up.
The reason why we reflect is because well, it's one less input, and also that prevents the girls from moving, or whoever does that.
Yeah, if your gambits are on and you target someone with an ability, there's a chance that you'll just start backing up, which can be bad in that fight. Because the girls are positioned such that everyone is within range of everyone else for AoE. So yeah, we have another boss rush here. This one is, what, four phases? Five? Yeah, 5 phases. The first 2 phases are just vanilla Vayne. It's pretty straightforward. You just take him down through 50% HP. You try and kill Larsa. Larsa can use potions. As long as you hit him once, though, worst case, he'll just potion himself. But then when he reaches 50%, he goes into a second phase, where he just does a special attack, and then you just kill him. It's pretty straightforward. There's a few things that you have to be aware of, but as long as it goes well, it's fine. If something goes wrong, this is the time to fix it, because it gets really chaotic after these 2 phases.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy fight to recover at, because Vayne is slow.
He walks very slowly, so you can just
Even
walk.
slower than Hydra.
Yeah. Hydra walks almost as fast as you. I feel like Vayne walks like half as fast as you. So we got Kick. Pummel is the bad option here. Kick is good, so you got Kick, so he can just kite around, try and kill Larsa. Didn't kill him, but hit him, so it's okay. Let Balthier die, so that Vaughn can be the tank for the next part of the fight.
Your lives are forfeit, and your insurgents with them. Dalmasca will again know order.
So this next move, Mock Wave, you just stand still.
Yeah, you can literally put your controller down for the first part of this fight. Don't be tempted to do something dumb. It's a little bit annoying if one of the girls' spells go off early, but it's pretty rare on the North American version. It's more common on the Japanese version. He can't do it, Kios. He'll always potion himself first. And now he's dead. Okay, so now here's where things get interesting. For the first phase of this fight, it's pretty straightforward. You just have to dispel and oil him. Triple damage is really nice. So there's really not much to it. The only thing to be aware of is that he'll come towards you if he attacks. If he doesn't attack, he'll stand far away and you have to move towards him. But he did attack, and we froze, and we blocked. He can also combo, but Belias will also stop combos from happening, so this is already clean. So he's good. Only have to hit him with 4 Fire Agas now. And Vaughn is at good HP, Penelo's leader. This is all good. Now, in this second phase is very interesting. So what's going to happen here is Penelo is going to... You still want to do a Dispel plus Oil, as we've been doing, but you want to stand in front of him and make him... He's going to try and approach the center of the ring, and we're just going to force him to take a more roundabout route and do damage to him while he takes this longer route. And doing this will give us time to kill him before he gets his big attack off. This used to be something that we had to find a way around, because you had to suicide ourselves to stop him from getting this attack off, but now you just kill him. Just the kiting is enough that all we have to do is just hit him with 2 rounds of Fire Agas before he gets to the middle. Even if he gets to the middle, you still have time for another round, but typically you're able to kill him before he reaches the middle by freezing. Looks pretty clean.
Yeah, one of the that thing that we used to do for the skip was basically removing the target that the game selects by killing them, and then that skipped it. That was actually more reliable than face tanking the attack with a backup party member, because that attack could miss. And then he'd have a barrier, and you would have to survive a couple minutes, and that would be awful.
Right, and now we are on the final boss. This is the Undying. So about 2 minutes away from time there, Rokun. So this guy has some interesting properties about him. He tends to target the nearest enemy, except with his most dangerous attack at this moment, which is Mega Flare. So we have to reapply Decoy just for that. But then the other thing to be aware of is that he has Piercing Magic, which he can only use if his target does not have Reflect. we have no explanation for why this is, but we looked at the code and this is how it is. So for some reason that's how it is, and so we're safe. We have decoy back on, and now we just reflect magic. We also use Belias clogging here to stop him from queuing new attacks, and so we've done enough damage here for Mega Flare. So now we just use some item. Now Mega Flare is effect capacity 8, so it won't start until the high potion finishes. And now we pretty much are guaranteed to win. It's just a matter of how we get his HP down. So here's the critical part. Vaughn is going to do Belias Freeze. And then we're going to reset everyone, and hopefully the Fire Augurs beat his next round. If they don't, it takes a little bit longer. If they do, the fight's going to be over in like 30 seconds. They did not, so we're gonna have to watch Ascension. It's a little bit annoying, but it's no big deal. So we just do damage to him while he buffs himself. As soon as he gets Magic Barrier, we stop doing damage. Swap the party out. Watch Ascension, and then swap him back in, and we'll win. So we'll be right on time shortly.
Yeah, it won't be long after this. But essentially what we did is we did so much damage to him so quickly that his AI is just going through the list of attacks. So Ascension removes the magic barrier that he just put up, and that means he is once again vulnerable. And at this point he's already set to go into his next one, and Enrage. So you can see here, Enrage, and then he uses another ability, and it's
time.
Yeah, time.
Easy.
What a run that was.
Crazy.
Yeah, that was very good.
So what was that? A 60846?
Something like that. Not quite. There were only 3 breaks, so.
Very well done. Easily the best marathon run for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the only bad thing really was Sid 2, and I guess Ahriman.
And neither of them were even that bad. It was just like not completely according to plan. We have a long history of making crazy recoveries in fights. Zero has made quite a few of them. Those were relatively tame compared to some of the other stuff we've seen.
Yeah, that was ahead of my PB until, I think, Hashmal. So
Really?
I think that's where it might have been Panda. I think it was Hashmal actually. It was pretty late that you crossed me. I wasn't super paying attention.
I did save like 3 times in fairness.
Yeah.
That was a really good run.
Yeah, it was excellent.
Thank you.
Good showcase of all the modern stuff too, including a strat you made today.
I was thinking like I would go past 6 hours until yesterday when I got my PB, and that gave me a huge confidence boost. And then
Yeah, I was gonna say picking your estimate as 6 hours is a pretty solid flex, I'll say.
Yeah, it's still a time that only a small number of people have.
I think only 3 NTSCU runners, and then maybe 4 Japanese runners.
Something like that, yeah. Shoutouts to Blue Harvey in chat, who is the other one besides Zero and my co-commentator Roosta to have got that time.
Yeah, that run bopped Harvey, by the way.
oh really?
Yeah, his PB's 555.
Oh, that wasn't even close.
TA though, TA.
That's true. That's true.
You're gonna be making this joke for like a week, aren't you?
Oh yeah, just a week.
Of
You
course.
underestimate me.
Is this now the segmented world record?
Watch for interference from Bahamut Skystone.
I guess it is, yeah.
Keep her working for us.
Wait, no, single segment is still segmented, so no. So I guess it's 5 JP runners, 3 NA runners, but I'm one for both, so it's 8 different people.
And civil war would take us all. I understand.
Or no, Genso is also sub 6. And Oishin. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I guess it's a little bit different in JP because sub 6 in JP is easier to get than a sub 6 in NA, so I would say it's 5. If you're talking NA sub 6.
We can go.
Right. Let's go.
So yeah, this was sub 550.
Yeah, right. Which is only you, me. And then actually the five JP runners that are sub 6 are also sub 550. So.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, it goes from 36 Bootsuzo up to 47 me, and then 559 is Genso. So there's a 12-minute gap there.
I see.
Do you have any shoutouts while we're wrapping things up?
Shout out to the whole FF12 community. It's a really great community. Shout out to Roost and Alec who have been here, helping me with commentary, allowing me to focus on the run.
Yeah.
And shout outs on my PB yesterday.
Shoutouts to Finland turning 103 yesterday, was it?
Oh yeah, that's a thing as well.
Nice. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, I had a blast.
It's definitely a chill game to commentate for, even when you get knocked down to 1 HP by tyrants.
Oh, yeah, that was a highlight right there.
I think that was like, other than like playing well, like of the random stuff that happened, that is the single most astounding moment.
And then the 3 HP in Great Crystal right after.
Yeah, consecutive. You also had like a 43 on the way to Panda, and then you had the 8 and 9 for the girls before
Yeah.
Hydro. Just a couple of close calls there. Although I will say that damage roll before Hydro favors you, so like that wasn't particular. I was unlucky to get so close to dying.
Yeah, it is 8 AM for me, so...
Yeah, we can wrap things up here.
Time to start the day.
Thank you so much for doing the run for us, Zero. We are going to be taking a quick break here because we've got the Trials run coming up after this, so we're going to take a few minutes to get that set up. It'll be run by Kyo's Little Monsters, be doing it on the Zodiac Age. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes with one more showcase of Final Fantasy XII, kind of the other side since we did Classic Any %, showing off some stuff on Zodiac Age. And then we'll be wrapping up for the night, so we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. If we hit the transition button, there we go. We've got Kyo's Little Monster here. He's going to be running Zodiac Age for us, Trials %. It's going to be a bit different than what we just saw, but as a quick reminder, this is the Community Spotlight. This is a show where we show off games that are suggested by the community. Final Fantasy XII was sitting in my form for a while, and if you have a game you think we should show on this show, you can type !Spotlight in chat and click that link and let us know what games you'd like to see. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix/spotlight-form. You can tell I've said that a few times, but we've got Kyo here, joined by Alfina and Alec to help out on commentary. How are you all doing today?
I'm here.
Doing great.
I still have energy and my voice can still talk. I'm good.
There we go.
Somehow. So what's the rundown for what it is we're about to see here today? Because I haven't played Zodiac Age. Like, what is this?
So Zodiac Age, I'm gonna load in because this will help just so people don't ask a bajillion times. So there was a release of Final Fantasy XII after the English and JP releases called, it was the international version that went by the tag name International Zodiac Job System. I guess you could say they attempted to fix a few issues, or I guess make it a little bit easier for some people or more familiar because it has a job system. So instead of the big old license board, we actually have job classes. I haven't picked any for Penella, but here are your 12 job classes. You get to pick 2 of them. And this save file is actually pulled from a Plat% speedrun that I rebuilt over the past week. My levels are a little bit high due to some bad luck, but it'll just be for marathon safety. Beyond that, we don't have anything out of the ordinary. I haven't farmed like a bajillion elixirs or, anything too extraneous. Alec, is there anything else we missed with IZJS? I know there's a few things, but I guess if you want to explain probably the biggest things.
Go ahead, Alfina.
Yeah, whoever.
So the one big thing I would like to make sure you use is the one thing I think it's kind of fun, and some people think it's game breaking, but it adds to the challenge in some ways. Is they actually added it's like a speed up function. So you can put it in 2 times speed or 4 times speed, and you can toggle that at any point in time on, off, or between the speeds. And that causes you to have to sometimes, when you're running in the times 4 speed, you have to think faster, react faster. But there'll be times that we'll turn that on and off throughout this go.
Yeah, the other big thing to note is we mentioned the meme bow, the Seitengrat. You can see it has incredible attack power. He has some really good equipment there. The sash boosts his speed a lot in this version. I think the sash does in the original.
Sash is 20 speed. I just double checked for you. Hermina's boots is 30.
Yeah, the Hermina's boots are also really good. Are they Spanish in origin, Herminas?
I believe so. That's how it pronounces. But yeah, that's a whole 50 speed.
Yeah.
The Seitengrat gains its power based off of strength plus speed. So we just kind of, along the run, thankfully, like for plat percent, we end up just going like in the order of having to go and get things. We pass heavy armor that gives us strength, and we find accessories that give us strength or speed. So we don't really have to go out of the way. The plat percent run is routed really, really nicely.
Also, shoutouts to Zero, who was one of the main forces behind the platinum percent run in this game.
And Zaf too. Rival Zaf helped out a lot with this. Him and I and Zero, and I get pretty much anyone that had notes or bits of information has been slammed into a couple thousand line and 7 tabbed Excel file if anybody really wants to look at it.
8. You have 8.
Shh.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm sorry. It sounds like you're coming through a tunnel.
But yeah, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage very quickly because the charge time on the Seitengrat is absurdly fast. One of the things that's notable in this game is that the damage cap is raised from 9,999 to 99,999. So he
gets higher than that.
Yeah, he's going to be immediately going over than that. And then there's other things that get beyond that cap, which you will see at some point. There is that cap still. But otherwise, yeah, you can get past it.
But what the run that we're going to be doing here today is trials. So it's going to be 100 fights, one right after the other with no stop. So it creates a lot of fun challenge, and we'll go through each level as we get to it too.
I'm ready pretty much whenever. What I'm going to do is that's the save file we loaded in on. I'm going to use this as our trials save file.
All right, give me a countdown whenever you're ready.
How about a 3, 2, 1, and go. I just realized that I forgot to save, and there's a load screen. But that's all right. The first thing I'm going to have to do is re-equip Vaughn. Because he doesn't have his bow equipped. Look, it's fine. It's fine. I will punch the rats.
I mean, yeah, the first level is 6 rats. They're not very tough. Normally it's Lincoln, you'll miss this one.
I'll run up here real quick, though. There is something cool up here for those that don't know. If you ever shorten money in this game, just do the first trial. There's 6,000 gil right there. Enjoy.
And you will also be able to take any LP you gain from the trials. And that's not a flowering cactoid here. You can steal the Carcata, a really powerful weapon from it.
By the way, for the first, 10 or so levels, I'm sorry, they blink, you missed it, it goes that fast.
Yeah, they kind of start off with trials being accessible for a lower level, and then over the course of it, the 100 stages, the difficulty ramps up pretty heavily.
Oof. Once you hit 80, it starts to get a taste, and then to be honest, the last 5 or 6 fights will take as long as it takes from us to go from 1 to 95. You saw a quick menu there. I swapped something called the Sage's Ring onto Ash. It absorbs, I think it's half holy damage and also half MP, I believe. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just trying to conserve MP on her really early.
It actually absorbs holy.
Is it full absorb? I thought it was only half for some reason. I'm just probably silly. The cool thing is you can quit out of trials whenever you want, reload the save as a normal game, and whatever you pick up, any of your license points, any cool drops or rewards you get, you can take them with you.
I need you to know that I put a beautiful black background behind your webcam, Kyo.
I am in love with this couch.
I took my eyes off the screen at a very bad time.
Confused is a thing. If you remember Phantasmal Gaze from the Jellies Farm, it was significantly nicer to Zero. So what happened there is his confused Suttengrat users just drowned themselves.
That's never happened to me before, but hey.
Oh, it's happened to me before.
Something
I
had to
definitely
happen
done it
against
in
a
vanilla,
marathon.
that's for sure.
Again, it's a marathon. Something had to happen.
I just need to get
Brings in the
one of
B
my
team,
party
does
members
some-
out. There we go.
Brings in the B team, does some reviving and work on swapping back, but
Yeah,
a lot of this
I'm
has been kind of slower,
gonna.
so we can kind of control it a little bit faster, and they get less attacks off.
I'm just gonna try and get them out of here as well somehow. Okay, Penelo's out. I'll pull Bosch in because then I can swap Fran out. Guess not. That's all right. Tiamat's just gonna fall over. Don't worry about it. Dude, I have my own virtual couch.
Yeah.
Excellent. Comfy. Hey, now we can get the real party back in. This is Elderworm. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Yeah, there we go. We're back.
Okay,
My OBS crashed.
I've got an ad.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me put the ferret back.
I mean, you're good.
All right. Everything okay? Everyone happy? All right. We good to go?
Yeah.
All right. So we just finished Earth Tyrant. We're back in. We got some vultures. Stage 20. Good to go. Sorry, I was going too fast. I got pulled over by the speed police.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. I think I'll show something off at stage 28. So there is an interesting the way we routed plat percent. It's actually different from the PS2 version, because the way the trophy system works, we actually don't have to do all of the hunts. So we don't have to get Order of Ambrosia to get the platinum percent trophy. And there is another thing. I'm just gonna make sure that's correct. Excuse me. The other thing is we don't have to get all the rare game to fill the bestiary. In trials, there are sometimes rare spawns that will just happen, and we've found them throughout the areas. There's actually, we skip pretty much all the entites, and I believe about 5 to 6 rare game. I messed it up. I was going to show off Cubus here. You can spawn Cubus down in the bottom, which is a rare slime.
Yeah, it's actually one that you have to get a specific set of enemies in one area to get as well. So
Yeah, the Wendice, which was also the headless guy that had ice. The next one I can pull out would be Biting Mantis. That's silly. We could try for Spee. Actually, I'd rather not though. That's Carrot.
It's not.
Yeah, Spee and Carrot. You'll also sometimes have to fight other humanoids, but it's really good because this allows us to take care of things. That's Solera. That's a pretty actually tough fight if you enter at the wrong level, but you know, we kill him in 3 shots. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Does anybody want to sandwich while I'm up? I'm just going to let this thing kind of run. That's Marilith, another hunt. Don't worry about it. What's up next? A Dramelech. That's an Esper. Yep. There he is. Oh, I actually saw him. That's the first time I've seen him, by the way, because I normally just run in and don't turn the camera. Here's some Mirror Knights and their big brother, the Dreadguard. I gotta sneeze. You're up.
And they're gone.
And they're gone.
Look, they're beautiful birds.
Hey, here's some Behemoths. That's gone.
I actually didn't even get to see the Behemoths because I glanced at the notes for a second.
This is Shemazai. And 2 Ose.
That was.
I know. This seems like, why would this be fun or challenging? Trust me, it's about to get a little. Not the next level we go into, but stage 42 is where things can start to get a little out of hand if you're not paying really good attention to it. And you'll start to see that there are things that didn't exist. Like there is a mist zone. I don't know if you guys talked about the mist zones.
Yeah, where you get triple MP regeneration.
TZA has expanded upon that idea by adding full-on floor effects. And there are some very interesting effects that can happen. In fact, there's one fight in this area where we'll end up with a lot of things potentially happening. This floor is HP down, and all those enemies we fought can pretty much just dish out very, very bad ailments. Sleep, silence, disease, sap, poison.
Yeah.
Whole lot of ugly.
That Esper.
And it's happened where it goes wrong and you're just about to die, and it's like, well, okay.
That Esper that he put the ribbon on for Kukulin is actually a pretty much the status effect Esper.
Choo-choo train.
Choo-choo train.
Yeah, it's choo-choo train.
So
Karen
how
is
much
in
of
this.
this is,
Yes, Karen. Go ahead.
So how much of this is just, getting through the earlier levels to get to the challenging ones that take more work?
A bit of it.
We're halfway there already.
Yeah.
That was Hashmal. He has a 3% chance to steal a ribbon. And that was Famfrit. So we're halfway up the tower, but once we hit about 80, things are gonna get a little bit more difficult, and I'm gonna actually have to shut up and pay attention.
Once we hit 80, each fight will probably take a couple minutes or so. Some of them I've seen things start kind of spiraling.
Things can go pear-shaped rather quickly. Ooh,
like Pirates the other day.
Okay. So these next couple of fights are all about draining your MP. There's one, but we'll pop back around to a few. I just want to make sure Ash stays where she's at. She's sitting at 863, which is at almost her max HP. As long as she doesn't get annulled, we're in great shape. Or doomed, because that means I have to kill her off and revive her. MP down. This is not the best.
She bottomed out.
It's
yeah.
all right.
So that was a null. It hit the entire party. It happens.
Mainly, I only care about those two getting MP. Bosch is like my backup healer. That's Larva Eater, by the way. He spawns only... Ooh, Bosch with Disable. Ouch. He's what? You have to kill 256 enemies in the Great Crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Trickster, and we skip the immunity on it, which is very nice.
Oh yeah, because Trickster's a pain when you fight him normally in the game.
Yep. Lots of enemies in this game have palings just as well. And that was Begamnon. Got him again.
Only have to kill Begamnon, not his lackeys.
There's a lot of
these
these
where... Town Watch. Apparently we're just, Look, they just throw a lot of things at you, okay?
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
always make sense, but you have to fight them.
A lot of these levels, there's only like one. There's like one specific enemy that has to die. A couple of them, it's just like these two. So, and then there's a few where it's kill everything.
Yep.
And so it's just knowing to make this more optimal. It's knowing what has to die.
To be honest, I don't worry too much about it. Generally, you're okay if you just set like foe lowest HP. I'll probably swap it for Disma. This is one of these lucky levels. I'm just going to take a second to kind of make sure everybody's topped up for the next upcoming fights. I'm definitely going to turn Ash back up to just basically she is going to heal. She will not stop healing until everyone is fully healed. 62. I think we're also going to swap the boys here just for safety's sake over to Bubble Belts. So their damage is going to go down, but now they have Bubble status effect and have 9,999 HP.
Actually, more. Like, you take the number on the right and double it, that's actually their HP.
Mm-hmm.
But the counter only goes to 9,999.
I'll show off a spawn. So we have these guys. Hey, there's Vores, which is good. I needed that for my bestiary.
Yeah,
At least I'm pretty sure I did.
That one's actually a pain to spawn in the normal game.
Felt it coming.
Yep.
Confusion, and then I have something very neat for Death Gaze here because he's a rather strange enemy.
Yeah, Death Gaze at one point casts Reverse on himself, kind of as a thing like, oh hey, we'll make it so that you have, like, suddenly your attacks are healing him. But that means you can also redo him and get him down to 1 HP and then kill him.
Yep.
Heal
I'm
him.
just taking my time here.
Yep. So yeah, this is a lot where it kind of slows
don't
down to
think
make
it
sure we
worked.
do this right.
Pale.
We'll try it again.
It didn't look like the renew went off, no?
I'll set it up and then just ATB refresh on Ash. There it is.
Yep.
There we go. My timing was just a wee bit off. And then we fight the airship saloon steward and a bunch of
I love
Banga
the saloon
pugilists.
steward.
And somehow he knows Shining Ray, which is normally a monster-only attack.
Yeah, hey.
He's also
don't worry
secretly a
about
blue mage. Don't worry about it.
it. This is Exodus. We can't use items. We don't use items anyway, really.
Yeah.
This is Cassie and Wild Marlborough. This can get ugly without ribbons.
Very ugly without ribbons.
And here is Carrot. I'm going to actually, just in case things get hairy, going to make sure Ash has all the MP she needs. And that's another thing you'll see. A skill called Growing Threat, which automatically doubles the enemy's level.
Yeah.
Like, you may think I'm
Oh.
strong. Is that a... What is that that's... Oh, that's Float. I thought it was something spawning there.
No, it's just float. But yeah, it's like, oh, you were having an easy enough time? Growing threat, let's keep going. It's
Yeah, like,
I didn't need you to
people are like,
double
oh,
all of
your
a sudden."
damage is so high. Wait until you see me doing only 2,000-3,000 damage at a time. It gets out of control pretty quick. Bosch with stop. Sadly, Ezunaga doesn't cure it. The only downfall with our route for this is we don't have access to Remedy Lure 3, which means we can't cure oil, disease, or stop.
Yeah, so that's based on jobs. Certain jobs get or don't get certain augments, and that's kind of the... Oh, nice. No paling there.
Yeah.
Can spawn a paling.
Yeah, I'm just going to run like this. And we'll just make sure Ash has all the MP she needs. This is a little bit safer. So this is where things can actually just kind of go very pear-shaped very quickly as well. You know, we're fighting the big entites, but we're gonna fight groups of all of them, and eventually it's the rare ones that are very, very mean and have many status ailment attacks.
Personally, I don't like any of them.
So the last couple are based around Vagrant Soul and Luxolid, which are rare enemies from the Pharos Subterra. And they have really annoying things they do, like getting rid of all your MP.
Yep.
Or silencing you.
Yep.
Undin and tight.
All sorts of things that you just don't want to deal with, ever.
Didn't get that off on Vaughn. Daikon, Radish. They just assault you with radishes and holy.
Yeah, I'm seeing a few people confused about the damage numbers. We mentioned this right at the start, but Zodiac Age removed the damage cap of 9999 from the original. So
yep.
Kyo's blowing stuff up because it's Zodiac Age.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. This is I don't like that Ash is that low MP wise.
Going into 81.
But we don't have to do anything right now, which is the nice part. Like, if we just stay where we are and don't move, we can stand here for 24 hours and nothing will spawn.
I think we want to be done sooner than that, though, Kyo.
No.
Isn't magic disabled, though, on 81?
I'm just going to hit her with an elixir. I have 11. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So, welcome to someone we'll be seeing later, Zeromus.
Yeah, Zeromus has a rather unique finisher, and that's going to be used later.
Just keep it nice and easy. Thankfully, you get like a little break right here. This is where things get a little weird. If you know who Chaos is, you'll know that all of a sudden we cannot use attacks for this fight. Good news, we have access to Scathe, and we're just going to basically swap who ends up doing all the healing. And that's going to be Vaughn now.
He'll be doing a great job.
If you really, 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 really want to, you can actually have Bosch use another attack that would work, a technic called Soul Eater, where he consumes HP to deal damage to a foe. It doesn't do a terrific amount of damage, but like it's noticeable at least.
It is a fair amount simply because it's based on the currently equipped weapon's attack power, and, well, the second rat has a bit of that.
Just a tad.
Yep. Oh yeah, Zeromus strats for Final Trial have been an absolute thing for literally ever. I did, oh, that was incredibly rude. Well, I have 9 of these, I may as well use one.
Yeah.
I did learn about the Zodiarch strats, which we'll see very shortly, stage after this. I'm going to swap everyone back here, so they're doing their normally assigned jobs. Killraster can hit very, very hard. It looks like he actually behaved himself. It's a miracle there.
I'm impressed.
Have a good night, K3.
Killraster is always a threat, and now these guys, the pirates, tons of damage, tons of weird stuff. Zodiac, eh? Everyone sit back for a bit and just enjoy this, because this is actually a good strat.
Yep.
Go ahead and just immediately use Final Eclipse.
Yeah, we have about a minute here.
Final Eclipse, oh well.
Look at that wiggle.
Yeah.
Wiggle. I just think it's
Zodiac is a
funny
wiggler.
that it's juxtaposed by this very nice and jaunty, upbeat music.
Yeah.
This is Rickon's payback for us beating him in the foot race, by the way. He got real salty about it. He's like, I'll get you, Vaughn. Get you. Was it for you and your meddling kids and your stupid dog and your sky pirates? All right, bro. Yes.
This is actually one of the more difficult,
Wait.
just because of how annoying and actually coordinated the pirates are.
Mhm.
This gets
Yeah.
rid of all the peons and deals a lot of damage to the others, so it's worth watching all of this, even as long as it takes.
It's all right. Zero's
Yes.
here to laugh at me when I eventually make a mistake on something. So
Anyway, this is one of the
now that
levels
is
that-
easy. Hopefully we can take care of this. Reverse came in. That's fine. Honestly, I don't mind much. Whatever. We're going to end up killing them anyway. It's just a question of how long will it take. That's what makes Rickon very dangerous, though. If you just saw, he got a 7-hit combo off.
Yep. And this is one of the levels I was talking about where, if things don't go completely right, it's very easy for things to go completely
For me,
sideways.
right now, there's like no sense in kind of like waiting around and messing with my gambits. Just plow through it.
Yep.
Okay, this is where things are going to start to take a little bit longer, and we're going to have to start deploying different strats.
This is
You're
how
going to see me use Wither and Expose a lot.
Yeah.
So Wither and Expose are techniques that decrease the enemy's stats. So you can see reducing Hellworm's defense from Expose, and then Wither is reducing its attack.
I'm just looking for a certain number value, and he's only hitting physically for 320, so he's as stripped down physically as he's going to be. This means if we get physically attacked or comboed, I really don't actually have to worry about it, and I can focus on better things like making sure everyone is not afflicted with stop, taking care of everyone's
Yeah.
MP.
So Hellworm can use stop. It's the only thing that's really threatening about its physical attacks is it does have a random death chance, but otherwise it's just kind of making sure your party is in good shape.
Judgment!
And it's a cool design of an enemy. And it's just
Yeah,
one of my favorites.
the character design in this game is phenomenal.
It also gives an idea of how much health we're going to be dealing with in the last few trials here for people who are curious, like, well, what's the point of this run? Everything dies instantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's like 85 levels die pretty quick to instant, and then it doesn't.
So yeah, Disma.
Oh no, this is not going well with Disma.
Disma is one of the strongest enemies in the game.
Oh my god, he's a nightmare. He is an absolute
this.
nightmare. That's so there's a cool strat you could do for that, but what I did is just quicker, which is just shoot it. But that's actually Famfrit, which for some reason in trials is considered undead. So you can equip the Neo Paloa and just throw a Phoenix down on it, and it kills it instantly.
Yep.
This is Behemoth King. It does alternate palings between physical and magical. On 4 times speed, you can basically just weaken it and then wait out the magic ones, the physical ones, so you can.
Yeah.
He's going to be dealing a lot of damage once the right paling is up.
And it's just paying attention to where we're at and getting the right
YOLO.
gambit set up.
Be
all
on
the time.
active now.
All right.
Basically, I can just kind of wait and see who gets themselves into trouble.
Yeah, at this point, stop is pretty much the most threatening thing Behemoth King can do.
Of course, Vaughn would get stopped.
Of course, because of everybody.
Behemoth King with the 5-head play there.
Dude,
He actually
Behemoth King-
managed to knock Ash down, so he switched targets. That was pretty funny.
Behemoth King's got a forehead brighter than my future. Okay, so the good news is we're at floor 90, and they throw you a real curveball right at the beginning of this. I'm gonna turn this off because I'm gonna take this opportunity to just take a breath, double check my parties, kind of where I want it.
So that over there is a magic pot, and if you attack it, it is not good times for you. However, if you toss an elixir, it just hops around and lets you kill it.
Yep.
But if you don't kill it in a certain amount of time, you're done.
Yeah, you do have to kill it within a reasonable amount of time. Fortunately, the Seitengrat's incredible range does help with that.
There we go. I just wait until I see it move at least.
You can see there all these enemies are popping down, so to make sure that he kills the magic pot in time, he's just manually queuing up attacks on it, and then he's going to switch back to Gambits to kill all the Hektize.
That should also show you how quick
Yeah, you
those
don't have to kill
weapons
him, that's
are.
right.
No, you just have to
Because-
kill the pot.
Yeah, you just have to kill the pot. So Bosch and Ash both got off 3 attacks before that elixir cleared my queue, which is how long it takes elixirs to clear is one thing, but also how quick those weapons are. This area can also get sketchy with status effects. There's silence already. There's also Firga, perfect defense. We're working on 1 paling right now. These are all of the bosses from Pharos, at least the above ground area, in one sitting.
It is it is the entire Shadowseer cohort at once, and these are Phoenix, Fenrir, and Pandemonium, all at once.
Slit's here too.
Oh yeah, Slit is here too.
Never trust Slit.
Yeah.
Never.
You can
Red
now.
Chocobos?
With
It's
new
just
strats, you actually can.
Oof, there it was. I was going
Yeah,
to say,
these
it's
are-
3 red Chocobos. How bad could it be? And then Choco Comets.
Yep. They're level 99 red
Double ribbon
chocobos.
time. So the beginning of this fight is going to look a little sketchy. It may not look like I know what I'm doing. Just don't worry about it. This is for safety because of this save file did not end up where I wanted it to be. So I am... Normally you'd go into this fight at, I believe, 73, I think works. And then you don't have to worry about catching any sort of status ailments. That went really well, actually. So I don't have to worry about status ailments. Vaughn can go back on the bubble belt, 263, and I'm going to start withering one-sided. Normally you'd see me do 2, but at this point I just want to still kind of push some damage into Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is very susceptible to wither. The thing that makes this fight tough is he is very, very combo heavy, but he also does so much damage. Like he'll do even to this pretty beefed party 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 damage a hit. We can bring him down to about 1/10 of that, which makes this fight a lot more manageable.
Yeah, Gilgamesh also has a lot of status ailments based on certain level. He started off the fight by just making sure that Enkidu wasn't around because that would be even more damage. Now there's going to be perfect defense. He's going to use a move a couple times, and then we'll basically be able to finish off the fight.
Sword Shimmer!
Doesn't Enkidu also put out some status effects himself?
You can, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're trying to manage your status effects and your damage, it's normally we don't worry about the optional ones, but for that, it's the only way we can help control the fight enough to know that we're going to be okay.
Yeah, well, he's still doing his thing. I'm going to toss Ribbon back on Vaughn just to be safe here, because now it doesn't really matter. He's been withered super heavy, so... And I also have Expose going.
Because you see he's casting level 2 sleep because the party is 80. It's basically guaranteed you're going to bed.
Also, shoutouts to Waka, Kimari, and Bender Rodriguez, same voice actor.
Yep. Alright, his paling is down, and I've basically stripped him of pretty much anything. We should be able to take him pretty easily here.
As long as he doesn't keep putting you to bed.
Here. So this is where the fights have started to slow rather significantly, and they will continue to get slower and slower. I hope I got that 4x speed turned off.
It looks like you did.
Yeah, so...
I did not. Okay, this is going to be interesting.
So this is Ultima, I believe, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is Ultima.
So Ultima has a bunch of really weird tricks up her sleeve. You can see he's just going for a lot of damage and equipping a white mask so that Ash absorbs Holy. That's important.
And one of the boys should have the Sage's ring. I didn't see.
Yeah, I
who put
threw it on Vaughn just
Yeah.
because he's the better healer, higher heal potential. Okay, reverse. I'm just going to ATB reset everybody because I don't know exactly what I have going on, but I know
Fair enough.
someone was prepping a Kiraja and that'll just straight wipe the party. So Azunaga should come first, and we've managed that. But you'll now also notice we're losing HP rather rapidly. That's part of what this stage does.
It cycles through. There's an HP sap, MP sap, magic.
And then sometimes
attack,
you
check
can't
to
use
disable.
magic, you can't use items, you can't attack. It's all
It
that
keeps cycling, and you never quite know what's going on.
And it gets worse from here.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is not good. I
And so
think
this is
Box is
where-
about to wipe us.
We talk about things kind of go sideways. As you can see, Ash is already down. Bosch's got something in the queue, and it might create more trouble.
Yeah, so Bosch is currently trying to Kiraja, and you do not want to do that when you're...
Penelo's gonna have to get sacrificed here. That's okay.
Mhm. Yeah, so looks like there's an AoE coming. And... yeah, redemption.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's quick thinking. We're trying to work on getting to a point where we can get Ash back up.
The thing is, it's not just about this fight. In all of these, it's also about the next fight. You want to be in particular circumstances going into the fight after this, or else you are usually in trouble. So, yeah, he could have finished that fight quicker, and could have done a few different things about reverse, but what he wants to do here, okay.
right before we get the KO, I'll burn a Mega. This is honestly my first time using Mega Elixirs in this.
I'll say
Like normally I just take them with me and then like, oh, I'll get around to it. You know what? She's
the
ready.
example for
I'm
trying to
not
get
sure if
next
this is going to
fight.
get off beforehand, but it'd be sure nice if it did.
One thing I saw, yes, equipment cycling did remove the holy items, but it's also worth mentioning that being immune to holy does not actually protect you from the reverse status effect from Holy Jug.
It's about to
And
get
so
a
it's
little
just-
messy again. That's all right. I'd rather take my
Yeah.
time and just get through this nice and safe.
Yep. But just like when this fight started, you saw the Holy Jug got cast. We're trying to make sure that when we get into the next fight, we're ready for that first cast.
Yep, because this is an ugly next fight. You say, what could possibly go wrong? It's just 16 bats. Well, let me tell you, these 16 bats hit harder than almost anything in the game, especially
Not
if they
just
decide to all
16 bats.
gnaw at the same time. Like Ash is just about to get just canceled right there.
They respawn a little bit. 'Cause I think it's 32.
Is it 32?
There's
Yeah.
there's only
so
so
many-
many that spawn right away because they can't. The engine can only handle so many, but a few more spawn in.
And I definitely want to try and keep my speed slow here as I come into the next fight, because we got another weird setup to take care of.
Yeah. So this is Zodiark.
You saw him earlier
And-
against the pirates.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do here is actually pull out our main party so they don't get destroyed, and we're gonna
Make sure I
choose
don't
a
step on a trap.
sacrifice.
Yeah, Zodiark in both Trials and in the regular game always opens with Darkja, and that deals a lot of damage and just has a straight-up chance to one-hit KO. So it's better to face tank it and then bring in your party and let them go to town after that.
Yeah.
And remember to turn their gambits back on, and then remember
Yes.
to re-equip them properly.
Little things, you know.
Those sound like important things to remember.
It was just Vaughn. He didn't have
Yeah.
the right ring for me. I'm also gonna just bring back Penelo just in case.
Not a bad idea to just go ahead and have her waiting.
gonna ribbon through this as well.
Fair enough.
The other thing I have to be careful of is I don't have float, and of course, you know, Bosch
room's
decides
loaded
he
with
really
traps.
wants to backstep onto that.
I saw that
Okay.
coming right as you said the other thing we have to be
Yep.
really careful about. You just started inching towards it.
I was like, oh, this is
The
this
AI
is happening in
this
slow motion, and I
is
can't stop
predictable,
it.
if nothing else.
So, some
I'm
of
gonna
you
give
have
this one a try.
probably some of you have probably been thinking, well, what are you going to do about Yasmat? There's a little bit of trickiness that we can do here. So you can see
We're gonna
he's
give
run,
this one try.
Okay, he's run Fran into the corner here. The Neopalaoa. She's going to go ahead and use a golden needle on herself. So, there, briefly in the vanilla run, we mentioned something called the dead character glitch. And what that's going to do here is, if it goes right, he's going to clog the effect capacity and then bring Yasmat to a point where it tries to use a cutscene attack, which is going to lock it in there, and the only thing that'll be able to happen are attacks. So what he wants to do is have Fran use an item and be turned to stone at the exact same time. And yes,
I have
the
not
timing is
gotten this
perfect.
in practice yet, by the way.
And dismiss the Esper at the same time, all at once.
It's possible, but the timing is very, very specific.
Yeah, I haven't figured it out yet. It is doable, though. I've seen it. I just haven't seen it this year.
So we're gonna watch for the tick to go to 1.
Ever so slowly.
Full control of that timing.
It's like we're frame advancing in Ocarina of Time.
That's pretty much what it is. It's
Yeah.
menu buffering.
As much as we can get. I'm sorry, I'm like holding on to my breath, like I want to see this at work.
So right now he's using, he's going to use an item once a little bit after the tick goes to 0.
Nope. It was too early.
So fortunately, this isn't the only way you can deal with Yasmat. The holy moat there was meant to clog the A2B, and the petrify and the dismiss were supposed to happen at the same time, meaning that the game wouldn't be able to process all 3 things happening at the same time. So
It's all right. We'll just face tank it.
Yeah.
Do you
So
wanna help me out there, Vaughn? Thanks, buddy. You're a
So-
pal.
So Yasmat is susceptible to wither, expose, and all that, and that's fortunate. It also doesn't have the full 53 billion or whatever HP that it has normally. It still has a lot. It has like 10 million in trials.
I think it's roughly 10 million.
I like so we don't actually have to fight Yasmat in the plat percent run, but the strategy we have for it is really cool. We basically are just capable of outranging Yasmat. We just have Bosch and Vaughn get loaded up as strong as they possibly can. We berserk bravery them, and then we hit them with Domain Calvados and put them into HP critical, so they get adrenaline. And they, after like good rounds of Wither and Expose, I think the highest damage I've pushed out was like 235,000 damage with just the bow. Should be looking pretty good here. I'm looking pretty okay. At this point, I'm just gonna make sure nothing strange happens. Yasmat also has another annoying condition where I think it's like what, like a 5% chance on physical attack that it just kills you.
Yep.
Yes.
Nice little treat for you.
What? You wanted it to be easy?
Yeah, I honestly with the reduced HP, this is still a heck of a fight because once
think
you're
that
in
was
it,
the
like
5%.
with regular Yasma, you can just leave if things are like too hairy. When you're here, it's like, all right, well, I'm here.
Yeah.
He's landing those status effects too.
Yes.
Yep, he will.
You pretty much start accepting that the status of you are gonna get hit by status effects if you have to tank through this way. So you're really just, it's a lot of watching for them, watching for anything, and trying to make sure that you keep your attacks and everything moving as quickly as possible. So as soon as you see the stops, as soon as you see anything that's gonna slow down
Yep, I
your
did that
ability to get
thing where
damage out.
It's the third time I've done that this week. Using a gold needle on stop does literally nothing.
Chronos tier.
The good news is you can sometimes kind of control the aggro. Like, he's just focused on Bosch, that's fine. I'll keep the healer over here. You don't really have to worry about anyone until, gets killed.
Till he gets deleted.
That's that 5%, because there's enough hits going off. You're going to accept that a couple of those hits are going to trigger that 5% death chance. And the more you're aware of these things, it's more we're planning for, and it's like, we got this. And, you just try to die less.
And just make sure your party's in good shape.
It is important to be ready for the next stage.
Yeah,
It is
you want to go in good shape.
Very important.
Are you saying the strat here is don't die forehead?
Oh yeah, but I mean,
It's not just don't die forehead, but it's don't die and be healthy at the end of the fight.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
So
this
it's not
is
like
the
don't
just
die and survive with one
forehead.
hit point. It's don't die and look better than well.
Ooh, the double proc.
Ash
there,
and
that's
Bond there
not
look for
very
a
nice.
second.
I guess that's also kind of expected, given that this is going to take a while. He's going to land a couple lucky hits in a row sometimes.
Yeah.
I am not known for my good luck. I am known for hitting rare odds. It's just the rare odds are never really actually good.
That your favorite rare odds.
Yeah.
So of all of us speedrunners, he has the record for the worst gill in the 2 Bauerheim chests. It's something like, I don't think it's even 20.
Yeah, it was incredibly bad. I also hold the record for the best and worst Final Fantasy 15 ring counts.
Yep.
That's always a proud moment
goodness.
in my life. Having a 58 ring Ifrit. Wow, Bosch just got comboed.
58?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took about 15 minutes. I
was
just
gonna
kept
say,
going
that's
because it
going to
was
take
fun.
a while.
All right, this is a very strange boss, and
So it
hopefully
deals
this works out.
It deals incredible amounts of damage. So your idea is to reverse and decoy one character.
Yep.
So he's getting rid of the Kuraja and the Esunaga gambits because that would cure these things. And you want that because Omega just puts out so much damage so fast that otherwise you won't be able to keep up in healing.
It's bad, and there's traps all over the floor too. Hopefully this works out.
Yep.
As long as Bosch just got one shot. Wow,
And there goes Ash.
that was awful.
Because Bosch has got to get off the reverse and the decoy, right?
He got reverse and decoy. He's
Okay.
going to have 2 people under that status just for safety, so that the timers should stay there. And then
Gotcha.
a bit of wither and
Yeah, until things get stabilized, we're gonna absolutely take our time here. Because
This
there
is
is
why-
something bad that can happen. Sometimes you will actually get the Berserk status, which is not great.
Yeah. The amount of time it takes you to go from 1 through 90 is the amount of time we're going to take here.
Yeah. I'm basically
if not for Zodiac, if not for the Zodiarc's final eclipse, that might be true.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that.
So
Okay, 1 through 80.
there's the issue, and that's going to be a big issue for this as well, is Bosch is now berserked. I cannot have Bosch berserked leaving this fight.
No.
I cannot have it happen, and it happened because Decoy fell off. So these are just going to go out the window. I don't want her doing anything except basically sitting and waiting for that decoy to get filled. Bosch is going to actually get himself killed here because there's damage return. I could have unequipped him, but we'll just grind it.
Pull him back up.
Yeah.
Basically, I wanna see Omega only doing like 12, like 300-400 to me if possible.
And that's
And
just
it's
because
slowly
of
going
how
down.
fast it attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Here's
how fast it attacks.
see, this is not good. This is what I was talking about. I'm still doing about 1200, but I've now lost control of Vaughn, which doesn't really bother me at this point, but it's not great. I like having him as my main and as the decoy because we need Bosch. And
Bosch
this is
is
where
set up
things
to
can go
take care of
sideways.
the
I should have
fight.
unequipped him. We'll make this work. Okay.
So we should be almost.
Yeah.
Alright,
So let me just double check our damage. Still 1700.
He was
I'm just not
farther down, I
landing
thought.
withers.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Wither misses. One of
Yeah.
the things about Wither is that it's
We're just gonna have to live with it. I'm done with
It-
reverse.
its hit rate is low until you're at or above, or until you're, I think, is it at or above, or specifically above the enemy's level? And I think this Omega is like actually level 99. I could be wrong, but it's really high level. So he's not getting a multiplier on hit chance that he was getting against some of the other enemies earlier on.
Right. That's part of what makes Omega such a tough fight, but it's also
I
really
basically
rewarding when you
just
get it.
want to wait until everyone's reverse wears off, and then I can start healing normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go into the next and final fight against the judges with a reverse setup going,
You die
it is
immediately.
it is hard to deal with. Because
No, you die immediately.
they have they're like, oh, you're under reverse status? Okay. I'm going to use Razor Phoenix down on you, and boop.
The last fight with the judges, the AI is smart,
It's
and that's
frighteningly smart.
and that's why it's so challenging. It's gonna be really fun when we get there. It's just getting through this fight. And we need to have, I think, at least 3 elixirs going into the judges
2,
fight.
3 for safety. I'm good on that end. I'm not
Okay.
worried about that. I just need to make sure this. I'd prefer not to have a party member berserked, but like here we are, and his damage is like skyrocketing again.
Yeah, because why we're paying so much attention going to the next fight is because we know how smart that AI is. That we've got to watch what we walk out of this Omega fight with.
Yep, because this still has a chance to go very wrong here.
That's one way to remove Berserk.
It's a common way to remove.
I'm okay with Bosch dying there. It's fine. He's just hitting hard.
His damage has gone back up.
I'm just gonna go for the kill. We're just gonna have to grind it out.
You got it.
Yep, I'm not worried. Just making sure that Decoy stays on Vaughn, and that is everyone's top priority. Top.
Yep.
Yeah, he does not want Bosch getting attacked for reasons that you will see early on in the judges fight.
At least the one thing you can count on with Omega is that it's not like running around a field hard to find and we have to worry about our range and stuff. He stays put. He does a very good job of just staying put and dealing a lot of damage.
All right.
was good recovery.
So, at this
I thought
point,
he wasn't berserked.
Got berserked right at the end, I guess.
Oh.
yeah, he did. So that's
Okay.
not ideal. What he's going to do here, you can see Bosch is summoning Zeromus.
I
because
get myself into trouble immediately
Zeromus
because
is
speed was on.
Zeromus's
Oh, goodness.
his finisher is based on the difference between his current and max HP. Bosch has a lot of HP. Zeromus has a lot of HP, and Bosch's HP buffs Zeromus's HP. Then you bubble Zeromus, get him down to 1 HP with a Niho Powo elixir.
I just need
And
these
his
guys to
finisher.
not move. If they move, I'm in trouble because then it becomes a nightmare.
And ideally, you catch all of them.
Yep,
in
we got it.
AoE.
And I saw bubble go off, so we're good. Just what? Oh boy. Oh boy, this might be interesting coming out of that. Haven't seen that before. That's what happens when you're a few frames too slow.
Fortunately, there are a couple judges that don't have quite as much HP. So, for example, I believe it's Geese who does not
We
have
should
much
like
HP.
3 of them here, but
Yeah.
the issue is Bosch is now confused, diseased, poisoned. It's a bit of a mess all of a sudden. So I gotta disarm him, get him at least cleared of confusion. And of course, Vaughn's berserk, so this is not great right now.
Right. Like we were saying, the AI in this fight is probably the smartest that you'll run into anywhere in this game. It's ridiculous how well put together they did with this, so that you really can't afford anything to be a little out of line, or they're ready to take you down. They've got
It is
counters
kind of
for
handy right now that
everything.
Bosch is like, or Vaughn has just decided to draw aggro from everybody.
Yeah, so
doing a great job of that.
Is this serum going to go off this week? Thank you.
it did.
All right, do it again. It's always something with this fight. It literally is always something.
And people were wondering at the start of the run, you know, we blast through 40 floors in just a couple minutes. Why is this estimate an hour 20? Yeah. That's why
You
the
start watching
estimate
the
is an
last
hour
like
20.
6 fights. You watch the last 6 fights and you start understanding more and more as those fights go on. Oh, that's where they're getting some time. And then you get to the last 2 fights and you go, never mind.
So yeah, fortunately, the
Uh-oh, I'm going to have to take a hit here and hopefully not get comboed out my butt. Okay, yeah, this might be bad. Let's see what we can do. We just have to get lucky and hope this goes off before.
You got it.
Not looking great, but if not, we can just reload, I guess. Basically, I just need to survive this hit. That's my option
This
right
kick.
now.
This kick is the scary moment right now.
Oh my god! Oh my god, yo!
Man, that was a clench. There was a very, very, very serious chance of us not surviving that hit, and then it's kind of just, well, you can try and recover. You can try.
Okay.
That's the key word, is you can try. It's not always successful.
I was so scared, Kyo.
It's all right. I've dug it out. It's just
Yeah.
very sloppy and messy, and you basically just start sacrificing party party members in
Yeah.
order to get Bosch like 3 seconds by himself.
He was at the point where he would have got it eventually, but
No need to Niho Rem at the end either.
yeah.
That time.
GG.
What did we
Seems
end
like,
up
yeah,
with?
if everything
Probably
goes
like
right-
a 105 or something.
55, 51.
Oh,
It hit that a
sub-hour.
little late, so it was like 55-50 or something like that.
I mean, if you want, I can run it through the end of the game real quick. It'll take like 5 minutes.
Sure, let's do it. we can talk while you're running through the end of the game and getting us to credits.
50. That's not my. I had a 48 something earlier today, but yeah, that judges took a bit of a time.
It's a run that it's an hour when it goes right. It's an hour 20 when it goes sideways.
So yeah, first of all, I want to thank Kyo, because when this idea was floated, Kyo was like, yeah, I can do that. And then spent like the better part of a week grinding out a new file to do this because there's new strats.
Yep.
21 hours.
Just took such a huge amount of time to like just update the file and do the better strats just because, you know, wanted to show us the new strats for it. And
I
Not a
didn't
better
want
show.
something that was like fake or old or would just be like really uncomfortable for me. So the big issue with the way that the trials fight works is you're like, oh, it's 100 fights. How bad could it be? The issue with, like we were mentioning, the last 10 fights is there is no break. Whatever statuses or whatever bad things you have to try and fix before you can even do anything in the next stage. And in some stages, it's just not possible. So you have to be like very cognizant. Like if you like games where you micromanage everything, and that's what the Gambit system's for, and not just like, oh, you turn your brain off, just push forward and everything dies. It really allows you to micromanage that. So there's no way I would have been able to micromanage all the things that need to go off for like that Omega fight to make sure everyone's timing is correct.
yeah, that trial showcase was just a lot of adapting on the fly because it looks like you set yourself up for the best chance of success, and then you just got to fix it when it goes wrong because it's going to go wrong.
Yep.
That's
It's just you have to try
basically-
and guess where it's going wrong.
Yeah. You basically go into it with the plan of, this is what I would like to have happen. These are the 5 things I expect to go wrong, and a rough thought of how I want to fix it when this goes wrong. And then enough knowledge to basically go, okay, well, now that all of that has, gone out the window and I have to make something else up right now as I'm going.
Yeah, and then it's like, what happens when Wither just keeps missing Omega? Okay.
Yeah, that was bad. Like normally I
Yeah.
can get Omega down to doing only about 300 to 400 damage. Now on a bad day, 500 or 600. It just wasn't accepting anything under 1300, which then makes it I have to spend more time healing, which means the fight's longer because I don't have 3 people attacking.
And
It's
then Omega
faster
reserved
with
you, like,
Bashin or
right at
without
the end.
Bashin?
Without.
Oh wait, now I need to clog for. I'll see if I can get the Reflectus strat. It's literally slower for me to do this, but it's just funnier.
I mean, given this sort of bonus content, yeah, go for
Oh,
the
yeah, I
funnier
forgot.
version.
Futile Bosch.
Long have I walked in
Long
Hatred's
have I
company.
walked in Hatred's company.
I forgot to
As long
put
as
the
I can
bow
curse
back
you
on
and I shall
Vaughn
not
again.
Be defeated.
Oh, yeah, because, yeah.
So there is actually a very interesting mechanic. Undying will actually be much harder because Undying's strength is, or not strength, but I think, what is it? Total stats are based off of how many espers you have.
Mhm.
Yes.
The more espers you have, the more damage it does, the higher its defenses, and so on. So that's kind of interesting.
Got it.
I love that
I don't know how
cutscene.
many espers you had in that vanilla run.
Should only be like 4 or 5, I think.
That's what I'm thinking.
Because it's Mateus, Belias, Shemazai. There's only 3? Famfrit, 4.
Yeah.
I do enjoy that
have-
cutscene that you had where they're standing there holding their invisible bows as if they're ready for battle.
Oh, absolutely.
They are beyond
That's
ready
great.
for battle. You just can't see it.
Yeah, they have their
Really quick.
They have their mind arrows, and that's all they need.
That's for you, Lars. So thanks
Pichu.
for ruining my PB 2.5 years ago, you jerk.
And your insurgents with them. Dalmasca will again
He may have been
know
complaining
order.
about that in the green room
For good
before.
and all
Zero
I
had a
shall
9-minute
rebellion
PB
to
or a
an end.
9-minute time in Bahamut. My PB is 34 minutes. Things go wrong.
Things go wrong for you a lot.
And that's not his best time in the Bahamut. That's just how long it took him in his BB.
Evilise
horrible.
will know a new dynast king.
Grant
and
has a
man
Twitter
of
account.
9 versus
history.
34.
The tyranny of the gods is ended. We are their puppets no more. The freedom to
Long
which we have longed
is at
at
hand. We need Nitrodon in here to do the voiceovers.
If it were like, if I could guarantee that I were synced up, I could do some of these.
Yeah, you're very slightly off sync when you're commentating on Discord.
There's 2 cutscenes here.
And yes, Kyo says that for a reason. Every
Oh
single
wow,
time.
I just completely skipped everything. All right. Well, there's that.
that
pretty
was
up.
Undying.
I got wings of my own. But yeah, thanks for having us. That went way quicker than I thought it would, but I figured it'd be a lot safer to go over than under and look like an unprepared Eddie.
So do you have any shoutouts before we wrap things up, Kyo?
Let's see, appropriate ones. We'll shout out the entire Final Fantasy XII community. It was actually where I got my start with this. A lot of people that don't run it anymore, but shout outs to people like Nitrodon, Skate, Freda, some really, really cool people. Near Automata community, GDQ, Sliced Bread.
Is that a person or just you like
Indeed.
sliced bread?
No, Sliced Bread. Shout outs to Sliced Bread, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that shout out.
Trying to think who else do we thank for these? Square Enix for making really cool games. People liking Final
Indeed.
Fantasy XII. Shout outs to Alec for being a bully in Golf with Friends. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta let loose.
Is it a bully when you just keep yourself in the way?
I mean, I don't normally play that way, but every now and then.
Shout outs to Pop Tarts being ravioli.
Oh my goodness.
What do you mean?
Oh, you're,
Hot dogs
you're trying to start a war in chat, aren't you?
Look, it's the best cure
Have
to
you
any,
met Kyo?
any quiet chat. All you got to do at a marathon is just toss out the. So anyway, hot dogs are sandwiches. Moving on. All of a sudden, the
Again.
chat boils.
Have you met Kyo?
I think we have talked for a grand total of like 10 minutes in person between different events. Like,
Let me help you out real quick. This is Kyo. He likes to start arguments just to see what people think.
Look, I'm
I
from
mean,
Philly. That's
yeah.
what we do.
I love asking people what their stances on the sandwich situation, just see what they say.
When in doubt, the cube rule works really well.
Denny, you're right.
Yeah, well, technically I'm a calzone because there's a flesh suit that keeps all of my insides on the inside.
That was not a sentence I expected to hear tonight. Thank you for that.
I'm a cube rule, dude. I'm a calzone. If it's a surface that keeps everything inside, it's a calzone. If it's shaped nicely, it's a dumpling.
What about a stromboli? Do you have to have like strips of you missing?
Well, yeah, stromboli technically should have. Stromboli and a calzone are the same thing. It's just different meats and cheeses inside of them.
Pretty much.
We are free.
A hot dog is a taco, correct? Yes. A simplistic taco. Think of it. It's a minimalist taco. If you're going to use art terms.
Look, Vaughn, the Bahamut.
But yeah, thank you for having us, and thanks for everyone staying up late, especially East Coast. I know this isn't the best time slot. Maybe on the other side of the world it is, and those getting up in the British Empires. But yeah, it's been really cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can do it again. I might have to submit a few things. There's a couple communities I know that could use a spotlight.
Yeah, ! Spotlight in chat. There's a link you can fill out. Or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix/spotlight-form. Gotta get that plug-in since you mentioned it. But yeah, thanks Kyo, Alfina, Alec, and of course Zero, who was on earlier, Roosta as well. And of course anybody who stuck around for this whole thing. We had fun, you know, just hanging out. Final Fantasy 12 night. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. It's a Time Capsule. It's a show where they go over kind of just a bunch of games that were all released in the same year and doing speedruns of them. I think they're doing 2002. It's hosted by Smooth Operative. We're starting at, I believe it's 8 p.m. Eastern. Let me double check that real quick. Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern. So tune in for that. It'll be a whole lot of fun. And of course, HDQ coming up this January. Prize submissions are still open. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to play a few ads and they're going to raid someone. So if you want to keep this late night speedrunning party going on, just hang out through the ads. We'll raid somebody who's speedrunning and go cheer them on. So we'll see you tomorrow.
You haven't forgotten my role in this little story.